Hi everyone. Thank you all for joining for today's session on JavaScript for beginners. On our journey towards learning the full stack development, in the first portion we have completed the HTML followed by CSS and Bootstrap. Now let's go through the JavaScript from JavaScripts, and those who are totally new to the programming languages, JavaScript is one of the best place to start, and you will understand the basic programming language concepts and everything. And as you move further towards our backend programming, you may be learning the other programming languages like Java or Python. And so this will become a basis for you to prepare yourself for the upcoming sessions. Okay, so let's go through the course contents. We'll be going through the introduction to JavaScript. Just let me take the laser pointer. So introduction to JavaScript. And the next we'll go through the JavaScript variables. What do you understand by statements and code blocks? And then we'll go through the JavaScript operators and expressions. Then we'll go through the JavaScript objects, methods, and properties. What do they mean? And then JavaScript collection objects, and what are the different collection objects are available in JavaScript. And then the control flow statements like loops, conditional statements, and the control statements. So we'll go through that. Then we'll go through JavaScript functions and what the scope means, and also JavaScript events and JavaScript modules, how to export and import your JavaScripts, you can learn, and then how to handle the errors in JavaScripts. And then we have the math object and also the date object for more detailed information. Okay, so this is the overall course content of the entire training program. So let's go through the introduction to JavaScript now. So in this introduction, let's go through what is the JavaScript is about, and then what is the history of JavaScript, and what can you do with that, and where does JavaScript code run, right? We need to know how every programming languages will work in different environment. So we'll also see how JavaScript can run. And then let's look at a small JavaScript, how to see it in action. And then your first JavaScript, how to write the JavaScript programming, and then how to understand the external JavaScript, and then also understanding about the JavaScript output, and then also setting up and development environment, so how we can just make use of it. And we'll also give a small introduction to how to use Node.js also. Okay, because these days most of the scripts can be written, okay, and run through Node.js. So we can just go through that also as well. But of course, we'll not be covering the complete detail, just overview we'll give that. Okay, but before getting into the JavaScript, let's understand what is JavaScript is all about. JavaScript is one of the most popular programming languages of the world. Okay, because any name it any your front-end application can be any technologies, but without the JavaScript, it never gets over. It may be even if you work on Java or you as a backend or Python as a backend, as long as the front-end technologies are concerned, JavaScript is a must. So that's why it is becoming a most popular one. And it's also the programming language of the web. And it's very easy to learn that you will understand by attending this session. And just let us recap what where to use HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, if you look at it, HTML is to define the content of the web pages. Okay, so how the contents should, what are the contents you are going to display on the web page, that will be taken care. But whereas CSS will say specify the layout of the web pages, on what layout you can have, what style you can follow, the look and feel, and all those things we'll be looking at that one. Okay, but in the JavaScript, with the program, it will help to program the behavior of the web pages. For example, when you say behavior of the web pages, suppose you are loading a page, then it should give some alert that this page may take more time to load, or you may be entering some text in a form input box, then it should show that minimum 20 characters you are supposed to enter it. And if it is not entered, then it should give you an alert to you. Okay, so like that. So the JavaScript will do. Suppose certain behaviors will come, like for example, when you click on a particular button, some action should happen. Maybe you may double click on a particular button, or you may click the keyboard. So based on the different actions that the behavior of the pages will get changed. So that's what the JavaScript is all about. But the today's version of JavaScript is gone to an extent where it is slowly becoming earlier it was used only for the front end programming. Now it is slowly getting into the back end programming as well. Okay, so and JavaScript and Java are completely different languages, right? Both in terms of the concept and design, because they are both are meant for different purposes. Okay, and so as you start learning about Java in the subsequent future classes, you'll be knowing the difference. So let's now focus only on the JavaScript part. Okay. So let's quickly understand the history of the JavaScript. JavaScript was initially invented by Brendan Hill in 1995, and it has become an ECMA standard in 1997. In the sense, ECMA means European Computer Manufacturers Association. Okay, so this is the standard organization which makes sure that every version of the JavaScripts are going through the standard itself. Okay, currently the JavaScript is owned by Oracle Corporation. Okay, and the standard on which the JavaScript is being used is the ECMA 262. So that is the standard on which the JavaScript specifications are defined, and so it is called as ECMA script, or in short it is called as ES. Okay, it is the official name of the language they are giving it. Okay, just not to get confused, to make it more clear, JavaScript stands for programming language, and whereas ECMA script stands for specification. Okay, so that's what you need to remember well. Okay, looking at that version, the first version started in the year 1997, and then subsequent that multiple versions have been started, but the version 4 was actually aborted, so it was never been implemented, version 4, due to various reasons. And then we had the version 5 in 2009. Then the major drastic changes happened in the 2015 version of the JavaScript, and from there it is called as ES6. Okay, and now you know what is ES6 stands for, ECMA script. Okay, that's what it is. Now it is called as either ES 2015, that is the year will be associated with that, or ES6. So because the version of that. Okay, but you can just only always just see a difference here. The year is 2015, and here almost about you will find a gap of 9 years. Okay, 9. So that's what we'll be seeing it here. And years 6, 2015, and whereas if you see it here, and years 7, the next version 2016. Because every year the new version is being introduced, Now we are in 2023, so the current version is ES14. Okay, so that's what you need to understand that. Okay, and once you learn this, the today's session, and henceforth you can just only follow what is the new releases are coming in each year. So that will you will keep so that you can keep yourself updated on what are the new changes coming up. Okay. So now if you're coming to JavaScript, what are the things you can do with that? Using JavaScript, you can develop web applications or even mobile applications you can develop. And it's a real-time networking applications also you can just make it. And also command line tools, you can create that. And of course, the games also can be developed using JavaScript. Okay. So in further to that, you can see the JavaScript can change in HTML content. Whatever the content that is there in the HTML, that it can change, and it can also change the HTML attribute values. You know what is attribute values, right? In the HTML tag, in the start tag, you are specifying some attributes, right? Like it can be the URL thing or image source. So like that attributes are there, right? So that it can change the attribute values. What are the values that you are assigning? It can change it here, and it can also change the HTML style. So what it has to happen, that style also it can be dynamically changing it. And also it can hide HTML elements if you want to control based on certain actions. So you'll be able to hide the elements, or you can show the element based on certain conditions are fulfilled. Okay, these are all the behavioral part that you can expect from JavaScript. Okay, so where does the JavaScript code run? For example, so far you would have learned HTML, even a simple notepad. You can use it. You can just write a program and then you can just run it on your browser. I mean, just open the file, it will open in the browser. You will be able to see that one. Okay. The similar way, the JavaScript, CSS also you would have learned, and Bootstrap also. So now if you look at the JavaScript code, you can just look at it here. You can run on the browser. Okay, so what happens is your browser has a JavaScript engine. Okay, so it started with the Chrome version 8 onwards. It started with that. So it has the JavaScript engine, or if it is Firefox, it is for Spider Monkey. So this particular version of that. Okay, so you have the JavaScript engine. So using that engine, so you will be able to do that one. Okay, or on the node itself. So node, nothing but you might be by these days you are hearing about the Node.js part. Okay. So using that, JavaScript engine also, what happens is here, JavaScript engine itself is embedded inside the C++ program. Okay. So once it is embedded inside a C++ program, then you'll be able to run the JavaScript code in the browser, and as well as you can execute in the node also. So that is what it is accessible. When you say node, you don't have to confuse. It's on your computer itself. You'll be able to run it and do that. Okay, instead of running it on your browser. Okay. So now coming to the JavaScript, just let us quickly have a look at it, right? Any language when you say, it's any programmer always love to, the moment he says the hello world is coming, then half of his job is done, right? So let's see that one. Very interesting thing is that for to learn JavaScript, you don't need to do any installations. Okay, so just straight away you can just use your. I'll just show you an example how it can be done. Okay, just let me show that allow world part, then we'll just show what you can do with JavaScript also. For example, let me open a page, okay, and simply right click on that, okay, and then you just say there is an option called inspect, right? So click on that. Okay, once you click on that, you have an option here on the top that is console. Okay, this is nothing but your JavaScript console. Okay, so here just what you need to do is just simply say, hello world here. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here is I'm just putting console dot log. Okay. So when you are saying console dot log and then you are just closing it here, and whatever you are writing inside the log function, so it will display it here. So that's what you can just see it here. Okay, sorry, I need to put the strings. Okay. So now what I'm doing it here is when it's a string, so I'm just putting it here on the world. It is printing it here. So this is the simple. I mean, throughout your learning, you'll be using extensively console.log. That means it will display in this console on the browser console. It will be displaying that whatever the JavaScript outputs are there, that will be displayed here. Okay, you can also execute the JavaScript code in the console itself. That's what we are now doing it here. We are just writing it here and then executing there itself. Okay, suppose I just want to, I mean, most of the time, if you're in a website, you'll see some alert will come, right? I just want to give an alert to it. So let's see how to do that one. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here, simply say alert, right? I'm just having alert as a function, and then I'm just saying it here. I'm just saying welcome to JavaScript. Okay. A simple alert, I'm just giving it here. You just see it here. The moment I click on it here, an alert will show to you saying that welcome to JavaScript. That's what it is giving to me. Okay. So I can just do this kind of alert messages also. And not only that, I just want to do a simple programming also, right? I just want to see, I just do 2 plus 6. I'm just writing directly. You can just see it here. The answer is automatically displaying it here even before I just enter it. So I just enter it here. You can just see 8. Okay. So you can do, just now that we are slowly getting into the programming language part, HTML we learned that it is only a markup language, and then CSS we learned that it is just a cascaded style sheet only. It is not a programming language. Then what is it a programming language? Because in HTML you cannot write 2 plus 6 equal to 8. You cannot make it, right? Only in a programming language you will be able to do that one. Okay, so programming languages will have a unique things that can be done using that. Like for example, we would have learned. We will be learning the loops, how to use it, how to use the if else conditions. So all those things we'll be learning here. These are all be characteristics of a programming language. Okay, so let's hold our discussions on that. Just only to understand this is a to just say that this is a programming language. Okay. Okay, so this is the basic things. Now how we can just do it using the JavaScript. Okay, so throughout your, as I mentioned, throughout your exercise, all the things will be directly doing it in this console. Again, I'm just one more time just explaining to you so that we how to come to this one. Okay, just on your browser, just right click and you have inspect. When you click on that, you have the tab on the top console. You click there and you'll be able to see it here. Okay. So now you can just clear the browser. You can just do it here. I'm just doing it here. Okay. Console.log. You need to use it. You'll be using this very frequently. I'm just saying it here. Hello. Right. I'm just closing it here. So one thing you need to know is one few things I just introduced now itself. And JavaScript doesn't not particular about the double quotes. Okay. All that, even if you use a single quote also, it will work. Okay, just wanted to show that one here. For example, I can just use single quote and here also single quote. Okay, so now also it will give you the output. So that means, but only the condition is that you should use either single quote or double quote, but not the mixture of that. So that is the only thing. It is not very particular about what kind of quotes there is in single quote or double quote. Okay, that one basic thing you need to know. Okay. So that's what now tried it now, right? So this is an example. I'm just all that you need to do. Right click anywhere on your browser and then click on inspect and then console as shown here. Then you'll be able to get it here. Okay. So that's what we are doing now. The next. Now that on the browser we have done that one. Suppose I just want to use the JavaScript in my HTML code. Okay, then what I need to do? Okay, so for that, what you need to do here is you just any programming language. I think we would have been saying it. Always create a meaningful folder. So since we are now learning JavaScript basics, so just create a folder in your D directory or whichever the directory your working directory are. You just put that JavaScript underscore basics. That's what I'm just putting it here, and I'm just creating a file called index.html. Okay, so I'm just creating a file there, and then what I'm doing is here the code I just directly given it for you for the quick this one. You can just create this, and then run the code using a suitable browser. Okay, and then you have to do the same thing, inspect and console and check the script details. Okay, that's what we'll be seeing it here. So before going it here, any programming languages or even the HTML and CSS also would have learned how to command a particular line should not be executed, right? So in case of JavaScript, you will be for a single line, you just only put a two backward slashes. That's what you are going to do that one. In case we want to do multi-line commenting, you need to slash star, and similarly at the end of it again slash star at the end of the last line. Wherever you want to comment it, you can use that one. So this comment part you need to know about it. And again, every programming language has the same thing, different style. So you just need to only understand that. Okay. Here and let me now just quickly create this file and then show it to you. Okay, so what I'm just doing here is I'm just going to my I'm just using Sublime Editor here. Okay, I'm just going to the index.html file. Okay, so what I'm now doing here is this is the file which I already have it here. Okay, so now I'm just putting the hello world is the one available. Okay, I'm just writing a simple script. Okay, so let's focus only on this particular area. So for the benefit of all of you, just what I'm just doing here is I'm just let me comment it here and show it to you. Okay, I just comment it here. So now this is a Java. You are in HTML, right? In HTML, you need to follow only the HTML tags. Okay, so now this is what I'm just doing it here now. Okay, now but this is inside the script. Inside the script, I can just use it here. Say if you see it here in the HTML, okay. So inside the body tag, right? Inside the body tag, what you are doing is here a small tag. The script tag you are just using it here. Okay. So script opening tag and then closing tag you have it here. Inside this, you can just see it here. I'm just putting console.log. That means it's in the console, it should display. That's what I'm just putting it here. And I'm just saying hello JavaScript internal because I'm just calling from my file. Okay. So now we have done that one. This is only simple language, simple thing. I'm just writing it here. And then I'm just saving it here. Whatever I'm just doing it inside the script. So this will be only showed in the console. Okay. So now what I just do is I just saved it now. Now I'm just right clicking it here. I'm just opening the browser. You may see that nothing is here. Okay, what I need to do is I just say inspect and then I just go to that console part. You can just see it here. Hello JavaScript internal. Okay, this is what you would have seen written in your program, right? Hello JavaScript internal that is being displayed in the console. All right. So this is how the internal script you are just writing it here. Okay. Then the moment you learned internal, then obviously the next question comes to you, is there something called external? Yes. So you'll be having the JavaScript return, like the way CSS you had inline CSS, and internal CSS and external CSS we had, right? In the similar way, you can also have, external CSS also, apart from internal, external JavaScript. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here is, inside my JavaScript, this is how my, as I said in the D colon, I just created JavaScript as the basic, as the folder. And then here, I just created one more folder called the JS. JS stands for JavaScript. Okay. What I'm just doing it here is, I'm just creating three external JavaScript. That means these are all pure JavaScript files. Okay. You can just see it here. There is no HTML code at all. Only JavaScript here. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here, I'm just going to my script one file. I'm just creating it here. Similarly, I'm just creating my script 1 and my script 2. Okay, let me explain the my script 1. My script. In this my script, what I'm just doing it here is hello JavaScript. Okay, I'm just doing that. Okay, hello JavaScript. External from my script.js. Okay, my script.js, because I'm just writing it here. Just wanted to confirm that whether my script is reading from this particular file or not. So that's what I'm just doing it here. Okay, so now I'm just saving this. And same way, I just create one more my script.js. I'm just again putting the console.log hello JavaScript, right? Right? And external from my script 1, I'm just putting it here. Okay. So the next, now I just similar way, I'm just creating one more my script 2. So what I'm just doing it here is again, just for external from my script 2.js, I'm just giving it here. So why I'm doing all these things is that in an application, right, you may be having so many JavaScript code, you will be writing it here. Okay, so what you can do is you don't have to put all the things in a single JavaScript file. Okay, so you can just split it into multiple JavaScript files. Okay, so that you'll be able to improve the readability of the code, your basic HTML code, and also you can reuse the code also. Suppose you use the same JavaScript file, I can use it in multiple other pages as well, right? So that is the flexibility that we will be having it here. So having created all the three of that, let's quickly go through the external part now. Okay, let me go to the material again. So here, now what I've done is, I just did that thing, okay, and I just shown you whatever it is available here, okay. So now let me go to the next one. Okay, so now coming here, okay, so now where to include JavaScript? So that's what we are just now I'm saying. In HTML, how we are be doing it here? In JavaScript code is inserted between the script tag. What is that? Starting script tag and end script tag. That's what you are doing it here. You are including it, right? And so there are other things called JavaScript functions and events. Of course, don't worry about that. We'll be learning all of them. Okay. So a JavaScript function also a block of JavaScript code that can be executed when called for. That means you just call a function, automatically it get executed. We'll show it in action. And also a function can be called when an event occurs. For example, if I click on a particular button, for example, I just want to have two numbers, say A equal to 10 and B equal to 20. Okay. When I click on the button to calculate the total, when I click the button, it will calculate and show it to me. So like that, I can create a function, right? So all those things can be done. Okay. And also one more thing is the JavaScript, you can just keep it either in the head tag or in the body tag. Okay. Okay. And so you can place any number of scripts in HTML document. That's what we are just going to see now. Okay. And also the script can be placed in the body, or it can be in the head part, portion of it, or in both the places. Okay. But only one thing is, as a good practice, is that always include JavaScript at the end of the body. It is more important. The reason is, The moment if you have any some JavaScript errors, your page itself will be getting stuck. Okay, because you know they always the program will execute right from the top to bottom. Okay, when you have it at the end, what will happen is your basic HTML DOM objects, right? All will be first done, and then your styling will be applied. Then after that, you will be using your JavaScript part of it. Then that time you will be able to know where exactly the problem is all about. Okay, so that is always it is a good practice to do it. But of course, for this entire session, we will not be doing that to keep it at the end. So, but for the sake of simplicity of the training material, but we always suggest you to make it at the end of it. Okay. Okay. So now just quickly, whatever we discussed now, let's quickly go through that now, what it means. Okay. If you look at here now, I'm just bringing it the index HTML. If you see, you have this head tag, right? I just have it here, head tag, and inside this also I can have JavaScript. That's what it means. Okay. So let us check whether it is included in the head tag also it is applicable or not. I just copy the same thing. I just go to the inside the head tag. Okay, just below the title, what I'll do is I just include the script here. Okay. Now what I just wanted to know whether the script where from it is coming. I just want to know it, right? For me to display it. So now what I'm just doing, this is the body part of it. Okay. So let us have both of them. Okay. Now what I'm just doing it here, JavaScript internal in head. Okay. I'm just putting it here. Similarly, JavaScript internal in body, so that we know that where which one is running. Okay, now I both, head also I just given it here, and bottom also, body also I'm just given it here. Okay, so now just save it here. Okay, now again just run it. So now you can just go to that page, and you have JavaScript basics. Now just reload that. Okay, now is the see it here, JavaScript internal head, whatever you given that is also coming internal in body. So both are coming here. Okay, so that means now you know that it can be even the script can be written inside a tag or the body tag. Okay, so now, so then as I mentioned, it's always a good practice to put the JavaScript tags just above the body closure where it is happening. You know, just above that you can just put it. Okay, not even in between and the top also, top of the body also, just above the end tag of body. Okay, so that's what is the recommended practice to follow. Okay, now let's get into the next one. So this is where it is. So now external JavaScript, right? Now if you look at the external JavaScript, so the script also can be placed in an external file, and just let me put it in the presentation mode, right? So now you can just see it here. The script also can be placed in external files, right? Just now whatever we have seen, that 3 files we created for the purpose of this demo. And then external scripts are practical when the same code is used in many different web pages, right? That's what we said. Wherever we want, we can just call it like the way how we are calling on one page, you can do that one. And then always notice that if it is CSS file, it will be .css, right? External CSS used to be .css. Similar way, the JavaScript files will have the file extension of .js. Okay. And then next, to use an external script, what you need to do that put the name of the script file in the src attribute of the script. All right. So what you are doing, the script tag, all right? You are just having src stands for source, right? Where is the source? I'm just giving the file name where it is available. Okay. So now that we created my script.js, right? So that I can use that here. Similarly, if I have multiple files, I can also use multiple things. Okay. So I'll just show it to you now. Not only that, you can also use the JavaScript. You can use any external JavaScript files also. You can just use it here. Okay. So that means suppose if I have certain JavaScript libraries are available on the external websites, I can use them as well. Okay, like the way Bootstrap, you used all the external libraries only, right? The similar way scripts also I can just use it here. So in that case, I can also put it in the script tag. I can just have that one. The complete URL also I can just keep it here like this. Okay, or I can have a dedicated directory. Maybe most it is always a good practice to have all the script files in a separate directory called JS, so that you know that okay, all these JavaScript files are available in a separate structure. So it will be easy for you for your maintenance. So this way also I can just keep it here and then do, or I can just say my script.js. So that's what I will be. I mean, the basic things I'm just explaining here. Okay, so now let's quickly get into that demo so that you will be able to understand what I mean by here. Okay, so now let me go through that. So now if you see it here in our index.html, okay, I'm just trying to show the external JavaScript. Okay, so now let me, for a time being, just for a better clarity, I'm just commenting the entire internal things. Okay, I'm just commenting that. So now what will happen is, so I'm just even the header part, now that we are now known about it. So let me just comment that one also. Okay. Okay. So now only in the inside the body part, I'm just having it here. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here is, as I seen there, script tag. Okay. You are opening and closing, you are just doing it here. In that you are just creating an attribute called src. In that you are just giving the file where it is available. As I mentioned that I created a separate folder for JavaScript, all the JavaScript. Okay. So what I'm just doing, because I'm just my index file is in this particular folder, I need to just go to the JS folder. So I'm just putting a dot slash JS and then my script. All these things I think you can recollect what we learned in the relative path. I mean, how to access it, and we learned the basic HTML, right? Same thing, you can just follow that. Okay, and here, so you are just given the path here. Same way, what I'm done is I'm just JavaScript 1, JavaScript 2, those files also I'm just keeping it here. Okay, now you can see it here in a single HTML file. I'm just calling multiple JavaScript files. Are you getting it here? I'm just calling multiple JavaScript file. Suppose if I just wanted to see whether at a time even the header JavaScript also work or not. So now then in that case, I just let me remove this comment. So you can just see that also you can just see heading. Not only that. So your internal JavaScript, whatever you written it here. So even this also whether working or not, I can just check it. Okay. So that means, so all things I'll be able to check that one. Let us see all things at a time whether it will work or not. Okay. So now that what I'm just doing it here, everything I'm just making it applicable. So let me save it here. That means ideally I'll be getting console.log displaying internal in head or internal body, because these files has again console.log, right? That function will be returning. So these three, so totally 5 should be displayed in the console. Just let us see that. Now let me save this file and then let me run this, open in the browser. Okay, that will be right click and then go to inspect. You can see it here now. I just get all the things, right? I can have internal head, internal body, or external from myscript.js, or myscript1.js, or myscript2.js, right? All the things I'm just able to see it here, right? So that means in an HTML file, you can have JavaScript internal, also external, or multiple external files you can call. That's what you need to understand with this demo. Okay. So let's go back to the next content. So what are the advantages of external JavaScript? As I already mentioned, it separates your HTML and your code, so that the most of the JavaScript codes can be outside, so that your code can be very simple. So assuming that now I have these codes written here. Now if I remove all of them, it look very neat, right? For example, if I just remove this, right? If I remove it here, then I just have very simple code. I'm just only calling from the reference, and then my job is getting over, right? So that then my code will be look very neat. Okay, that's what it means. Okay, now just go to the next one. And also it makes HTML and JavaScript easier to read and maintain, because you will be JavaScript files will be separate, then you will be able to read that so that you will not get confused. And then also, because the JavaScript files are separately available, so it can be easily cached, and then it can speed up your page loading time also. Okay, because once it is there in the cache memory, then you all know that the performance will be better. Okay, and then next is so now the separation of HTML and JavaScript. How are you going to do that one? Okay, so here that we already done that one, right? I already explained it with different files, so I need not have to explain it once again. The same thing only we have done it. Okay, right? And then so far we have seen the JavaScript output can be mentioned only inside a console, right? Okay, I mean by writing console.log, you are just able to display it in the console. But the same thing, if I just want to display it on my HTML document file, the HTML itself, I just want to show it here. How do I do that one? Or we have seen an alert also, right? As an alert also, I'll be just showing an output, right? Or in the console view in your puppet, you have seen that one. So how do we see that one? We just take an example, then you'll be able to understand it. Okay. So let me take this same code here. Then you'll be let's run that one and then see how it works. Okay. So now I just made this code available to you so that you can just take this one. You just take it to your HTML file and just copying it here. Okay. And then you just create a file and you can just create it a name JavaScript output, right? How do I create a JavaScript file? Okay. So for that you just say simply plus and then just go to the plugin and you just say JavaScript. And those who are directly seeing this material, I mean, without going through HTML and CS, just for information, I'm just using Sublime Editor for the all the things whatever I've been demonstrating it here. And you can use any of the, I mean, VS Code or any editors, you can use that for your learning. Okay. And I'm just putting it here, the complete thing, whatever the code I just copied here. So easy, right? You'll be able to do that one. I'm just changing this is an HTML file, right? That's why I'm just keeping it as HTML. And then let me save this file. Let me save as the file name. Okay, just let me give it as. So we are now learning about JavaScript output, right? And just put it as JavaScript output. So that's what I'm just seeing it here. And then I'm just saving it here. Okay. So once I've done with that, now just understand what it means here, right? So now you see in the script what you are doing it here. This one particular thing you need to understand very particular about that. Document dot get element by ID. This is one important thing you need to do. So that means document is nothing but this particular HTML document, whatever you are currently in here. So that particular HTML document, that means JavaScript output, right? Document dot get element by ID. So that means what is that? You identify the element with an ID. For example, we are having a paragraph tag, right? In this paragraph, I'm just giving an attribute called ID, and that ID is nothing but demo, so that I can identify that which paragraph I'm referring it. So I may be having multiple paragraphs, right? So then I can just give an unique ID for that. Then that is called demo. I'm just giving it here. So now what I'm just saying here, get element by ID. This is one of the method that we have it in the JavaScript. Okay. So the moment I say get element by ID, then this particular element will be get what is the name of the element demo. Okay, once I'm done with that one, then inner HTML, what I mean there is in the HTML itself. So the same HTML file we just equal to. So this is the thing, and what I'm just saying it here for this one, get the value of 5 plus 6 equal to what it is. So that's what you are just expecting it to do, that one. So that is the first script that we'll be seeing it here. Okay, that's this one method of doing it using document dot get element by id dot inner dot html. This is one method. Okay, so now just let me comment it here and then show it so it will be easy for you. So let me explain one by one so that I can easily learn that. So now I'm just doing only this small script. I'm just this particular document get element by ID, this particular ID of the item you are just getting it here, and then where you are displaying inner HTML in the HTML document itself, you are just going to print it here. So let us see what it happens. So let me save this one. Okay, and then just right click and then open the browser. You can just say. So now it has automatically calculated 11. Right, so this that means in the HTML file it is displaying to me. Okay, so I'm able to see it here. Okay, that value. So are you seeing 5 plus 6? You are not seeing that because the calculations will be happening, then the output of that one will be shown to you. Please note that it is inside a script tag, so that's why JavaScript is able to calculate it. But in HTML you cannot use this, right? 5 plus 6, can you do that one? You can't do. That's why it is a markup language, it is not a programming language. Okay, so now that we have done this one, okay, so now what I'll do is I'll just take another option how to do that one. Okay, the other option is to do this one. Same script what I'm writing it here document it remains same. Okay, this particular document you just straight away you are saying it right 10 plus 20. Okay, because here on the paragraph element you are just replacing that. Okay, so for you to understand whether how it was doing it, I just say that I mean the total is, that's what I'm just writing it in the paragraph. Ideally, it should display the paragraph to me, all right? Without descriptor, let's see first what it happens, okay? So now I will just check this one along with, we'll show it to you, okay? So now document dot write, so 10 plus 20, right? That means how much it should give, 30 is the value it has to give, okay? So now just let me run it here. So 30 it is giving it here, and just paragraph I return the text called the total is, okay? So now, for example, I'm just putting this. Okay, I'm just removing the comment now because this one also will be executed. This one also will be executed. Okay, since this element ID is demo, so where this paragraph item is there, that item will get replaced. You can see it here. This total is available, right? That will go away. Let's see that what happens. So now you can see it here, that is replaced by 11 itself. Okay, whatever the total is available, because that is how it is, because that particular element ID value it gets replace it. Okay, so that's what I just want to mention it here. Okay, now this is two are done now. Now let's quickly see how to get that in a button itself. Okay, so now I'm just done with this one. Okay, we use extensively button, right? When you click on the button, I just want to say 20 plus 20 is how much I want to get it here, right? So I just want to try it and just saying it in the button, the display will be try it. Then what it will do when I'm clicking on that, it will find the total value. I mean 20 plus 20, how much it is. So here again, if you see here document dot write, but you are just on click, you are just giving. So we'll be slowly learning what is this. On click is nothing but it is an event. and click event in the button. Okay, and what it should do, the document, in the same document you write, because you are in the same button, you write 20 plus 20, so you write that one and show it. That's what you are showing it here now. So let me save it and show it to you. So now instead of every time just running in a new browser, what I'm just doing it here is I just go to that page and just say reload. Now you can just see it here, try it, it is coming here. Okay, when I click on that, now you can see 40, because 20 plus 20 we gave, so that value is shown here. Right, 20 plus 20, so 40 that has come. Okay, that means that particular place, that button place, it will just get replaced. Similar way, the particular item ID, it gets replaced, right? Similar way to that. Now, as an alert box, I just want to display it here. This is what we are seeing that now, right? In the window.alert, I'm in 30 plus 30. So it automatically, so there is no need alert, we already seen. Even if you put window.alert or alert, the system can understand both. Okay, anyway, we'll be seeing that. Now, for example, 30 plus 20, how much it is? 50. So now I can just see it here. Again, just let me reload this file. Right, let me reload. So the alert comes, so you can see it here, 50, 30 plus 20, right? So that's how it can be done now. Then next one is about the directly, I mean, as I said, it can be with the window or without the window part of it. Okay, you can just put window.alert, or directly you can just put alert and then 40. That's also we can do that one. So the keyword window can be skipped. That's what is the note I just written it here. Okay, now you can just see it here. Now I'm just saving it here. Okay, now just reload it here. Now I'm just getting 60. All right. So now I'm just able to generate it. I hope you are all able to follow, right? And then next up, I mean, how to write it in the console. I think we have learned enough of time for this, right? So now just to remove the whole thing. So now let me only do the console part of it. All that you are doing is script inside the console. You are just putting 50 plus 20. Directly you are doing it. So it should calculate and show it to you. So I'm just again just going to the page. So now for this time I'm just, when I'm loading it here, okay, then nothing will be there because the output we have put it in the console, so it will not be on the page, right? So then that means I need to go to that console. Okay, just going here, inspect, you can see to the console, you get the 70 value, right? So now that you are now familiarized with the various ways by which the JavaScript can be run and then shown, the output can be shown, right? So but throughout the session, most of the time we'll be directly working with the console only, so for faster learning purpose. But whatever you are doing with the console.log, you can do with the document.write or alert, or you can do with the inner.html. So the different methods you can just follow. Okay, so that's how it can be. And as I mentioned, this all also can be done in single thing, right? A multiple script can run at a time, right? So now I'm just only quickly showing that one, and with that we'll conclude here now. Okay. So now I'm just keeping everything open. Okay, now all the scripts are available now. Okay. Now let me save it here. Now just go. Now just let me reload. Because I gave the alert 50, so the 50 has come. Okay. Because I gave the window.alert, which is 60, that has come. And then I have given the inner .html. So the 11 has come, and I have given the document dot. I just show you this. I just gave it. Window alert we have seen 50 alert we have seen that one, and then the document dot write. This is about the get element dot the 30 that you are getting it here, and then finally on clicking on the button you should be getting 40. So now I'm clicking the button, I'm just getting 40, right? So now we are able to see all of them, okay? But please always note that one, if you don't want your end user to see all these values like what you are seeing it here, then you always use the console.log. Whenever, for example, whether your program is properly written or not, you want to do the diagnosis. So in that case, better to follow the console.log. Okay. Okay. So it's given it here. For example, it should be, inner HTML or document.write. It should be used for testing purpose only, and if you are doing it, you can do that one. Okay, in case if you want to do any alert and all, you can use that part. Or on the browser, if you want to see for debugging purpose, and you can use the details. Console.log can be used. Okay, so that's how the JavaScript output will be happening. Okay, and next will be ours. So now the setting up the development environment. So till now I just shown everything in the browser itself, right? So you can also, some of them I just shown directly in the Sublime editor also. Okay. So you can always use VS Code. I recommend you to use VS Code so that right from your HTML learning to your complete full stack development, whether it can be Java or Python or whatever it is, you can use this same Studio. Okay, and in Sublime, and then the Node.js is the one which you can always, you can use this one, you can download and install it. I just show you a quick example of how it can be done. Okay, so that it will be easy for you. Okay, so what you need to do is just to go to this link nodejs.org. Okay, and just clicking on that here. Okay, so here you are having the latest version of Node.js. Okay, recommended for most users, and latest feature if you want to see, this currently it's an unstable version. Okay, always if you are learning something, you always go with the recommended stable version, and if you are doing R&D part of it, then you can or you want to support for the new version launch and everything. In that case, you can go for that. So kind of, but recommend you to use the stable version. Just all that you need to do is just click on it and download it, and then there's you just follow the standard instruction that is coming. Okay, it will be easy for you to do that one. Okay, so now just quickly let me show that one. For example, I'm just clicking it here. It gets downloaded. Okay, once the downloading is done, so now download is done. So okay, you just so now what you do, there's a download file, just click on this, and then you can just an installer will come into picture. Okay, you follow the instruction whatever is given here, you'll be able to do that one. Since I have already done my installation, so I'm not reinstalling it here, but the installation is very straightforward. So you just follow the next, and it will easily done. But once it is installed, okay, so you'll be able to see that one in the okay. So now once it is installed, you can just click on here and you can go to the start menu. You will see that one Node.js folder will be available, right? And when you click on this, it have the the Node.js, which is you can see it in the command prompt which you want to see. You can just click here and you can run that one. Okay. And the documentation, you can just go through that, and you can Node.js website you can go through. If you want to uninstall, you can use this. Okay, so all these things are available here. Now just want to check it your what version of Node.js is installed in your system. For example, if you see it here, 20.10 is the version that's currently being used, but I might be having the older version, but let me just quickly show that one. Okay, so now what I'll do is I just go to command prompt. Okay, so I just get this one. Okay, all that you need to do is simply just put node. That's all. So it will tell you that Node.js version, because I just use VS 18 is the version, now the 20 is available. Okay, then you know once the moment you put node, that means its confirmation to you is that it is the Node.js is installed, and the required version also will be showing it to you. Okay, once this is done, then what you do is you just go to your how to run this thing in your node. Okay, node is nothing but, as I told, in your computer how to run the JavaScript files. Okay, it's not going to the browser. Okay, so till now whatever you have done is on the browser, you have done it. On the node, how to do it. Okay, so now I'm just doing it here again. Okay, so don't worry what need to be done. All the details are written it here in the material itself. For example, you can just go to the next line. I mean, this is how we have done it. Just simply go open your command prompt and simply put node, then you will be getting that welcome message. Okay, and similarly, and so suppose you want to run that JavaScript file, then how to go about here? You can just see what I'm just doing it here is. I mean, so now you follow the same steps, whatever is given, you go to your respective directory where the JavaScript basics folder, like whatever I told to you. So you just create that folder and then you can keep it here. So now, for example, in my system, I have it here. So what I'll do is here is, I'm just, you can just see that one and you can do the same thing. Okay. So now what I'm just doing is I'm just changing the directory to directly, for example, I just change it to now D colon. Okay. Now I'm just changing my directory to Java script. This is the basics, right? So I'm into the directory now, and in that I have now what I do, I need to run it on the node, right? So now just say node. Okay, which file you want to run? You have to give the file name. Okay, so now I'm just giving index.js. Okay, so before actually I'm just running it here, let me show what is that page. Okay, I'm just going here, and this is my JavaScript basics folder, right? And in that I have index.js. This is the file. I just many contents are available, but I just only this particular line only now open. So what I'm just doing, allow JavaScript external through Node.js. This is what I just given the message here. So I just wanted to see this whether it is through the Node.js it is working or not. Okay, I just simply put that console.log whether to just to check it here. Okay, so now let me go and then write. I mean index.js, right? And let me go to the command prompt and just enter it here. Now you can see it here. Hello, JavaScript external through Node.js. That means this particular thing is working. Are you getting it here? So this value, what you are able to see that one. Okay. So likewise, any of the things can be done. Okay. I mean, suppose if you have written some function. Okay. Let me now comment here. Okay. I'll just show you a function, what is written and how to execute it here. Okay. So I have a function here. Okay. So I just have a function here which has a square of a particular number. It is creating it here. Forget about all these things. Anyway, I'll be just showing it to you. But let us see. Suppose I'm just giving the square of 5. I'm just giving it here by creating the function. Let us see my Node.js will give me the result or not. Okay. So now let me save this one. Okay. Now what I'm just going to make command prompt. And again, I just do the same thing. Enter it here. You see here, the square of 5 is 25. So that means instead of on the console in your computer also you'll be able to see it here. So that's why the Node.js is now is easier to do it in your respective computer itself. That's why it is called Node.js. Okay, but anyway, we are not going in detail about that. You can just go through the Node.js documentation for more details, and you can learn further. Okay, I mean, it's always good to first learn everything in the simple way, and then you can learn the advanced ones. Okay, so now let's get into the next one. So now we have seen how to run the JavaScript code in the Node, right? So far, any questions with this? We are going to complete the introduction part of it. I mean, about the JavaScript, what all things it can do, and how it can be done, right? So till now, we have just learned that one. Okay. And if you have any questions or queries, you can always feel free to write to me or call to me. I will be helping you. Okay. So now let's continue with the course content. Next one. Let's go through the variables, statements, and code blocks. All right. So, I mean, any programming language, it need not have to be in JavaScript. For every programming language, this structure will be followed. I mean, you need to know about the variables, how it is being declared, and what are the different types of variables. The variable declaration and variable types. Okay, you need to know about that. The next is about the statements. So how the statements are written. I mean, in every programming language, there is a specific syntax will be followed. Okay, or the tokens we call that. So how it will be used, and then how the code blocks, a set of statements, how it will be executed. So that's what we'll be now going through that now. Okay, that will be our the next module. So before getting into that, let's quickly just try to understand what is a variable. Okay, first of all, you understand that a variable is nothing but it is a memory location where you store a value. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here, I have a variable that means called the first name is a variable name. I'm just giving it here. I'm trying to store the name of the person. Similarly, I have a variable called last name. I'm trying to put the name of the person, and then the date of birth, right? That means I have a date type here, and then I have a age, and then I have an height. So I just have a 12 here. It is nothing but an integer type here, and then here you can see 160.5 means the moment you see a decimal values, then it is called as a float, right? So we can have that one, and then there are certain things like, for example, is the student is a new student. Okay, then if you say yes, that means it can be true or false, right? That means you have boolean. So you'll be having only two choices, yes or no. You'll be having it, and then a student may be having multiple hobbies. So that means I need to store the multiple things: dancing, painting, reading, all put together. So in that case, I can just put it in a array. So I mean, a variable type called array. I can just use it here. Suppose I just want to have all the marks scored by the student in different subjects: English 80, Maths 90, Science 85. So like that, if I want to keep everything together, then I can make use of map, because and then the different, these are all the different data types. Just only want to show it to you to just to get a feel of that. Okay, don't worry about that. What do you mean by array and what do you mean by, I mean, map and all those things. We'll be learning it. Okay, just only to understand that a variable is a one where you'll be, it is a memory location where you store the value. Suppose I have a variable name called marks code as one variable name. That means that variable can store a complete detail, all the marks of a particular student in a particular in that single variable itself, right? So I mean, again, if you see, if multiple hobbies are there, then all the hobbies put together in one single variable, I'll be able to keep it here. So that's why it is called variables. Okay, so now the declaring variables. So each, I mean, in JavaScript, the variables can be declared in four different ways. One is using var. Var stands for variable. Okay, the short name is var. And using let. So let, for example, let x equal to 5 or let x equal to y equal to 6. Then find value of x plus y. That's what you will be saying it here. So let, it is a very common to use it here. Okay, and then using constant. So const is transfer constant. That means this value will never change. It is a rigid, it is fixed. For example, you might be having a pi value of 3.14, some decimal values will be having it, right? So that means that there is a constant value, it will never change. So wherever you think that values will not change, then you can go with constant. Okay. And then using nothing, that means without even specifying anything also, I can just continue that. Okay. So these are all the four different ways I can do. But I mean, just one thing I just want to mention it here, that the variable is, I mean, the var type is no more in use, and which just to support the old program that is in place. Otherwise, you are requested to use only between let and constant only. Okay, because if you use where, the problem, I mean, we'll understand as you start working more into the programming side, what is the impact of where. I'll just explain over the period of time now. Okay, so just only, yes, at this point of time, you just understand that. For example, the examples are given here. For example, where x equal to 5, y equal to 6, and z equal to x plus 5. This also I can do that one. Similarly, let also I can just use it here, and then I can just put constant also, I can just use it here. Okay, or without even specifying anything, whether it is a var or let or constant, I can just directly put x equal to 5, y equal to 6, and z equal to this. Okay, so all these things also will be applicable. Okay, so these are all nothing but called as, I mean, the ways of declaring it. Okay, so now just quickly, I mean, having learned that one, the declaration part, let's see how it works. Okay, so I'm just copying it here. Okay, now I'm just going to my browser. You can just keep. I'm just clearing it here. Whatever. Okay, clearing the console. I'm just putting it here. Where x equal to 5, y equal to this one, and z equal to this one, right? So now I just want to find out the value of it. So what is that? I just simply put a z. So you know that value is 11, right? So it is returning the value to me. The same way I can just do with the, now I can just let also I can just do it here. Okay, I'm going here. I'm just putting let. So now if you see it here, I only used a x here, so that's why it is not allowing me to redeclare it as let. Okay, so now what I'll do, I just again clear the browser. I'm just putting it here. Now I'll be, okay, it's already being declared. Okay, so now the similar way constant, I can just do that one here. So now what I'll do is I just install this. I'll just open a new page. Go to console. Just write it here. Now I'm just keeping x equal to 5, z equal to this one, and just later I'm just putting it here now. You can see it here now. What is the value of z? You can just get less than 1. Okay. So that way you'll be able to do that one. Okay. So only one more thing is, like if you are using multiple variables, then the same variable name cannot be used for different things. So that means the variable names should be unique. Okay, so that's what you need to understand, that here basic things. Okay, so coming next to the, I mean here, as I mentioned here earlier, old time programmers, they were using only var only across the JavaScript. Okay, so in the new version, especially in ES 6 onwards, it is a let and constant were introduced. Okay, so that means what is that the let and constant will do? Just have a quick understanding so that you will be clear on this way to use it. So variable defined with let cannot be redeclared. That means once you use it, and you cannot redeclare that value in a different place. That's why you are now you're getting an error. Okay, and variables defined with let must be declared before use. I mean, before use itself, you should declare that one. Okay, and then variable defined with let have a block scope. That means within the block of the code only will be. Anyway, I'll have an example and show it you what it means. Okay. Similarly, constant also it cannot be redeclared. Okay, and it cannot be reassigned also. Okay, in case of let, I can reassign it at least, but in case of constant, because constant is a constant value, so you cannot just constant value again. It will get to say, for example, pi value, you just put 3.14, then you cannot just change that value again, right? Because it will never get changed. So the constant will not be reassigned, and then again the constant also will have a within the block scope only. Okay, that's here is an example which I told you about the pi part, and is the value can I have it. So though my initially I'm just giving pi equal to 3.14, this is declared. Again by just giving pi equal to, I mean 3.14, if I start giving that one, then it will not accept. Okay, and similarly for the same value, if you try to do any calculation, it will not accept because it is a constant. This value remains same. Okay, so if you just want to experiment it, just you can just do this quick example. So let me assume that the constant pi I'm just giving it here. Okay, let me go here. Constant pi I'm just giving it. I declared it already, right? Pa equal to the variable name. I just given it here. Now just say I'm trying to redeclare it again pi. Okay. So now what I just do, pi equal to, okay, pi equal to 3.14. I'm just giving it here. See now immediately you just get an error because it is a constant already declared. For the constant, you cannot just give a different value. Okay, so that is what the meaning of that. Okay, similarly with the pi value, I mean for the same pi, using the same variable, suppose I just want to use the original value plus 10 if you want to do also, it will not allow me to do. Okay, so this is the, I mean this is how you need to understand how the constant works. Okay, and then there are places where constant can be most commonly used, typically in arrays. Okay, the constant will be used because the array elements remain as it is. And then the object or any new function or regular expressions, whichever you are working on that. In all these cases, you will be having the constant will be used. Okay, so this is a very important slide, and it will give more clarity to you when to use let and constant. Okay, so please go through that, and it will be very useful for you for your future. Okay, so now that quickly understand the different variables, how it will work. Let us now, till now we declared about it, but how to assign a value to the variables, we'll just see it here. Okay, and so let's take a simple example here. Okay, I mean whatever I'm just showing it here, the same way you can also do when this material is shared. This entire material will be shared to you, so that you can just copy and then experiment whatever you want to learn it. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here is I'm just declaring four variable. I mean one is I'm just saying where the name equal to, I'm just giving my name Basma. Okay, and then the another one what I'm just doing it here is let, I just name one, I'm just giving it here, but I'm not assigning any value to it. That means what it is undeclared, okay, or undefined. And then I'm just giving name 2, again I'm just giving it here one more, and then name 3, again I'm just giving it here. So here just only to differentiate that, I can also use single quote, I can also use double quote. Okay, in JavaScript predominantly single quote is being used, so you can always use with that. Okay, and as I mentioned, the where is discontinued, so try to avoid using where wherever possible. Okay, so now, and one more thing also, I mean, though I'm just for the training purpose, I'm just using it here. And this semicolons at the end of it is not mandatory in the new version of the JavaScript itself. Okay, I think those who are familiar with the Python, they'll be knowing that Python doesn't use any I mean, end of statement identifier, right? The same way in JavaScript also you don't need this semicolon to be done. Anyway, I'll just show it to you so that you will understand the difference. Okay. So now what I'm just doing is here is I'm just copying the entire content and then putting it here into the console dot each one of them, just printing it so that you will be understanding them. Okay. So now I'm just going it here. Let me clear it now. Okay. So now I've just given it here name here. This is the where option, and the name one without any assignment I just given it here, and the name two I'm just given with a single quote, and name three with double quote. As I mentioned, just only to see that, but always prefer you can use single quote. You follow one single standard all across your programming, so that it will be easy for you. Okay. So now that if I just give it here, you can see when I give that value console.log name. So what is the name value here? Basavalingam, that is has come here. And in the second one, I don't have anything, so it is saying it as undefined, right? The third one also giving the result, fourth one also giving that means all means one and the same. That's what I just wanted to demonstrate it to you. Okay. Okay. Then next one is about the. I mean here, um, the same thing. What I'll do is I just do without the semicolon also whether it works or not. Okay, you would have already seen it here, and the semicolon is not here in the first case itself, right? So anyway, let me put everything one more time here. I'm just putting it here. So now what I'll do is I'm just removing the semicolon all the lines. Okay. So even including the console here with the function also, I can just remove it here. It's not mandatory. Okay. So now still you will be getting the same output only, right? So what I suggest is you just make it a practice now itself so that this habit will not come into you. Okay, using the semicolon part, and slowly you can discontinue that. Okay. Okay. And then so there is one more thing. So how do I do this? The variables also, there are different ways it can be again represented. I just show it here now. So let me again clear it here. So now what I'm just doing it here is I'm just I can also do like this. Let only one let keyword I'm using it here. First name equal to Basva, last name equal to Lingam. All right. So if you see it here, first name one Basva, last name one Lingam. That's what I'm just giving it here. So typically what happens is you'll be continuously declaring all these variable names and along with their values. This is an old practice actually. And the expected new practice is that you just put each one in a separate line like this. So let first name equal to like this, and let again one more time declare and last name equal to like this. Okay. So this way what will happen is your the code reading will be very better. Okay. And then if you see it here in all these cases also, okay. Now we just put an enter. So both will give the answer. Okay. So that's what I just mentioned to you. Okay. So this is one way of doing it. Now, so few things you need to know about it. Okay. In variables, you cannot, when you are declaring a variable name, you cannot use some of the keywords as a variable. Okay. For example, here where is there, let is there. So these are all the things they are called as keyword. Or for example, console is there. Okay. So all these things I cannot use it as a variable name. Okay, so that means I cannot use the variable keywords as a variable name. And always when you are creating a variable name, make sure that you just give a meaningful name so that you will be able to, I mean, um, understand later part of time when you are going through your code. So what it means you'll be able to understand, because most of the time people will write x equal to y equal to and all. So but you may not be knowing what is that x means, y means. But if you give just an exact thing, then it will be easier. For example, if you say first name, last name, it is very meaningful. I can understand that I'm just talking about the variable name of first name or last name like that. So you should be able to give that one. And then the variable name should be always starting with the alphabetic order It can be either capital letters or small letters. Okay, and also the dollar symbol is being used. That is for symbol notation purpose, and also the underscore only allowed. Okay, so it should not begin with any other thing also. Okay, this is also typical interview questions. What are all the letters in which the variable names can start, means you can use it. Okay, and of course you cannot start with a number. Okay, because once you are shown what is expected, then you cannot use a number like one name kind of thing. You cannot use that. But the number can be at the end, or like one whatever you say, name one, name two, like that. Okay, so like this it can be there, but the number one should not be in the beginning. Okay, and you cannot have a spaces or hyphen in a variable name. So for example, first space name I cannot give it. Okay, so first name means it should be one single word only. I should be. I can use an underscore. I can use that, or I can just use this one. But it's a good practice always to follow a camel case. Those who are new to the programming just want to say it here. What is camel case means? For example, you know the camel, right? Camel, the front portion will be very small, and then that hump will be there. So that is the where you will just see it here. The same way, if you see it here, this variable name I'm just showing it here, right? First name is there, right? The first letter will be small only. I mean, the first one it will not be capital. It is a small letter. I mean, lowercase will be having it here, and that then the subsequent words will have a capital letter. Like for example, first is one word and name is one word, but you cannot, but you will be just differentiating by this capital letter. Okay, this look like a camel, right? So that is the reason it is called camel case, and it is called as lower camel case because you are using the first letter as a small one, and the subsequent letter, the words begin with the capital letters. Okay, so if it is even F also, you are just making it as capital letter, then it is called as, I mean, upper camel case. Okay, but it's always a good recommended practice to follow lower camel case. And this approach you can even follow for the file naming conventions also. You can use it so that you will have uniformity of doing that. Okay, and then JavaScript accepts both double and single quote, but as I mentioned, you can follow single quote or double quote as a uniform practice, so that you not the code can be maintained neatly. Always declare variables with constant. Okay, or let, if you think that the value of the variable can change, means you can just use let. So that means the value of that will be keep changing during the execution of the code. Then you can go with let. So these are all the basic things you need to know about it. Okay, and then coming to the next one. So constants. Now we have already seen the example with pi, right? And the same way you can just try with the interest rate. And this is an experiment which you can do by yourself. Okay. So I mean, just doing it with let and also doing with a constant, and what is the difference? You'll be able to know that. Okay, you can experiment it and then do. All that you need to do is just copy and then put it into the console and then check it. Okay, and then now let's come to the types of variables. Okay, just a sample purpose. What is a variable? How it will be used? We see that one. Now we'll go in detail about that. For example, there are two major types: is the primitive types and then the reference types. There are two are available. Okay, so when you go to primitive types, okay, so when you say primitive types, let me show it in the presentation mode. Okay, so primitive types, you'll be having string, a number, right, and then you will be having the 1 minute. So string, I mean, JavaScript has a defined, I mean, predefined data types, so I need to follow that one only. String we have, and we have number and big int. Okay, there are two things. Number is normally, it includes both integer and float values. That means the decimal value is also allowed. But big int is the larger integers. If you want to use big int, can be used. Okay. Then we have the Boolean. Boolean, you all know, it is yes or no only. So you have option. And then undefined means you are not defined anything, so then it is also called as undefined. And then you have null means if there is no value assigned to it, then also it is called as null also can be there. And then I can also have a data type as object itself. I can have it here. I have shown in the beginning, right? Like students, their hobbies. There is an object. It can be an array or it can be any other things. So I can just create an object as well. And then there is a new data type called symbol is being used, and it is in year 6 onwards. So this feature you can anyway learn it more using ChatGPT, and you will give more usage and examples. Okay. And one more thing I just want to introduce, since I said ChatGPT throughout this session, and there are areas where we are given the ChatGPT part which you can explore it so that you can improve your learning better. Okay. And so, for example, here, if you want to know more about it, then you can just go to ChatGPT and then try to explain about symbol in this one. It will take care of that. Okay. And then anyway, I'll just demonstrate how to make use of ChatGPT also. Okay. Okay. So now what I'll do is I'll just show you quickly about ChatGPT. So ChatGPT, those who are already new to ChatGPT, I suggest you to go through the one of my video link how to work with ChatGPT. Okay, and once you sign in, it's a very simple thing only. You can just start using it. So what I'm just doing it here, explain symbol type in JavaScript. Okay, the moment I just give it here, what it is symbol and how it is being used, this example, everything it will give to you. All right. I mean, this is how you can always learn that. Your examples, practical things, how it is being used, you can go through that. Okay. And then coming to the reference type, before getting to the reference type part of it, so the primitive type, let's say and I take an example and then try to understand it here. For example, let student equal to John. I'm just giving it here. Here, if you see it here, it is a string because you are having everything a text content only, you are having that one. And then I have let a student age 30. Here, I'm just it is a number. It is a typically an integer, you can just see it here. And then whether he is a new student or not. So I'm just he is the new student. I'm just giving yes true. I'm just giving it here. You can only give true or false only, no other value. Okay, for boolean. Okay, and then I'm just saying let father name. I'm just not even defining anything. I'm just keeping it as it is. Okay. Now let father name equal to undefined. I'm just keeping it here. Okay. So undefined also one of the data types. That's what we are seeing it here. And then selected course, I'm just keeping it as a null. That means I have not selected any of the options. Okay. So these are all the things I'm just giving it here. So what is the type of this? I can just see. There is a function called type of. Okay. So using that, I'll be able to know what type of it this particular function is. Okay. So you'll be able to see. Now let's quickly just copy and run it. Okay. So now just what I'm just doing it here is I'm just copying this entire code. Okay, I'm just copying and go to my console. Okay, let me clear all the things now. You can just see it here now. I'm just putting it here for each of the cases. One string, one example, the number I'm just given it here, boolean I just given here, and then undefined I'm just given it here, null also given it here. So now what I'm trying to do here is I know what is the value it is going to print it. Okay. So now only I'm just interested is what is the type of that, because you are not declaring anywhere whether it is a string or whether it is a integer like that, you are not defining anywhere, right? And how does the Java understand that? Okay. So now how do we do that one? Okay. So now let me first run it here. Okay. So for example, here father name, I'm just putting it here all to declare it here. So this is only to demonstrate to you that the variable name can be unique only, it cannot be defined multiple times. So let father name, I just created it here. Again, the same father name, just putting it here. So which is not allowed. Okay. So that's why I'm just keeping it here now. So what I'll do is here, father name, I'm just putting it here, and then father name one, I just put it here. Okay, just only to differentiate it here. Okay, I just let me the console, what I just do it here. Okay. So now what we can see it here is student name John. What is the type of it? It is string. It automatically returns what is the data type, right? And then again type of age. Age is what? You have seen number. And then you have given new student true, you have given it here. Then true or false means boolean will take. And you have not defined any value, so that's why it is showing it as undefined. Okay. I just remove the father. I just father first name undefined. Okay. And then the student, because the selected course, I just set it as null only. So that's why it is showing it as an object. Okay, because when it is an object, you can just set the value as null. So that's how it is being defined now. Okay. So this is one way of how to find the type of the respective thing. Okay. And then next step. So now let's get into the reference data types called object data type can contain objects. It can be array, it can be function or date, it can be date objects, it can be number objects, it can be string object. I mean, and then it can be an error object. So many different types are available. Okay, just only a sample are given here. Okay, and now there is one word you are getting it here. What is the difference between literal and variable? Okay, so now the people very often use this particular thing in a programming language. What is a literal and what is a variable? Okay, and again, because I cannot write the entire differences in this presentation. So what you can do is the moment you have this one, so just immediately again go to ChatGPT and then just copy that. Okay, since you're already in JavaScript, so ChatGPT understand that you are asking in JavaScript only. So it just goes to here. So what is a literal? What is a, I mean, variable? So this will give some examples to you. So using that, you'll be able to understand it. Okay. So I mean, because I definitely want you guys to explore the things instead of if I give everything completely in detail, then you will not be exploring all those things. So that is the only reason. Some other things I'm just giving a lead so that you'll just go through that and then understand more about it. Okay. And then, so now let's get into the, now we'll start with the string itself. What are the operations it can be done with the string? Okay. So basic operation, we'll just see it here. Okay. So now a string is available. For example, let x equal to 16 plus 4 plus Volvo. I'm just giving it here. That means, 16 looks like a number, 4 also looks like a number. Then what this will do, 16 plus 4, it will be 20. And then what will happen, this is a string. So the 20 will be added to that. And 20 can be added to this one, technically it is not possible, right, mathematically. So what will be happening it here is it is concatenating it only. So it will be 20 Volvo. That's what it will be displaying it here. Let us see how it will display that. Okay. So let us go here. Just let me clear it now. So here it says, okay, so now because I already used this one, so I need to open a new one only. Inspect. And so let me clear it here. Okay, so now I'm just giving this value. So now I just wanted to know what is this value is about. Okay, so just simply say x. What is x is? You can see it here, 16 plus 4 is 20, 20 Volvo it gives. Alright. See, since I'm already in the console and I need not have to write it as console.log of x, I need not have to give it here. Okay, because since I'm just console, I'm just put x, what is the value of x, it automatically displays that. Okay, whether I just put console, I'm just give you an example here. Whether I put console, and you would have now noticed that whatever I just want to write it here, that options are available here. It is helping me to do that one also. Okay, now I'm just giving x. Okay, so both are one and the same only, you can see that. Are you getting it here? Okay, since I'm just already in the console and most of the examples, whatever we are doing, we will not be writing this. So I will be directly writing the value as x. I hope after this is clear to you. Okay, let us take another example how it comes. So for example, if I just give it in another order, okay, what will happen here? Now just say let x equal to Volvo. Again, it is saying it here. Okay. So now here, what is the value of x? See, Volvo, it is saying 164. Because what happens is Volvo, this gets added to this one, and now these two will become a string, and then again to that string you are adding 4. Okay, then what it is stringing, that is again this string can be added with the string only. So it's a 164 16 4 like that it comes. Are you getting it here? So that is the difference. We are here always from the left it will be start doing the operations. Okay, that means 16 plus 4, it is a number, it understands, it goes and make it as 20 and then Volvo it mix. But here it is from the left only, it is going Volvo plus 16, it is a string, and then 16 plus 4, again 4 again, it will be treated as a string only, it will be done. Are you getting it here? So this is how it will come now. Okay. And then, so here, as I told to you, I mean, in the string also, there is a possibility that you will be having it's all right when you want to say there is a single quote comes here. Okay. So in that case, what you need to more appropriate is that using a double quote here will be more appropriate. Okay. Then that means Java it automatically understand that this single quote is for this it's okay. But here in this case is called as Johnny. I'm just putting it here. So if I'm using Johnny here, then that means it's always better to use the double quote and then end with double quote. So that means that under it looks for the next double quote where it comes. That means till that it can be recognized string only. The vice versa also true. The Johnny, if you are using double quote, then you can start with single quote. So this is how you'll be able to do. Okay. So now look at the answers how it comes. All right. So now just let me put. So now is the answer. You can see the dynamically it will come when I say answer and not even completed, the first one is getting selected. Okay, the answer it is all right, it is properly printing. Okay, so now I'm just putting it as 2. It is immediately showing the 2 value is called Johnny. So Johnny, you can see single quote it is representing here. All right, and if we mark it as 3, so again 3 is called Johnny, it shows, right? So you will be able to see it like this. Okay, so that's how the string can be. I mean, how to handle, because this is one of the programming mistakes people find it difficult to put a single quotes which is inside the string. Okay, so it is a straightforward, very easy one to do it here. Okay, and then next, so let's quickly learn few numbers part of it, and there are more things we'll be learning it, but just only at the data type level, we'll just only understand the concepts of all the different data types. Okay, so now the numbers. So when it comes to the, I mean, many of the programming languages, right, you will be having different types. Maybe sometimes they call it as whole numbers like integers, or it can be byte, or it can be short, or it can be int or long. So all these different names they will be following for in case of integer. And similarly, they will be having the for the real numbers. Real numbers are nothing but the decimal numbers, and where you'll be having it is, I mean, it's called as a floating. So it can be 32-bit float, or it can be a double. That means 64-bit. That's what it will be followed. Okay. So if you have so many different ways of doing the things, then you will be getting confused, right? So what JavaScript has made is that the entire all this number, whether it can be 8-bit or 16-bit or whatever it is, everything it shows in a 64-bit floating point format only. Okay, so that means you don't not be having multiple varieties like short, long, int, and all those things. Float or double and all things are not required. Only one type called number. That's all. Okay, and if you have any extra large numbers, you all know that the exponential notation you will be following it like this. Okay, so you'll be seeing it here. And then, so if you see, uh, there's one more data type called big int. Okay, if the value is very long, like you can see it here, very bigger number. Okay, like almost it's about it's a 10 digit here. Again, one more 10 digits, one more 10 digits, almost 30 digits are there. Okay, such kind of larger values, you can go with big int of this particular value. You can just give. Okay, otherwise you can just only go with the number format only. Okay, right. So these are the two things that you need to know. So let's see it here. And next one is about the undefined and null. We already seen that one, right? Any variable can be emptied by setting the value to undefined, and this type will be also undefined. Okay, the type will also be undefined. That's what we have seen that, right? For example, we have seen the example where for example, the father name was not defined, right? For example, father name. I'm just putting it here, right? So it is saying father name is not defined, right? So now what we'll do is you can see it here undefined. Now suppose if I say father name, it will always give the output as undefined only, right? I can also set it as undefined also means like I can do like this also. So I'm just putting it as undefined. That means this value there is nothing is there. Okay. So this also I can just put it here. Please note that I'm not putting it inside a quote, single quote or double quote. So you need to make sure that it should not be. Okay, because the moment you put it as single quote or double quote, it will treat it as a string. So undefined means there is no value for it. That's what you are just going to say that. Okay. Now that interesting question will be go to ChatGPT and then try to find out when to use null and undefined in JavaScript. Okay, this is an exercise that you can do. Okay, and then there's one more thing you all need to know about the variables is that there are the programming languages called static and dynamic programming languages. Okay, so typically what will happen is in the static programming languages. Okay, so the type of the variable, for example, let name string equal to John. That means name is the variable, and then I'm saying that it is a string type, and then the value will be John. That's what I'm just giving it here. Okay, so okay, I'm just giving it here. Similarly, they let age and a number and value equal to 20. That's what I'm just giving it here. Okay, so that means what will happen. So now I'm just predefining the variable type here. Okay, so now just give an example. We'll just see that here. Let me clear it now here. Right, I'm just given it here now. Okay. Okay, so this is how typically it will be done in the other programming languages. But whereas what happens is here in the newer version of JavaScript, you are just only giving it like the variable name. I just show you what it is with the example, then I'll explain to you. For example, I'm just giving variable, my variable, hello, I'm just giving it here. Okay, and then you can just see it here. It is a string value assigned to it. Okay, and then what happens is the same variable, my var, I just again now I'm giving a number here. That means my variable can take based on the programming that particular reference point. So whatever the data type it is associated with that, it can take it. Okay. So now let me check it what it means. Okay. So now, for example, variable hello, I'm just giving it here, right? Now I'm just saying type of, okay, type of my var. What is the type of it is? It is string. It is okay. Now the same variable. Okay, I'm just again. I'm not declaring it again. I'm just using that. Okay, my variable. Now I'm just equal to. I'm just giving 10 number. Okay, I just given it here. Now what is the type of it? Now if I say type of my var, what is the type of it? You know it's the number. So same variable. And based on the context, initially it was a string, then later it has got changed into number. That is possible, right? So that is called dynamic programming language. So that means you are not validating the variable type at the compile. I mean during the before compiling it, right? Only at the runtime it is getting changed and it is being done. But whereas in the static programming languages, the variable type will be expected to be compiled beforehand, otherwise it will not allow. Okay, so that is the only difference. You need to understand that. Okay, of course there is again one more chat GPT exists for you. Compare static and dynamic programming languages in a tabular form. If you just give it here, it will show it to you what it is. Okay, I'm just giving a simple example what it means. Okay, like I can just chat GPT, the output I can just get it in a tabular form. That's what you will be learning now. Okay, can you see it here? It gives me now. So static language, what are the things? Dynamic languages, what are things it will give me? What is the options? Okay, so like this you'll be able to compare it here. See now I'm just controlling the ChatGPT output also. I'm for tabular form. I'm just asking it. It's giving me in a tabular form. Okay, I hope you are able to follow. Okay, the next. Now here comes like if I use where and let. Okay, so how does it make a difference to me? So let us see with an example, then you'll be able to understand. Okay, so what I'll do is I just copy this and just go to my console. Okay, let me clear all of them. So what I'll do is now I'm just creating a small function called addition. Okay, and don't worry about all these syntaxes and all. I'm just showing it to you here, but anyway, you'll be learning all these things. Okay, I'm just giving the variable x equal to 5. Okay, and I'm just using let y equal to 10. Okay, these are the two things I'm just giving it here. Okay, And just only to show that what is the impact of declaring it as a variable and declaring it as let, what it means. Okay, now you know that you're just checking you're doing a checking condition that whether y is greater than x. You are just checking it as y is greater than x here, right? If it is true, what happens is the variable x value equal to becomes 15. So what I'm just doing, x equal to, so earlier it is 5, I'm just changing it to 15. Similarly, what I'm just doing it here is let y equal to 20, I'm just giving it here. Okay, I mean inside the block, I'm just giving it as y equal to 20. Okay, now what I'm trying to do is I'm just trying to print it now. Okay, so now what I'm just printing here is now console x y. Okay, I'm inside the function. If you see all the things are inside the function, I'm just seeing it here. Okay, this is the function block. So inside the function, I'm just looking at it here. You can see it here now, xa value 15 is come. What happened? Because x was 5 here, but inside you are declared it as 15, so that x value has come to 15. Okay, but whereas y value, you can just see it here, it has made as 20 because you are using it inside the loop only, inside the function. The value is you are setting it as 20, so that is what it is showing it here. Then if I do a total of this one, what will happen? 15 plus 20, it is nothing but 35 it is showing. Okay, now if I do that here now, I mean the console, again if I'm just giving value of x here, okay, and what it will give me, I mean outside I'm just giving it here. Okay, so outside what I'm just getting the value x, I mean outside the function. Okay, so now x value what it is, it has taken as 15. Where it was 15, it's inside the where it is x value is 15, so it is made available here. But if you see y value is showing as 10 only because inside the let value, inside only it is 20, but outside it is still 21 only. So means 10 only. That's why it is showing it as 10. That means your total will be only 25. So now we see the total calculation itself will change by just doing the declaration with the where and let in a different way. Are you getting it here? So that is the impact of that. So that is the reason it is always not advisable to use where. If it is because you are always wanted to, your expectation is that outside if I execute it, it is 5 plus 15 only, then I should be getting, I mean 15 I should get the output. But now what happens, because you are changing the value of x inside, the expected output will be totally different. Okay, so to avoid that kind of scenarios only, you are not encouraged to use where and only use only the let. Okay, so it will be easy. So what context you want to use it. Okay, so now see it here now, the value of it here. Okay, so log of x value is what, 5. But sorry, inside what is the x value? 15. That's why you are getting it as 15. What is the y value you are getting it here? Because you are setting it as 20, so 20 has come. Then what is the total x plus y? It is 35. That's what you are just seeing it here. Now outside the function, now what is happening? X value is, because you are using varchar as the thing, so it is changing the internal, even inside the whatever the value is set, it has become 15 only. But y value is, since it is a letter, so whatever the, because this internal one is applicable only for the inside internal only, but once it is outside it will not be no more valid. Okay, so if here then it is taking 10 only, then you can see 10 and then the sum will be 25. Hope you are able to understand it now, right? So it's you need to use only latent constant for better results. Okay, and then so quick thing about the statements. Okay, so far knowingly or unknowingly you are doing some of the statements already. Already in the sense, for example, here each and every, here the variable declaration statement. This is called declaration statements, right? Because you are saying just x equal to 5, and then it is and you are ending the statement. Each line is called a statement, right? So this is called declaration statement. And whereas here if you see if is there and inside the if you are just putting this one, these are all called conditional statements. Okay. And like this you will be, I mean you have function here, so it's called functional statements or functional block you will be calling it. Okay. So like that you can I'll just go back here. In JavaScript, statements are individual instructions or commands that are executed by the JavaScript engine. That's what you are saying it here. When the moment you declare a variable at the end of the statement, it will be executing it. Okay. And statements are building blocks that make up. Okay, let me put it in the slideshow more. Right. So now the statements are building blocks that make up the JavaScript programs, and they are executed sequentially unless altered by the control flow statements like loops or conditional statements, right? We'll be learning them shortly. Okay. So always it is right from the top to bottom, it will be executing it. Okay. So different types of statements will be like a variable declaration you would have seen, variable assignments. For example, x equal to 1, y equal to 10, like that. If you are declaring, there is nothing but variable assignment statements. Then you have the loops, conditional statements, and control statements like for loop, while loop, you'll be knowing it. And similarly, conditional statement means it is nothing but if then else statements will be using it. And then control statements, it will be like pass, continue, or switch statements, all will come into picture. Okay. And then function declaration and invocation, that's also one thing we have seen just now. And then the return statement, like in the function also you'll be using return statement, so that's also possible. And then these are the error handling statements like a try catch statements, we will be learning them again. And then the throw statement also. So like the different statements are available in JavaScript. Okay. So only thing is the few of the best practices here is the semicolons at the end of the statements are not required, because earlier they used to put the semicolons at the end just to only to say that this is the end of the particular statement. That means the compiler can start executing it. Okay, till the time it will be keep reading that. Okay, and so here the semicolon at the end of the statements are not required, but it is used for better readability only. Nothing additional value now. Even if you miss also, nothing will happen. And then JavaScript ignores the multiple spaces. For your readability, you can have so many spaces in between, but it will not look into the thing, because they are just only making it for readable purpose. And then always make it as a good practice whenever you are using the operators like plus or minus or any of the operators, your symbols you are using it, right? You just give a space before and after, and so that whenever the line is expanding, so it will automatically get move to the next line. Okay, at the end of the operator part. And then always try to make sure that the code line is within the 80 characters, it will be written on each line, so that it will look better for better readability. Okay, in case if it is not fitting into one particular line, what you can do is you break it in after a particular operator, so that it will be easier, not in between a word or something like that. Okay, so these are some practices what you can follow with the statements. Okay. The next is about the code blocks. Okay. So in the code blocks in the JavaScript, the code blocks are used to group statements together. I mean, one or two statements joined together, it will be executed as a code block. Okay. So we'll just give an example here. For example, let x equal to 10. I'm just giving it here. If x is greater than 5, okay, then what you are doing is here, I mean, if the condition I'm just writing it here, then if it is yes, this set of block will be executed. Okay, if it is else, and this set of blocks will be executed. Okay, so each of the block is a code block is called. I mean, they are shown in a. I mean, curly braces, right? Like this. So this and the things between these curly braces are called as the code block. Okay. So if this particular condition is satisfied, this block will be executed. Otherwise, this block will be executed. That is the meaning of it. Okay. So in JavaScript, the code blocks are used to group statement together, and code block is defined by curly braces, as I explained. and contain one or more statements. It can have multiple statements in one block itself. Like I just shown, the two are there. In this case, only one is there. Okay. And then code blocks are commonly used with the control flow statements mainly, right? So like in case of if statement or for loop, while loop, and in these cases, you will be seeing that code blocks are predominantly used. Okay. So anyway, as we start learning more, you'll be understanding that. Okay. I hope you are able to follow up to this. And so far, whatever we have covered is about the introduction to the JavaScript, the next module about the variables, statements, and the code blocks, right? So these are all the basic things which you have learned so far. And do you have any questions? And if there are no questions, I'll be continuing to the next session, next module. Okay. So now let's quickly go through the course content here. So now next module will be about the operators and expressions. Okay. So in every programming languages, again, the various operations that you are creating, operators available, and then using the combination of operators, you'll be able to create certain expressions. Okay. Right. So we'll see what are those JavaScript operators and expressions. Okay. So there are various types of operators are available in JavaScript, and again, this is not only limited to JavaScript; it is applicable for any programming languages. Okay, and yeah, I said that's the reason I said since you are this is the first programming language you are learning as part of this course, so try to give enough importance here so that the rest of the programming languages you can easily pick it up. Okay, so because any all the languages, these things fundamentals will not change. Okay, so that means any programming language, the operators like arithmetic operations. Okay, so arithmetic operators will be there, and assignment operators will be available. Comparison operators. Then you'll be having the logical operators, and then membership operators, and then identity operators. Okay, and then there is something called bitwise operators. Okay, and then type operators, like we have seen already type of, we have already seen how to use it, right? This will give you what is the type of the variable, right? So that's called type operators. And then there are about there are special operators are also available. We will also learn about them. Okay, and here you need to understand what is an operator and what is an operand. Okay, so I'll just explain what is an operator and operand maybe in the next slide. So let us take the arithmetic operations. Okay. So arithmetic operations is that the operation you are performing between two numbers or two variables. Okay. Right. So here, if you look at it here, I'm just simple addition operation. Right. The operator will be plus. Okay. So you are just you have two numbers x and y. So just I'm just using a plus symbol. This is the plus. The plus is called as the operator here. Okay. That means the items, the side of the operators are called operands because these two are getting operated, right? They are called operands. Okay. So now plus is the operator, x and y are called operands. Okay. I hope now it is clear what is operator operands means. Okay. So now for example purpose, let me take x equal to 20 and y equal to 3. Okay. So as we said, right, I mean variable declaration without even specifying the type of, I cannot specify it like, I mean without using let or a key, I mean constant keyword also I can just declare it here, right? So that way also I'm just taking x equal to 20, y equal to 3. Let us do all these operations. Like again arithmetic operations, you have different one is addition, subtraction, multiplication, division, all these things will be anyway will be knowing. Then modulus is used by percentage symbol. Okay. Then you have exponentiation. There is nothing but to the power, right? To the x to the power of y. That means it's you want to do that, you can do that. Then there are iterators, which will be explained in the subsequent slide and more about that. I mean, please ignore this line. In detail, it is explained. Okay. So now here, if you look at it here, So let me take x equal to 20 and y equal to 3 and then try to demonstrate these operators quickly. Okay. So before that, let me delete this. It's not required. Okay. So now how do I do that here? So I'll just go to the console. Okay, let me clear the console. I'm just saying that x equal to, what is the value given? X equal to 20, right? And then I'm just simply giving y equal to 3, right? So these are the two variables I declared it now. Okay. Now I need to find out the value of x plus y, right? You can see it here, x plus y equal to 23, right? So directly it calculates here. Similarly, x minus y, the difference between 20 minus 3 is 17, right? Now x multiplied by y, so it is nothing but 60. 20 into 3, 60. So x divided by 3, so you will get 6.666 value, right? You just directly see. Now x mod is nothing but percentage x mod of y. So that means what? Mod will always give the remainder to that, right? So that means x divided by y, that means 20 divided by 3. So then what will be 20 divided by 3 means 18. The 2 is the remainder, so the 2 remainder will come here, right? Then next x to the power we need to see, right? So now what I'm just doing, x to the power is double, I mean multiplication symbol, double star, and then you'll be just giving power y is 3. So now you know that 20 to the power 3 is nothing but 8,000, right? So you'll be able to see it here, right? So you can just see that this is the value that will keep coming. Okay. And there is something called floor division, and which is represented in a double backward slash symbol. There is a thing symbol, but this is only applicable only in case of Python, or maybe any other language is possible. But in JavaScript, this operation is not available. Okay. So I'm just only, I mean, at this point of time, I'm just giving you one interesting learning for you with how to learn with ChatGPT. Okay. So, for example, I'm just learning about arithmetic operators, right? So now I just want to quickly learn parallelly the arithmetic operators in different languages, right? What I'll do is compare, yes, in JavaScript, right? JavaScript. I'm just putting Java, Python. I'm just also adding, I mean, C++ also I'm just adding it here. And you can just put any number of programming languages, okay, in a tabular form. I'm just giving it here. Okay, let us see how it prints. All right. So you can just see it here how interesting it is. I mean, addition, all the languages is common only. Subtraction it is common, multiplication common, division common. There is no change in that. Your model is also percentages only it is being used. Okay, and then increment you can just see plus plus is here. Here it is a different option is given here, Python and C++ it's a totally I mean, it's almost same. And then decrement is minus minus, you will be using it here. All right. So likewise, you will be able to know compare different programming languages. What is the syntax that is being followed in the arithmetic operation? Though it can be easier. The similar way, this is easiest way for you to learn quickly. For example, you are all into learning. I mean, either you want to become a Java full stack developer or Python full stack developer, right? That's what you are all aiming for it. Okay. So then your learning time should be reduced as quickly as possible. That means when you are learning JavaScript itself, parallelly to explore this like this, then you'll be able to quickly understand the Java part and Python part, so that you can just quickly reduce your learning time. Okay, this is one more way of doing that. Okay. Okay, coming to the next one. So here now comes to the same arithmetic operators. The continuation is the increment part of it. For example, x plus plus, what it will be happening. Suppose if I put the plus plus just before the x value, what will happen? Similarly, decrement, post decrement, that means after x, I just put the minus minus means the decrement. Okay, and or pre-decrement means before first you minus it and then you just update the value of x. So that's what we are going to do it here. So let us see how that outcome is going to be, so that you will have a clear idea about it. Okay. So for example here, now let's consider let x equal to 20. Okay. So now let me go to that. Let me clear the browser now. Sorry, console. So now x equal to 20, I'm just giving it here. Okay. Now let us see the outcome. I'm just giving let y equal to x plus plus. That means post increment. Okay. So let me first explain what will be the output. Then it will be easy for you to understand it. Okay. Now what I'm just doing y equal to x plus plus. I'm just giving it here. Okay. Now let me understand the output first. Okay. So now if you look at it here, the x value is showing it as 21. Okay. And whereas the y value is still 20 only. Okay. So now what do you need to understand by this is that my x value is what? 20. Okay. And let y equal to x plus plus. That means y, what happens is y value is x and it is incremented. Okay. So now this is post increment. Okay. So now what happens is this is the post increment. So post increment, what is the value of x? Here the post increment, what of the value of x will be become 21. That's why x is shown 20. But what is the value of y before the increment? That will be shown as 20 only. Okay. So that is the meaning of that. That means the change will happen only after the increment. In the x value, but y value doesn't impact, because you are just y value, you are just putting the x. After that you are incrementing it. So that's what the meaning of that. Okay. So now just read, the explanation is given here again. X is incremented after the current value is assigned to y. Okay. So because after the current value is assigned to y, it is incremented. So that means what happened? Y gets the original value only, and then x before the increment. So whether x value of x before the increment, whatever it was there, the same value only it retains. Okay. So now you can just do the same thing for the pre-increment. Okay. So pre-increment, if you try, you will see what is the output. Now that I given the explanation, now you should be able to tell that one. Okay. So now what is the pre-increment will be? Now x value remains 21 still, right? So now what I'm just doing it here is, okay, so here I need to clear it up, otherwise what will happen is the earlier value of x and y will have an impact. Okay, so let me first clear that now. So now let me put x equal to 20. Okay. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here is, if you see it here, this is before increment, it is increasing the value. Okay, so now what happens is my y value will be just incremented first, and then what is the value of x that will be shown. So that means what is increment of x? So 20 is the incremental value is 21, then y value is 21. Okay, then what is the value of x will be set now? It will be, the new value will be 21, because it is incremental by 1. So that's why both are coming as 21. Okay, I hope you are able to understand that difference. Okay. So you can again just check the material and do that. You'll be able to understand that the difference between this. Similar way, decrement. Once you understood that, the same is the same case here also. Now, let me say here. Here, if you see it here, where my value has increased to 21, so that's why you'll be getting confused. So I'm just clearing it here now. I just put it here again. Let x equal to 20. Now you can understand the difference. So now what I'm just doing, x value is 20. Okay, initial value. Okay. Now y value is, x value, whatever it is available. After x value, you are just decreasing that. Okay. So that means what will happen to my y value? Y value is 20 only. Then after that, I'm just decreasing it. Then my x value will become 19. That's why you can see it here 19 and 20. Okay. Same way you can just do for the pre-decrement. So you can see it for the pre-decrement here. So let me again clear it here, okay, because my previous value will have a lot of impact. Okay. So now what I do, x equal to 20. I'm just again just giving it here. Okay, now just it is, pre-decrement, I'm just giving it here. Now what happens is my y value, first I decrement the x value and then I'm doing it here. So now what will happen? My y value is decrement first. That means 20 value decrement is when you are doing it here, it will become 90, will become 20 will become 19. So y value will be 19. So now what will be a new x value? It will be 19. So now the output should be 19. Are you getting it here? That's how it will come. Okay. But make sure that this will not be continuously used because the value will be keep changing it. For example, I'm in 1990, right? If I again use it again, you see if I'm just continuing it here, now my value gets changed. Okay, that's why I was clearing every time because now my new x value is 19, new y value is 19. Okay, based on that only it will be calculating it here. Again, if I do one more time, the same thing, my new value changes, right? So that's how we need to look at that this particular thing. Okay. Now arithmetic operators are done now. So let's go to the assignment operators. Okay. So assignment operators, maybe initially to start, it will may get confusion to you, but if you understand one thing, then you can easily do the remaining part of it. Okay. So for example, till now what you have been doing, knowingly or unknowingly, you are following the assignment operators. Like, for example, when you say x equal to 20 or x equal to 10, so what happens is you are just knowingly or unknowingly, you are just doing the assignment operators. Okay, so when you are giving equal to, it automatically takes that one. Okay, so this is an assignment operator. And the same way, for example, if I give before coming to plus equal to operator, okay, so here you try to understand this. For example, x equal to 20, I'm just having it here. Okay, now x plus equal to 10, if I'm just giving it here. So what that means is it is as good as, first you understand this, x equal to x plus 10. Okay, what is the original value of x? X is 20, and then you just add 10 to that, then you bring the, what will be the new value of x? It will become 30. Okay, so but instead of showing this way, so this can be simplified like 2 times x. Here also x is there, here also x is there. So what you are doing, bringing the x to the one place. So I'm just bringing this x here together. Okay, and then what I'm just doing it here, this plus symbol is available, right? I'm just bringing it here. Okay, before the assignment operator, and the value I'm just showing it here. That's the only thing I'm just doing. Okay, so by bringing that, it becomes the operator we are just seeing it here, right? So that means x plus x minus is there, okay, and equal to, you just bring it here. X is already available, so you just tell. Okay, you just do an example, then you'll be able to understand it here. Okay, for example, let me clear it here now. Now, for example, x equal to 20, I'm just given it here. Okay, right? Now x equal to x plus 10, I'm just giving it here. Now you know already what is x. X is 20. Okay, so the 20 value is available. In that you just add that to 10, and then the new x value will be what it is. The new x value will be 30. Okay, so now instead of x equal to x plus 10, instead of writing that, okay, so now what I will do is, let me clear, okay, let me clear it here. Now let me say x equal to x, sorry, plus equal to, okay, I'm just giving 10. Okay, before that let me write x equal to 20. Okay, and then now what I do, x plus equal to, that means I'm just adding that arithmetic operation to x value, and then I'm finding out what is the total value. Okay, so now what I'm just doing, what is the value I'm just adding? 10. So I'm just adding it here now. So now I'm just getting 30, right? It is only just a representation change. Okay. So if you understand this basic, like how this is being written, x equal to x plus 10 is there. In a simplified way, I'm just representing it as plus equal to, right? So similar way, I'm just putting it as x equal to x minus 10, suppose if you want to do that one. Okay. And the same thing also, I'm just putting it as like this. Okay, the similar approaches only I'm just doing it in this examples, and then you'll be able to follow that. Okay, so that means in all these cases I'm just keeping x is as 20. Okay, I'm just doing now x minus 10, I'm just doing it here. Okay, same operation, I'm just doing it here now. So now for it's always safer to use in this way. Now x equal to 20, right? And then x minus equal to, right? I'm just giving 10. Then what will happen? From 20, the 10 will be deducted. So that's what it will, right? Is that 20? Sorry. So because I'm just using that, let me clear it and do. So now x equal to 20. Okay. Then x minus equal to 10. I'm just giving it here. Now you see the value, it is 10. That means from the 20, you are deducting 10, and that value will from where, which was the new x value we are just giving it. Okay, so now we are getting the value as 10 here. So like this you can do for multiplication. Okay, so what you need to do, just clear it. So now x equal to 20, all right, and then x again multiplication equal to, okay, and then you are just giving the value of 2. So for example, I'm multiplying it by 3 means, okay, now you can see 60 it will come. Okay, so this is a simplified notation which is equivalent to x equal to x into 20 value. So that's what the meaning of that, right? Sorry, that x into 3 value you are just giving it here. X is already 20 and 3 is getting multiplied. X equal to x into 3 you are representing it like this. Okay. So this is how the assignment operators will be able to know about it. Okay. So all the things are available, including square root also. You can just have a simple notation part of it. Okay. And similar way, you have a similar assignment operators for the bitwise operators. So this one for time being, you can just leave it. Later you can understand them. Okay. So now coming to the comparison operator. So now the word itself clearly says comparing. So comparing is now two different values, right? When you compare two different values, the outcome will be only looking at whether it is true or false. Only you'll be getting an outcome. Okay. What are the comparisons we'll be normally making it? Again, use your common sense part. Okay, what is the common sense it says? For example, when you have to compare two different numbers, what will be saying it? These numbers are equal or they are not equal, or one number is greater than the other number, or one number is less than the another number, or greater than equal to, I can say, or less than equal to, right? So that's why you can just see that all these comparison operators are available here. Okay, right? So let us do the simple example here. As I told that it can only return Boolean value, that is either true or false only. If it is equal means it will give it to you. Okay. So now just simple example of, let me take x equal to 20 and y equal to 10. Okay. Now let me clear it here. So now x equal to 20, y equal to 10 and just given the values. Okay. Now what I'm trying to do is equal to, now I'm just declaring, I can directly do it here. For example, x double equal to y. I'm just asking it there itself, right? Whether x is equal to y or not, I'm just checking it here. Please understand that x equal to double equal to, there is one more thing called triple equal to also will come into picture. You need to be thoroughly understanding it here. Okay. When I say x equal to y, when I'm giving it here, it means that you are assigning the value of y to x. Okay, so that is your assignment operator, x equal to. But when you say x double equal to means it is a comparison operator. That means you are comparing x and y are equal or not. So now since the x and y are not equal, it is showing it as false. Okay, so now just instead of again, for example, okay, so let me now do this one. Now let me check whether x is, sorry. So now what I'm just doing it here is, now x not equal to y, I'm just asking it here. So now it is showing it as true, right? It's showing it as true. Not, this is a not equal to function because both are not equal. So that is true, right? So that's why you are getting true value. So now the rest of things are self-explanatory for you guys, right? So for example, x greater than y, I'm asking it here. Okay, true. I can just simply change it here itself. Less than y, less than, it shows false because x is not less than y, right? It is showing false. So similarly, less than or equal to, whether x is less than or equal to, it is saying it is no. So whether it is greater than or equal to means it may be correct. It will be showing true. Alright. So like this also you'll be able to do it here. And other way of doing it also, I just want to show it here because I'm in the console, I'm able to do it here. Otherwise, I can just assign a value of z equal to, right? I can just put z equal to x greater than y. For example, I'm just giving it here. That means what will happen? Z value will be this comparison. So x greater than y. Is it x greater than y? True? Yes. Then what will be the value of z? Z will be true. So let us see that one. So it is returning the value of z equal to true. So I'm just giving z equal to, simply if you put z value is true. Okay, so like this I can do. Okay, so the comparison operators are very simple, straightforward, right? And then let's get into the next one, logical operators. When you say the word logic itself, what is logical? Whether you would have used and, or, and not, the three logical things, right? Whether x and y are together is satisfying certain condition or not. Okay, either any one of the conditions are satisfied or not. In that case, you will be just going for or. Not means it is not satisfying the particular condition, means you are just showing it as not. Okay, so here again, just I'm trying to take an example here and then show. And here, for the benefit of a quick comparison, I just given Python. As I already told to you, you can parallelly then and there you can just compare your language of interest, and then you can do that. So I mean, in case of JavaScript, you will be writing it as a 2 ampersand as the under condition. But whereas in Python, it is directly A and D. You will be typing it. So here you will be having the pipe symbol, but here you are just using R. Okay, so here an exclamatory mark you are using it for not, and here it will be NOT will be given here in Python. Okay, so now let's quickly just do this one and what is the outcome. I'll just explain that. Let me clear it here. So now what I'm just doing is, so now x equal to 20, I'm just given it here. And then what I do for the z value, whether x is greater than 0, I'm just checking it, yes, it is greater than 0. And is it x value and x less than 25? Okay, whether it is less than 25 also, I'm just checking it here. And I'm just putting both and conditions. I'm just, if both the conditions are satisfied, then okay. So in this case, if you see it here, x is definitely greater than 0 and then less than 25 is fine. Then it is returning true. So what should be the z value? The z value will be true only. Okay. So here also the outcome will be always true or false only. Okay. So now you can just see it here. True. It is what the value it is returning it here. Okay. Now let's go to the next example. So R. Okay. So now just let me take the value here and then show it to you. So now let's take, for example, again x20. I'm just y. I'm just giving it as 10 here. Now what I'm just doing is whether x is less than 5. I'm just checking it here. Okay. Is it x less than 5? No. Is it x greater than y? X greater than y, yes, so why it is y, it's greater than y condition, but I'm just, what is this thing I'm using it here, R. So that means if any one of the condition is true, then it will be treated as true. Okay, so now I'm just returning it here. Now you see, you will find it as true. Okay, because this condition is satisfied, or this one, anyone is satisfied, that's fine. Okay, but again, when I'm saying it here, when I say and, I'm not only limiting to two, right? I can have three valid things, three conditions also, and also I can have it here, right? I can also have multiple R's also, I can just have it here, right? Or I can have a combination of and or can be possible. Okay. Then when both and or are combined is available, and takes the top priority and then or comes into picture. That means how do I do that prioritization part of it? You need to use the brackets properly so that the conditions will be met. These are all the fundamental mistakes any programmers will be doing that. So please make sure that the priority of how it will be executed. Okay. And so now if you see it here, in this case true, and the next is the last one is the not part of it here. Okay, so it is the same as the previous one only. I'm just putting it in a reverse way. Okay, so what I'm just doing it here is, so now for example, if you see it here, x is 20 and z value, what I'm just doing it here is not. Okay, so not means it is opposite of it, right? So now what I'm just, whether z, I mean here x greater than 0, I'm just checking it here. Okay, and or less than 25, what I'm just doing it here, I'm just checking that value. Okay, so that not z equal to will come here. I'm just checking it here, whether x greater than 0, yes, I'm just checking it. and is that x less than 25? Yes. So that means it is true, right? It is true. But I'm just not. I'm just using it here. That means the opposite of true. I mean, then what will happen? The answer should be false. You can see it here. It is coming as false. Okay. So that's what you need to know about it here. Okay. Not is nothing but the inverse of the data will be giving it. Okay. So now let's get into the logic. I mean, this completes the logical operators. Now let's go to the membership operators. Okay. So this membership operators are, by looking at that membership, it is clearly understood whether that particular value is existing or not in a particular set. Okay, that's what you are just looking at here. Okay, whether it is that particular value is a member of that particular group or group particular set or whatever you call it. Okay, so you'll be just looking at it here. For example, I'm just taking an example of an array, and also I'm just taking an example of a string. Okay, and then trying to find out whether it is available or not. In Python, it is straightforward. It is just given as for example, two things: whether it is a member, means whether it is a member in n, you will be having it here, or not in a member, not a member, you can just put it here. Okay, okay. So here, for example, in case of JavaScript, what happens is here you will be having, for example, x value is there, x, whether it is including that particular value or not, I'm just checking it here. Okay, so if it is true, means it will return true, and otherwise it false. Again, membership operators also will give only boolean value, that is true or false only it will give. Okay, so let's quickly just take an example of a simple array. Okay, anyway, array you will be learning more in subsequent things, just only for learning purpose here. So now what I'm just doing it here is, so now x equal to 10, 20, this one I'm just giving it here. Okay, so now what I'm trying to do is whether the value of 20 is available in x or not. I just want to confirm it. So how do I confirm that? Okay, so now I'm just giving it here. Now let's see whether it is x dot includes 20. I'm just checking it here. So 20 is the available, right? So it says that one. Suppose if it is not available, so what will happen? Okay, so it is nothing but you just try to give a number 50, then it will show that it is false, right? That means it is not in that. Okay, so let me do that same thing here. Now instead of 20, let me give it as 50. So it's returning false to me. That means it is not in this particular membrane. Okay. Same way I can just do it in a text also. Okay. So I'm just, for example, I'm just taking it as a text here. Okay. Y. So now if you look at it here, y equal to welcome. I'm just giving it here. Okay. So this is the text I'm having it here. Now I want to see whether the term come is available in this string or not. I just want to check it here. So what I'll do is here the same approach. So now I mean z equal to y, whether it is includes or not. Okay, y dot includes, come is available or not. I'm just checking it here. If it is saying yes, true here, right? Because it is available. Suppose I'm just trying to put come. Suppose welcome. I'm just putting it here exclamatory mark whether it is available or not. Since that particular thing is not available, it returns false to me, right? So that's how the membership operators can be done in a thing. Not in is just nothing but you are just trying to put the other value. Okay. There is one more way of doing it also. For example, in this array, I'm just putting that. I'm trying to find out. For example, I know what is the index position of each one of them, right? How do I know? Okay, these are all the things which you will be learning it here. And for the time being, at least I'm just putting it here how it can be working. Okay, so what do this mean and how it is, all you will be able to know that. Okay, shortly. So now there's one way of doing it here is, for example, I already have my x value. So now what I'll just do is, so now for example, that x is there X is nothing but what? X is 10, 20, 30, 40. That's array I'm having it here. What is the index of 25? Index of 25, I'm just checking it here. What is the index of 25 here? There is no item called in 25 here. Alright? That means if the nothing is available, then the index position it will show as 0. I mean, sorry, -1. Okay, so now if the value is -1, now you see the -1 value it is returning. That means it is true. That means what happens if it is true means it is not available here. Okay, because it is -1. Okay, suppose if I have that value, okay, what will happen is you see. For example, index of, I'm just giving the value as 20. 20, I'm just only want to give a quick introduction here. The index of means 0 is the first item will be 0, second item will be 1, 2, 3. I will explain in detail in the subsequent part just for your information only. So now where is that index position of 20, 20, 0, 1? The 1 position will be there. So let us check this one. So now it is there in the one position. So that means its value is not equal to -1. So anyway, it is false. So that's why it is returning it here. Okay. So that is one more way of doing it here. Either I can just directly put that number whether it's available or not, or just by looking at index position based on my context, I can use that. Okay. So the same thing in Python, just only for reference, and just given it here. In Python, it is straightforward. Whether x a 10 in x is there or not, we will be checking it here. Similarly, 45 not in X, like that I'll be able to do. Okay. So this is Python, so you can just explore that. Okay. Then the next one is about identity operators. So when you say identity operator is nothing something to do with your data types. Okay. Are they both are identified by the same data type? Okay. So now what will happen is if you, for example, if you have two values, for example, here I just given it here x equal to 20, I given it here. You know very well what is this identity? It is a number. But y value, I'm just putting it in a quote. Then the moment you are putting it in a quote, you know it is a string value. Are they both are same? No. So their identities are not same as that. So that means you need to ensure that both the type and the values are same or not. I mean, that's what we are just comparing it here. Okay. So now in this case, now let me take same value here now. Let me clear it now. So far if you have seen it here, all these operations we are doing it only in the console, right? So there is nothing you needed for you to learn JavaScript so easy, right? So now you can just see it here, X I just gave 20, Y I'm just giving it an 20 part of it. For your interest for exploration, you all know that. So type of you can just give type of X equal to, if you see it is a number, okay, and then next type of Y equal to, you can just see it here, it is string. Are they both are the same data types? No. All right, but technically if you look at it, it look like both are same, one and the same only. So now what I'm just doing it here is X. It's where I was telling. So if you give 1 equal to, that means it is assigning the value. Okay, if you give 2 equal to, there is an um, I mean, you are just finding the comparison part of it, whether x and y are same or not. You are just saying it comparison equal. Okay, when you have one more equal to, that means the values are equal at the same time. Whether the data types, variable types are also is equal, means that's what you are going to do it here. So now trying to do it here, it is saying false. So though it is the 2020, it look like 2020, but whether it is data type is true or false, we are just checking it here. Because this is very, very important. Suppose if you are working with data, when you are having the 20 is represented like a string, and then if you do any mathematical operations, it will not work. So for that only what we'll be doing is we are just comparing the type. If the type is equal to number, then only you'll be able to do that kind of mathematical operations. So that is where this is important. Okay. So now if you see it here, it is not equal to, right? That's it is returning it as false. Okay. So the similarly, if it's not means then it is true. Like for example, not equal to. So now because it is not equal to, right? Because these are two different data types. So what I'll just do it here, not equal to, then just here and just true. because these are not equal, right, in terms of data types also. So that's why it is becoming as true. Okay, this is how we need to be doing that. Okay. So the same way it is available in Python also, same way, but Python is not. That's what is available, but the syntax is all same only. Okay, you can always check that one. And coming to the next one, so it's a bitwise operators. I'm not explaining it here at this point of time, and those who are interested, you can always experiment this one, and again take the help of ChatGPT, and then you can do it as well. Okay, I just given what is the how the results and all how it will come like that, so that you can just experiment and then learn it. Okay, but because it's being a beginners session, I just want to keep it on hold. Maybe in the future classes when we are learning Python or something like Java in detail, that time I will explain that. Okay. Because the whole objective is to make that the things are very simple and people easily go and follow it. That is the only primary objective now. Okay. And then the next one is about the, JavaScript expressions. Okay. And before that, I have this one. So here, if you know that we have learned all these operators, this is a quick summary of all the things, whatever we have learned so far. Okay. There is an operator called conditional or ternary operator. Okay. It means you just give a condition, and if the condition is satisfied, it will give one value. If not, other value it will give. So let me show you how it will be. Okay. So now, for example, is for example is adult is the one variable. I'm just declaring it here. Okay. If adult, okay, for that variable, what I'm just trying to do here is I'm just putting question mark. Okay. And then I just put the condition. Okay. If the condition is true, then the value of x will be this. Otherwise, it will be y. That's what the syntax of that. Okay. So let me take an example. Let me take the example of ChatGPT. Term. So now just asking for ternary operator in JavaScript. I'm just asking for an example. Okay, this is the thing. Here is an example. Okay, so what I'm just doing it here is I'm just checking it. Let is it raining? Okay, true. Okay, I'm just assigning the value because binary boolean value is true. I'm just giving it here. So now what I will let weather. Okay, is raining. Okay, true. Then what happens? You get bring umbrella. No. Okay. Okay. No need for an umbrella. If no means no need for an umbrella. That's what you are just putting it here. Now in the console, or if you write it here, what will happen? You just see. Okay. I'm just copying it here and then showing it here for an example. Right. Let is raining is the true. I'm just giving it here. Okay. So now whether is raining because it is true here, then the what should be the output? You can just see it here. Bring an umbrella. Okay. Now try to do the same thing. I just changed of true. You just make it as false. So now I'm just setting the value as false. That means it is raining. What is the value? Here false. So true means this one false. Then no need for an umbrella. That's what it should come. So you just see no need for an umbrella it comes. Right? So this how we'll be able to do that part. Okay. The next, so it is a type of also we have seen. there is something called instance of is available that we will be learning it when we are learning about the classes. Okay, and typically in most in the Java learning part we'll be doing that. Okay, and then there is something called special operators are all available. They're like creating an objects and array and all those things. When we are explaining about the object and arrays, at that time I will explain to you. So it is straightforward only. Okay, the next subject I will explain. Okay, so till now we have seen all the different types of operators. We have seen that one. Okay, so now that let's look into the expression, what it means. Okay, so now what you are doing till now, you have been working with the single operators everywhere, right? Now there is a chance for you to do multiple operators combined together. You'll be doing it here. So that is where you'll be calling it as an expression. Okay, so expressions can be like if you are doing only with arithmetic, it can be an arithmetic expression. Okay, or it can be string expression. If you are working with only the strings, then it can be string expressions. Or logical expressions means if some conditions are available, you will be doing that one here. Okay, for example, arithmetic expressions is nothing but, for example, I have 2 plus 3 into 10. Okay, so now how it will be doing it here? So what should be the value here? Because when it will be trying to execute from left to right, but in this case again the BODMAS principle you would have learnt in your school days, right? So that means the first the multiplication and divisions will take care. After that sum and subtractions will be taking care. So that means it is not the 2 plus 3, it will be 5, and 5 into 4 20, it will not come. Okay, because the multiplications will be taken first, and then the the numbers will be taken first. Okay, so this is where your basic mathematics knowledge, whatever you learned in your school days, is very important. Okay, so this is again one more fundamental area. Most of the programmers are tend to make mistakes also. Okay, and also they assume that say expected that this 2 plus 3 will be taken, I mean 5 and 5 into 4, but whereas the result will not be like this. Okay, so let me just simply say result, it is 14, right? So but if you have this kind of confusions, okay, if you are not clear about it, the easiest method to solve any of this confusion, you don't know about BODMAS and all those things, fine, at least you handle with a bracket for your better readability also and better computation also. So now that is very clear, that means what, you are just solving what is there in the bracket. So what is there in the bracket, 3 into 4 12, and then you are adding the value 2. So that's how it will be clear, right? So now it is both are only the same, but your readability of the code and understanding the expression will be better, right? Is it clear? So like that you need to do. And then here if you see the string, I have full name and also I have last name. Okay, I just want to concatenate the two of them, then I'll be able to make it here. So how do I do this concatenation? So that means first I need to define full name equal to first name and last name. That means first I need to have a I mean for first name and last name I need to define it first, and then I then do the concatenation of that. Okay, so let me do that also. So let me do it here. For example, first name, I'm giving it as John, right? And then I'm just giving it as the next name, last name, last name. I'm just giving it as Matthew. Okay, I'm just giving it here like this. Now I just want to combine both of them together. Okay, this is nothing but full name. Full name equal to. So now what I need to do? First name. Okay, I can just pick it up here. Okay, I just want to add, right? I also want to just give a space between first name and last name. So I'm just giving a space and then I'm just putting it here. And again I'm just putting an add. Okay, then I'm just giving last name. Since your last name, because if you are using it here, you can get that. So now I'm just getting it here. If you see it here, I'm just able to get that one. So these are all the typical expressions. This is a string expression, right? You are just adding to where and all the things you'll be doing it. And then the next one is about the logical expressions. Okay. So logical expressions, what we'll be doing? Yeah, here. I'm just checking it here. Constant is whether it's adult. I mean, age greater than this one means yes or no. I need to get it here. So what I'm just doing, I'm just checking it, and then I'm just the output. I'm just passing it to that. So now if you see it here, constant is adult. That means age greater than or equal to 18. Okay. So now I'm just seeing it here. So age is because I have not defined the age part of it here, right? So let me define age equal to 20. Okay. So now what I'm just doing, age of 20, I just given it here. Now I'm just given whether it's adult or not. Right? Now I'm just saying what is each adult, right? It is returning true because my age is 20, whether it is greater than 18 years, then it is returning a valid true, it means correct. Right? So that's how these are all the expressions, logical expressions, everything can be followed. Okay. These are some examples. I can just give it here. Okay. And here the precedence and associativity, you can just always see it here. Operators in JavaScript have a certain precedence, that means order of execution or associativity. Order when the multiple operators of the same precedence appear. For example, when multiple operations same precedence is available, then same order it will be executed. For example, multiplication is higher precedence than addition, and most operators are left to right associative. That means from the left only it will be just executed. Okay, so that's what we need to see it here. Okay, so with this we are coming toward the end of our the third module on the I mean uh, JavaScript operators and expressions. Okay. Any questions? Any doubts? And since these all these sessions are recorded one, so you can always play back and then till you get it clarified, you can do that one, right? And you can go through the material also, and then you can practice as well. Okay. So now let's go to the next topic. The next topic is on the course content. Sorry, the next topic is on the objects and methods. Okay, so it's a very important one in the any programming languages. You need to know what are all the objects are available and what are the methods are being followed. And so far, some other places we already for used it, but now we'll be understanding the real meaning of all of them, so that you'll be able to understand the context and use them. Okay, so let's go through that now. So here they will be learning about the JavaScript objects, properties, and methods. Okay, so you need to understand clear things. What is the object? What is a method? And what is a properties? Where most of the time, this is one area where people will get doubt about that. Okay, so again, you can make use of ChatGPT, and then you can ask for what is the object and methods. Then you can find the differences and how to go about it. Okay. So anyway, we'll just explain in detail now, but for your interesting, you can for your interest of learning, you can do that. Okay. Okay. So now coming here. So now JavaScript has multiple objects. Okay. So again, the objects are nothing but the collection of data. All right. So where you have a common set of values can be stored. one of the examples we have seen is that like student hobbies. So they have, multiple hobbies are available. They will be capturing that. And we also seen the student exam marks. We have seen that one. How what are the data types who can be used? Okay. So different subjects, the same student, but different subjects. What is the different marks? That means you know what is the each subject, what is the marks of that student, right? So you'll be seeing that. Okay. So like JavaScript, there are a lot of objects are available, but we will be just only focusing on few of them as part of this learning. Okay. So one is about the basic object itself. Okay, it's a generic object which will be able to create it here. Okay, and this base object from which all other objects are inheriting. Okay, it provides the basic functionality for creating or manipulating the object. That's what it will be given. And then the array. So array is used to store and manipulate collection of elements. Arrays are ordered and can be accessed using indices. Okay, so we'll see that one in detail, but just only at this point of time, just get yourself familiarized with some of the words. And then there is something called set. Okay, so set will always allow you to use only a unique value. Okay, so that is how it will be done. And in case of array, you can have duplicate values, but in case of set, you cannot use duplicate values. Okay. And map is nothing but it is a key value pair that will be used. Okay. So key and value pair, what it means with an example, so all we can see it here. And then the string operations, the different using string, what are all the operations can be done, and what are all the methods associated. I mean, operations are functions are nothing but the methods. Okay, and then with the number, what are all the things we'll be able to do, so that we can just see it here. Okay, and then we are known about the boolean part. There is only two things, whether true or false, and we'll be seeing it here. And then the date part, using a date objects, there are so many things like you want to see what is the date part of it, what is the timing in terms of the month, day, year, or hours and minutes and seconds, even to the milliseconds. Okay, and whether based on the time zones, right? I mean, that UTC time zone and all those things will be able to work with the data objects. Okay. The next is about the math objects. All the mathematical operations, like some of the mathematical operations, like how to find the minimum value, maximum value, or floor value, rounding off, right, and seal off. All the things will be able to see that. Okay. Similarly, regular expressions also will be seeing just check the particular pattern of text, whether it is existing or not. All those things will be possible. And then similarly, functions also will be represented as a object. Okay, so how the functions are created, how they are invoked, we'll be able to see. And then error handling also, it's in errors are shown as an object, so which we can also see. And then JSON, promise, and global, these are all available, but we are not going to cover these things as part of this particular training program. And especially JSON and promise and global, but it will be covered later part of where backend programming part, that I will be explaining it. Okay. Okay. So now let's quickly understand what is an object with a small example. Before going to the literature here, just take an example so that you will understand, then we'll come back to this theory. Okay. So for example, simply let person. Okay, first of all, why the object exists. Okay, if you need to understand that, that is very important. For example, assuming that you have a variable for name, you will be having a variable for age. Okay, so you'll be having this kind of thing. Okay, that means you'll be ended up in creating so many variables for one single person, like for name, age, and maybe gender, and all those things will be creating it here. Okay, so instead, what I'll do, I'll be creating only one variable, and in that variable, I'll just hold multiple values, that name, age, and all those things. Okay, so this is how it is called as an object part of it here. Okay, so now just simply I'll just show it here, and then maybe we'll come back here. Then we'll try to understand some of the terminologies associated with that. Okay, so let me now simply take this one. So what I will be doing here is let person. Okay. So for time being, please forget about this function part and all. Don't get confused. I'm not adding now. Okay. I'm just seeing it here. See, before I'm coming here also, I just make it things very simple. For example, I just for a student, I just wanted to have name. Okay, name equal to say John. Okay, sorry. So name equal to John. Okay, and then age equal to say 30. Okay, then I just want to say gender equal to say male. So these are three things are available. That means I'm just ending up in having three variables to store this particular student. Okay, I'll be having similar way multiple students will be there. Okay, but I'll be again capturing the same age, name, and gender, and I'll be just capturing it here. Okay, so for this, what I can do here is I can just create a single variable instead of creating three variables like name, age, and gender. I just convert into like student. I just make it as a student as an variable, and now the variable type will be object. What I'll do, new. Okay, new is the keyword to create an object. I'm just creating an object. Okay, so object, that's what I'm just creating it here. Okay, so when I'm just creating it here, I'm just opening the curly bracket. Okay, so now what I'll just do it here is, so now because I'm just entering it here, it will not be possible here to edit it. So what I'll do is here, I'll just go to the chart here itself. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here, I just created this object. Okay, okay, now, okay, let me go back again. It is simple only. So now what I'll do is student new object. I'm just creating it as new object. Okay. So it's now there's nothing is there. It's an empty. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here is student. Now what is that name I need to give? Okay. Name. Here what I'm just doing this student. I just want to add the name property. Okay. So for which what I'm just doing it here is student dot name. Okay. Student dot name equal to, okay, equal to, I'm just giving it as John, right? Next, student student dot age equal to say 30, right? Student dot gender equal to male. I'm just giving it here. So now what I've done it here for this object in student, I just created the for few three properties. What is the properties? Name, age, and gender. Three properties I just given here. That means a student can be identified with name property or age property and gender property here, right? So this is called as, I mean, object. Okay. Now, for example, I just want to see all of them. Okay. Now, what I need to do? Student, student object. Just put that one here. You can just see it here. Name John, age 30, and then gender male. That's what it is coming here. The output. Are you getting it here? Okay. So now it is all in one particular variable itself now being stored. Which variable? Student. So that variable name type is nothing but object type. Okay. So now I'm just doing it here. Now I'm interested to get so particular student name. What is that student name? I just want, for example, I just want to get name of the student, I want to get it here. So what I'll do, student dot name. I'm just giving it here. It gives me John. Suppose student dot age. It gives me that. Then what it means, okay, when I'm looking at this one here, is each property. When I just with the object, if I give the property, I'm able to get the value of that, right? So here the name, age, and all these things are all called as properties, okay? And this entire thing, this the complete thing is called, the student is called as the student object, okay? So now you know the difference between object and the properties, okay? Now we'll slowly do the what are the methods are into this. So we'll learn that one quickly, okay? So here we'll just go through the material again and we'll come back here. Okay. So in JavaScript, an object is a data structure that stores data and methods, right? Objects are created using the new keyword. That's what this is very important. See, the new keyword is very important, and then object is created. Okay. And then a property is a named value that is associated with an object. All right. Now, if you say, as I already told you, the what is associated with this one person? Okay. Name is the one that is the property associated with this. Are you getting it here? That's how we are able to get it one. Then object. The properties can be of any type, including string, number, or even in objects or functions also possible. Can be any functions also here. Okay. So now, for example, here if you have seen it here, it is a string, and age you have seen it here, it is an integer. So like that you can have it here. And here also there is a type called function. I'm just not explaining it here now, because when you start working on the other things, we'll be learning it here. So at the time you'll be able to understand it. Okay. And a method is a function that is associated with an object, for example. Okay. So methods are used to perform actions on an object. On that particular object, what are the action you want to perform, that you will be able to do that one. Okay. So here, for example, so now I just console.log. I'm just creating a log, that's a function. I'm just with that function. Console is available. Dot log of this one is there, right? That is nothing but that is a method. So using the log method, you are trying to get the value. Okay. So that's how it can be understood. And some more of details will explain you more about the methods part. Okay. But here, the same thing, the properties normally how we can get it here is either using a dot object dot property, or object in the inside the array, sorry, inside the square bracket, you can put a property name. So both the ways you'll be able to use it. So now the same example, let me take it here. For example, student dot age, I got 30. So this is called dot method. Okay. So the same thing, I can just put it as student within, square bracket, what I sorry, within square bracket, I can just put it as age. Okay. I'm just asking age value, what is that? So you can just see it here, it is here. This is called bracket method, and this is called dot method. So that's what the difference you need to understand. Okay. So it is called, they are accessed using dot notation, like object, name of the object and the property, what is that? Or bracket notation, the object and the within the bracket, you just give the property. Okay. So that's how it can be done. The both examples I have just given it to you. Okay. So methods here, typically methods are function defined within an object. They are associated with the object. They allow the object to perform the actions or behavior. Methods can be expressed or invoked using dot notation. So normally the methods will be invoked using dot notation, and all the methods typically have a bracket followed by that. Okay. So that is way you can understand it. I just show with an example in the subsequent slides. Okay. So typically here now, so now object methods, typically I'm just giving it here now. Okay. So here the methods can be defined as the functions within an object or it can be accessed on other properties or methods of the same object using this keyword. Okay. So typically, okay. So now that just only for the sake of understanding this, I'll just explain this. Okay, the same example, whatever you have written, okay, the person, the name, age is there. Create is also one of the method you are just giving it here. So this way also it can be created. Okay, that's one more way of creating the object. Okay, and I'm just creating a function, and whatever this name means in this object, what is the name available? So the John is available, so that will be getting displayed. That's what the meaning of that. Okay, it is executed here. So now just you can just see it here now. I'm just copying this. Let me clear it here. You can just see it here, person. I'm just given name, age, and create is the one function. I'm just creating it here. What is the function? It will just say hello, and it will take the name here. It is name, and what is the name? Hello, the name of the person John. It will be showing it here. Okay. So now what you are doing? You have created a function here. Okay. I just want to call that function. What is the function? Create is the function. I'm just using it here. Okay. So now I'm just how do I use? I use the create method through by which I call that function. Okay. So now person dot this person is nothing but this object, right? And then dot create is this available here, this function. So that means using this method you are invoking that function. Okay. So now if you see the outcome, how it will come. Hello John, right? So sorry, hello John. That's how it will be coming here. Okay. Please note that this keyword is important. This key is nothing but in this object. What is the name is available that you take it instead of writing it as person dot name. You can just put this dot name also. You can just put that and do. Okay. So that is the meaning of that. Okay. So both are one and the same. Okay. If we are referring to the same object, you can always put it as this. Okay. Now going to the next one. So here we already discussed some of them now. I mean how to create an object and how to get the a dot notation part and then the bracket notation. We have seen that one, and in what scenario what is required. In that case you can use that one. This is an example given to you, the same as what we have done so far. Okay, so you can use it here. See here that example, if you see it here, I just have two things, student name and age. I'm just giving it two different variables. Now the same thing I'm just converting into student, and then I'm just converting it as an object. Student name, Krish, I'm just giving it here. Age, I'm just giving it as, so that it's inside an object, I'm just creating it here. Okay. Then how do I just call that one? I'm just saying it here. How do I use dot method? I'm just opening it here. All things we already explained it here now. Okay. So this way you can go through the output. Okay. So now let's come to the very interesting part. So till now we have seen what is an object. We have seen that one. Different ways of creating an object. See, you would have seen the two different types of writing an object. See, this is one way of creating an object. Create an object, and you just put the object name and then the property and then assign the value to that. This is one way of doing it. Other way of doing it is this example. You put the properties like this and a key and the value you assign to it. So you can also do this. So the two different ways you can create it here object. Okay. So now coming here, some of the basic things we need to understand so that some of the operations can be understood here. And now I'm just continuing with this. String operations only. There are many of things can be done with a string. Okay. So what are all the things can be done with the string operations, and what are all the things can be done with the number of methods. So these two will be seeing it now. Okay. So for that, this is very fundamental one. For any programming languages, you need to learn this. Okay. Okay. How do we learn that one? Okay. So for example, I'm just keeping a x as the variable which has the a, b, c, d, e, f as the values as a string. Okay. So now for this string, I'm just giving like I'm just making it as individual characters like a, b, c, d separately. That means the index position you need to understand. So always the index's value will start from 0 onwards. It will start. Okay. So that is where you need to understand that. And then if you say x of 0 means it is 0th position. That means nothing but a is available. Okay. X is the variable name of 1 means in the one index position what is the value? It is b. Okay. So like that x of 4 means the value will be e. So that's how you'll be able to know that one. Okay. Right. To get, similarly, suppose if you need a for a particular letter I need it means then for the d if I want it then means x of 3 I need to put it. So like that you can interchangeably you can just do that. If you know what is the index of this means, for example, index of d value will be 3. Okay. And for what is the value for 3? I mean, what is the in the index position 3, what is the value available means d. So both the way you should be able to do that. Okay. There is one part you need to understand. And the next one you need to understand here is the how the operations will be done. Okay. I just have a simple uh, string of value that is which carries I love India. Okay, so that is the thing which includes the spaces also available here, right? You can see it here now. Okay, so now how the operations will be carried out, it should be enabled, and because this particular slide very important, and using this only you'll be able to do various operations. If this is understood, all the object, it can be set or array or anywhere, you'll be following the similar approach only. Okay. So now what happens if you're given a string, okay, you use your common sense, what are all things can be done with this. Suppose I'm interested from the beginning to maybe next 5 characters I just need it. Okay. Or I'm interested in between from here to here I just need some characters. For example, only LOVE part only I need it, not from the beginning. Then how do I get it? Suppose no, otherwise I just want from the end, I just want to take the 5 characters. So how do I do that? So these are all the different ways I can just do this slicing of a nothing. Okay. So these are all nothing but you are just taking a substring of the main string, right? From the main string, we are taking the substring. We are just taking it here. Okay. Since this is x is the variable assigned to it, you just keep the variable, and then substring is nothing but is the this is one of the method. Okay. So for that variable, if you are using anything, then method will be coming to picture. And then methods will be always shown in the brackets. So that's why we'll be having it. And then 0, comma 4. So what is that 0, comma 4 means? Okay. So that's what we are going to understand it now. Okay. So now 0, comma 4 is now x of, okay, let's start from here itself. X of 5, what it means x, in case of Python, it will be square bracket. In case of JavaScript, it will be round, round bracket. Okay. So here x of 5 means what? On the fifth position of the tree. What is the fifth position? You can just see it here. Not from the 1, 2, 3. It is from 0 always. Remember, I'm repeating it here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that means what is the fifth position? It is available x. It is value is e only will come. Okay. Similarly, suppose x of 0, comma 4, I'm just giving it here. That means what happened from the 0 position, it is starting position, and 4, that means it is the end position. End position, for what? 4 it's available here. But always note that this is the 4 one, this is always excluded. This will not be considered. Okay. So whatever is given in the second value, there is always excluded. That you need to remember that. So index position is excluded. That means 4 I'm just giving a fourth index position is this. It means the what are the value it will come is I space LO will be the value that will be displayed. I get it here in this case. Okay. Now similarly, for example, x 4 comma 7 is there. What is 4 comma 7? 4 is here. right? So directly can close your eyes and you can directly go here. 0 to 4 means 4 is here. Then V is available. 7, where is 7? 7 is here. So as I said, the 7 is not included. Okay, that is excluded. That means 4 comma 7 means 4, 5, 6. This is the value. So that means VE space only will be available. Or get it here. Similarly, if I say x minus 3, if I'm just saying it here, so then what will happen? X minus 3 means what is the value of minus 3 means from the reverse order. The moment you say minus, so character position minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, this one you will be following it here. So that particular value will be returned to you. Okay. Now that for example 4 comma 13, I'm just giving it here. So 4 comma 13 means what will happen? Okay. So 4 is here and then 13. So up to 11 only I have it here. So even if I say 13, the entire value whatever is available up to that only it will show it to you. Okay, this is what it is. So 13 is not available. So then VE space India will be shown to you. Okay. Suppose there is one more way of x 2 comma minus 2 2. So I know the starting question. Okay, but I know the ending question from the reverse. Then I can just use that also. So 2 means here. 2 is here. It will start, and then minus 2. So minus 2 is here. This is excluded. Always, and I remember that this will be excluded. So you will be getting the value only up to this. So that means 2 minus 2 means up to this only you will be getting the value. Okay. If this is understood, most of the your object methods will be understood thoroughly. Okay. And so now that string methods will come into picture. Okay. Now that I have a string, for example, x equal to hello world, I have it. And similarly, y equal to I love India, I have it. If you see it here, I have spaces in front of them, empty spaces available. And then z equal to I love India, but I just have hyphen instead of space. I just have an hyphen here. Okay, these are the three different variables. Okay. Now again use your common sense. What are all the string operations you will be able to do? Okay. So looking at that one, I can just see that here there is the string is available. Okay, I can just make this all into capital letter, or I can make all of them into lowercase. I can do that, or I can just find out what is the total number of character size that is available. Okay, so this is a common sense. Okay, how do I get only a portion of the text? I will be able to get it here. Okay, right? How do I do that one? How do I do slicing of the thing? Okay, okay, and then how do I concatenate the two values? Okay, so how do I just add to the two values? How do I do that one? For example, x I have value I have, y value I have it here. How do I add both of them? Okay, and then similarly next is um, next is the splitting. Suppose this of three letter words are there. I just want to bring them into individual words and mark it as individual words and put it into an array. So how do I do that one? Okay, so that is what it is to be. Okay, so now if you look at it here, now length x. Okay, what is that? 12. How it came? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Space is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, including exclamatory mark 12. So that's why it is called 12 length. So that means what is the method you have it here? Length is nothing but here a property. Okay, because x dot without any function, so length it's only a property, and these are all called as I mean methods. Okay, you are converting into uppercase, converting into lowercase. Okay, substring we have seen in the previous slide. So sub-str, substring, and slice all are one and the same. So that is what I just mentioned it here. Sub-str, substring, and slice all are one and the same. Okay. So only thing is in the Python you can just put x of 0 comma 4 like that it can be done. But in here it cannot be done like this actually. So you can only put x dot substring of like that only you can use it. Okay. Only the notation purpose we just give it here. Ideally it should be x substring of or x sub str or x slice. You can use any of these three words. You can use that. Okay. So let's quickly just check it and then see how the output is coming here. Okay. So let me copy all the three variables and let me declare it here. Okay. Let me clear now. Right. All the three variables I just declare it now. And then now what I'm just doing it here is what is the x length? Okay. I'm just trying to find out x length. So see, immediately it comes as 12. X dot length, x is nothing but this one, and the length is nothing but the property of this one. So the 12 it comes here. So now I just want to convert into uppercase and x dot uppercase, take it here and then do. Right? You can just see everything in uppercase it will come. Right? And then next you will find everything in lowercase. So now you can just see it here. Everything will comes in the lowercase part of it. Right? This is also possible. And then suppose I just want to do substring, we have seen that now 0 comma 4. Okay, I just want to explain and you can understand that. So now I'm 0 comma 4, 0 starts from the beginning, so let's say 0 is available. Okay, and then you just see the x value is here, and 4, what is the fourth position? 0 1 2 3 4 is O is there, and we all know that the fourth position will be excluded. So that means HELL. So that's what you are seeing it here, hell. Okay. So that's why you need to understand that basic concept, then it will be easy for you. And just wanted to demonstrate that substring, substr, and slice all are one and the same. Just I'm showing it here now. Right. And then I'm just putting I'm just putting a slice. The slice all are one and the same. Okay, that's what you're seeing it now. And then coming next to concatenate. Okay, so how do we do the concatenation part of it? So now I'm just putting it here. Concatenate. Okay, and allow what a, because I'm just adding this also comma y, so I can have multiple values also. Okay, so this comma like that I can just have it as a sample example I just given. Okay, so like that I'll be able to do that. Concatenating is string or two strings you can join how to do that. And splitting it here. So with the splitting, I'm just splitting straightforward. Let me show how it is. So now what I'm doing, split wherever hyphen is there, you split that one, then put the text into an array. That's what it is doing it here. This hyphen, identify by split hyphen. So what suppose if you are having a dot, or if you are having comma, or for anything that you can by which you want to separate it, you can separate it here. It should be available in your actual string. Okay, so these are all the methods that you can follow, and then there is few more things are there, string methods. Okay, suppose if I just want to replace the word hello with beautiful, so that means I just want to convert into beautiful world. Okay, so that means how do I replace that particular text? Okay, so that's what I'm just doing it here now. So again, let me declare these three words here now. Okay, so now I'm just okay, well, let me clear it so it will be easy. Right, I just have this one. So now let me go to, so now just say X replace allow with beautiful. That's what I'm just saying here. Okay, then it will just replacing that. You can see it is hello got replaced with beautiful world, right? So that means you can replace a particular portion of a string, and you can replace all instances with, for example, what is that instance? Yeah, let me show it here. So replace wherever L is there. Okay, L is there, you change it to double L. That's what I'm just giving it here. Now you should be seeing that like hello, there are two L's are there, so it will become double. Double, that means the four capital letters will come into picture. And then again, beautiful, there is one more L is available. Let us see how it happens. You can see it here, HELO, L four times it has come here, here it is two times it comes here. Right? So that's what you are seeing here. I mean, hello world. Okay. So likewise, replace you can do. Trim, you will be doing it here. So trim again, you have trim start. I'm going to just show you what trim is nothing but this removes the empty spaces in both the sides of the thing. Suppose stream start means only towards the left side you will be able to see. Stream right means it will be on the right side of the text, whatever is available, it will remove that. Okay, and then trim. I mean, uh, end or right, it will be one and the same. Okay, so let's quickly see that one. Now that you see it here, there is a space available right in front. Y. This is space here. This is space here. Okay. Now I'm just do trim. You can see it here now. There is no space right in front of I or after A. You will not find anything now. Okay. So now you can just see left trim and right trim. So let me take the trim left and start. Both will do one and the same. I'm just not repeating it here. I'm just doing it for one and show it here. So now trim left, I'm just giving it here. Okay. So now you can just see it here. So not X, I need to use for Y. So now if you see it here, that space in front of this one is not there. Okay. Right. This one option. The next here trim right, I'm just giving it here. Right. You see on the right side, you will not find it here. Right. So now like that you can based on your needs, because there are certain times you will be having a data which can be having spaces at the beginning or at the end. So you want to remove that one, so that can be done through using the trim. Okay. And then the padding. So padding is nothing but you have a specified number of letters, but you just want to put it with some symbols or some dots or the dashes like that. So let me show you what it's padding, right? With an example. For example, Z India is there. Okay. So now let me say India is just only 5 words. Suppose I just want to keep it 10 letter with them. Okay. And then I just but whatever the empty spaces are available, I just want to make it as stars. Okay. So let me show it now. You can see it here. The total 10 letters it is taken into account, and then the 10 letters it will be finding it here. It is on the start. That means in the beginning. So you are seeing that one here. Okay. So this will be required where cases where you will be just wanted to align your text towards the left, but wherever empty spaces are available, you just ask to make it with star. Okay, so that is one way of typically in the billing report. You go to a supermarket, if you take a bill and all, you will find that this the alignment will be made so that you will be able to see that item and total and everything, right? The same way you can just have it at the right or end. Okay, pad end. Now you can just see it here, right? So the same thing. Suppose I just want instead of star, if you want, I mean, whatever the symbol I just want to have it, I can just have it. So now here I'm just having star. Maybe I can just put dash dash or dash. You can just see the dashes will become here, or I can just have pluses. You can see all these things are possible. Okay, so like this you can be able to make it. Okay, then next coming to the within the string also there are particular search methods also available. Like means I just want to know on a particular string at particular character at a particular index position what is the character is available. Okay, similarly I just want to know what is the character code of that particular thing. Like you have a ASCII code, right? It will return the ASCII code number also. Okay, then you have the the index of what is that particular position it is available. Okay, and index of I mean I mean, and starting, after this particular given thing, when is the next letter available? Okay, so anyway, we'll just quickly go through that and so that you'll understand this. Okay, so for example, I just taken the example as x allowable as the variable now. Okay, let me perform these operations. So I'm just taking this one now. Okay, so now what I'll do is I'll just take x character at 4. What is the character at 4? Is the fourth index position. What is the fourth index position? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 is O is the character. So what is it available? You can see that. Right? Next, character code at 4. That means what is the ASCII code of that particular character. Okay. So it is very important one. So it is giving that ASCII code of that particular character. That means the character what is available 0. Sorry, O. For that O, what is the ASCII code? You can just get it here. Okay, how do I know that ASCII code for that one? I think most of you are aware about ASCII codes, right? So just you need to go to that ASCIIcode.com, that website. You can just go through. Okay, I'm just clicking it here. All right. Now I'm just interested in the to find the value of O. Okay. So where is that O value? I'll be seeing it here. See, when I go here. So now it's a lowercase of O. All right, lowercase O that is available. And what is the value associated with this? 111, the value is the ASCII code. Okay, this is what is the in the decimal format. It will be showing it. Similarly, octal format, hexadecimal format, binary format. So it will be showing all the details. Okay, so that means in the decimal format, the number will be 111. Okay, so that's how we'll be able to see that. Okay, I'm just closing it now. And the next, so I want to know what is the index position of the letter O. Okay, where I just want to say that means it will only because there are two O available. So which O it will take? Always it will take the first O and the O only it will take. That's what you need to understand here. Okay, so now let me take this one. So now if you see it here, the index position of this one is 4. That's what we already know about it, right? The reverse works also you can say in a particular fourth question, what is the value and what is the index position of the particular value. So both the way it can, it's a complementary only, right? You can see that. And then here what is the next one is very interesting one. So index of 0, 5. Okay, what it means we'll see. So index of the position 0, but where it should start is after fifth position, because you know very well that on the fourth index position is always available. But after fifth position, where it is available, this O 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7th position it is available. Let's see. See in the 7th position it is available after 5, right? So that's what the meaning of this. Okay. and then, so what is the last index of that particular O value? I mean, the first index we have seen through here. Suppose last index where it is available. Okay, suppose you want to know the between a particular values, how many is available, you can just see it here. So last index of O is nothing but 700 because only one O only additionally available. Okay. Then next is whether it is includes. This is what we already learned right earlier in the membership operators, whether it is applicable or not, we have seen that one. I think now you should be able to understand why we discussed that. So now whether X includes ELLOW, you just see X includes ELLO, that particular string is available. That means true. That's what it is returning to me. So that means I'm just saying that particular text is a part of that string or not. I'm just comparing it, member or not, right? And then whether it starts with he or ends with this one, because it's in between, you are just checking it. Okay, whether it's starting with the he or starting or ending with the word. So that's what I just wanted to check it here. So let me just check here now. Starts with, yeah, I'm going to start true only, right? Because hello is there. The next is about the whether it is ending with a word or with exclamatory mark or not. I'm just checking it here. So let's do this here. You can see ends with world, right? It is also true, right? That's how we'll be able to see the searching of the string operations. Okay, still some more are available. So now once that is done, now we are searching particular word. Okay, so in this particular, and whether it is a case sensitive or not case sensitive also, you can just put that one. Okay, if it is case sensitive means it will return the value. I mean, not a case sensitive. I mean, you can have to put a slash I. Okay, and that way you'll be searching that one. Let's check it here now. Okay, so again in the same hello world, and here we are just trying with two things here. Okay, let me clear it here and then see. So I have hello world and I have it the two things I have it here now. So let me perform these operations. Okay. So when I search it, it will just look for the particular word world where it is available. What is the index position of that where it is available? Okay. So that's what it is giving to me now. So now I'm just putting it here now. It is giving 6. That means the word where it starts, starting point, WORLD, it's available here. So now just check the index position 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, right? 5, 6th. Sixth index position, you can be able to find it out, right? This gives me that option. Okay. So now, suppose I'm not particular about the case sensitive, then also what is the answer? It will be more or less same only because here you are just giving the capital letter word. Here I'm just giving small letter and then saying case sensitive. It is not a case sensitive, I'm just giving it here. Okay. So now here I'm just giving small letter. Okay. Small word I'm just giving it here and then marking it as case not sensitive, then trying to search it. So here also it is giving the same because it is even as not case sensitive, then it still finds that place. Okay. And then the same thing, you search it now. And suppose if I just small letter, but I'm not just giving a case sensitive part here. That's an error actually. I just now you can just see it here. So it's returning me a value of -1. That means this particular word is not existing it here because with the capital it is available. Here it is case insensitive. We are marking it, but we are not marking it here, right? So it is looking for this particular thing. Okay, that's how it will be done now. Okay, 1 minute up. Now we'll just check for few more interesting things. Okay, so now let me check this particular thing and match the particular word where it is available and which position it is available. It will tell you and additional information. Okay, so let me see it here now. So now X match 0 where it is available. I'm just trying to find it out. Okay, so it is saying that 0 it is available in the fourth index position. The input allow all it is available. That's what it is showing it here. Are you getting it here? 4 it is available. Okay, the next step, but it is only which place it is available. It has shown. Okay, but same match. But if I say global, it is G stands for global flag. So that means to check for the entire thing. Okay, now let's see what is the difference. I'm just using G, nothing but the global tag. When I give it here, now there are two words are available. Here in this, the above one match, there's only one, first one only it will one find out and it will stop there. But here the second one also, I mean, there are second one more O also available, right? WL. So the two both will be available and it will show me the position of that also, right? I mean, this one, it is showing it here. Okay. The two items are available, it shows. Okay. That is the only thing, all the instances. Okay. Now then the last one is very important one to understand it here. This is what you mainly used in your password validation and all. Okay. So you need to understand that you are just putting inside the, I mean, you would have seen all the things within the backward slash, you are just whatever is available within the backward slash, and the G stands for globally, you are just trying to check it, global flag. Okay. And here, this is the very important one. So what does that important one is that you are just checking for the values A to Z. That means all the capital letters, small letters, everything is available or not. Or small letters A to Z, you are just checking it. Or whether the numbers are available or not, you are just checking it. And then you are looking for the special characters like art, dot, I mean open bracket, close bracket, then plus if you want to have a dollar, all things you'll be able to do that one. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here is now I'm just checking it in X, right? So hello world is available. Okay. So now whether it is yes or no, I'm just returning it here. Hello is there. There is one word which has all the conditions met, and world also is available. It is giving two different values to me. Okay. So typically the password checking. I mean, please understand that A to Z means all the alphabetic A, B, C, D up to Z, and small A, B, C, D up to Z. And then you have 0 to 9, number 0, 1, 2, 3 are available or not. And then at. So now I just modify that and show it to you. So now, for example, whether this particular thing has any numbers only available. That means I just only what I'll do is, okay, I'm just removing this. I just removed the characters. Now only I'm just checking whether any of these special characters are available or not. I'm just trying to check it now. So it is giving null. There is no things available. All right. So, so like that I can do. Okay. So I can just put this condition. This is very important one where it will be used for the, I mean, the checking the passwords and all. Like passwords will be interested to know whether it has a capital letter, whether it has a small letter, whether it has a number, or whether it has any special characters. Okay. For example, I'm just giving an example so that you can understand it one more here. So now let me say, I mean, X value equal to, okay, as in that I'm just giving a simple password test thing. So normally what will people will do, say India, 123, dollar symbol, I'm just giving it here. Okay. So it's what I'm just, my string is here. I just wanted to check whether my password whether matches this condition or not. I'm just checking it here. So let me check it here. So now whether my conditions A to Z is meeting, yes, alphabetic capital letters are available. Small letters, is it available? Yes, small letters are also available. And 0 to 9, any numbers are available? Yes, I have numbers available. Whether the dollar symbol is available, it is not available because I just only allowed for open bracket and also the close bracket, and then plus symbol only I'm just allowing it here. So now if you see it here, it is returning the value India 123, whatever is the value available, that is portion alone it is taking to me. Okay, the dollar part it is not taking it. Okay, now let me just check it here. I remove that uh, now I remove this all these conditions. Now dollar also not available, so now it will be returning null value. Okay, how do I just check that a dollar is also included? For that, what I need to do? Simply add dollar symbol into this. Okay, now I just do one thing. I just remove the alphabets and the number part of it. Okay, now whether the dollar is existing or not, I'm just checking it here. Okay, okay, just I need to put it before. Okay. So now you see that the dollar is available in this India $1 to $3. So that way I can just check and do the matching part of it. Okay. So now the last one is matching all the things. Okay. So now, for example, I just have this again a for loop condition. You will be using it. So I'm just only showing it to you. But once you understand for the loops and all, then you'll be able to do that part. Just let me explain it here. Okay. Let me clear the here now. So now what I'm doing is y equal to I love India. I'm just giving it here. Let matches y equal to match. What I'm just doing it here. I'm just check it for and whether I is available or not. I just want to check it here. So whichever the words has the I value, it is globally. I just checking it here, right, across all the places. So that means I is available here and also in India also it's available. So the two things it should come. That's what you are actually doing here. Okay, so what I'm just doing in for loop, I'm just using it here, match of the matches, I'm just checking it here and then printing it here. Now you can just see it here. You see here I in 0 question there's one available. Okay, and in 7th question it is available, and then here it's available I. So all the 3 questions are available. 3 questions it will be showing it here, and in which input it is available, right? That's how it will show to you. Okay, I think so far it is clear to you. I mean, how to work with the string operations. Okay, and very important operations you'll be knowing it here with a simple string. What are all the various methods you are having it here, right? Huge amount of methods which will be definitely needed for your proper validations, checking, and everything. Okay, so these things you need to know very well so that you can effectively write a program. Because most of the time people do not know the some of the features that is available. They write their own way of writing the methods, so that is not required. And most of them, if you are aware, then you'll be able to make use of that. Okay. So till now we have seen about the string methods. Now let's quickly get into the number methods. Okay. So number methods are very straightforward, easier. Okay. So let me declare the numbers of 4 different numbers like x 1 2 3. It's a purely integer, and y 1 2 3 4 5 6. It is nothing with a float or a decimal point. And then the z I just put it as a string value. Okay. So it is a number string value, and then a I'm just putting 1 2 3 abc. So of course it is not a number itself. Okay. So that's what you are just now looking at it here. Let me put all the 4 of them together first. Let me declare it. Okay. And let me copy. Let me clear it here. Okay, just given the 4 different variables. Now let me see this particular number I just want to convert into string. That means what I need to do. The number I need to convert into string means I just do string method. I just going to follow. That's all. Okay. So to string means you can now see it here. This x value 123, which is a number. It is changing into a string. You can just see it here. With string it shows. Are you getting it here? And similar way, exponential. Like whether it is exponential format, like if it is numbers are shown it is here, then you will be converting into exponential format. Okay. So now what I'm just so now you will be showing it as an exponential format like 1.23 multiplied by 10 to the power 2. That's what the meaning of this, right? Because if you multiply 1.23 multiply by 100, you'll be getting 123, right? That means 1.23 10 to the power 2. That's the meaning of that. You are showing it in exponential format. Okay. And the next what you have is the fixed format. Fixed is nothing but the number of decimal places is fixed to 2 only. So now I just given it as how many? 3 are there. So I'm just fixing it to 2. So that's what I'm just doing it here now. Why? Okay. You see it here. 1, 2, 3. 4. Y is nothing but 1, 2, 3 dot 4, 5, 6. I just given it here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is there, but it is showing 6. Why? Because it is rounding up to the nearest number. So 5, because it is after this is 6 is there. So that means when I rounding it up, it will be 4, 6. It will come. That's how it will be getting here. Right? That's about fixed decimal number of you are fixing the number of decimals. And then to precision is nothing but the total number of digits. How many number of digits? 4 digits you need to have. Okay. So for that, how to do it here? So now you can see it here. 4 digit only I need to keep it here. That means 1, 4, 3. Then if the fourth digit if I need to maintain it means it will just show dot 5 because 4 is there, next 5 is there. So it is more than the next number. So it is 0.5 it comes. Right? So that's how it will come now. Then next is about the only number. So what you'll be doing is here you have a string value here 1, 2, 3, 4. It has a string you have it here, but you want to convert into a number. Just simple. Just get that one and convert into number. Right? Sorry. So we'll just check this one. Okay. Okay. So next is about a parse int. So parse int is nothing but you are converting into integer number value. Okay. So let us see how to do that one. See though the z value is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. So but you are converting into integer. So it is 1, 2, 3 only. It will be coming here. Integer value only will be getting to you. Okay. And that is called parse int. Similarly, parse float. Parse float is it will be converting into a decimal value. Okay, so it doesn't make any change there. So just you can see as it is, will be getting here because it is a string. You have to remember that is a string. So you are converting into a float number, and then whether it is a number or not. Is NaN means not a number. Okay, that is what the meaning of that. Okay, So what I'm just doing it here is I just have uh, let me check to all the values. For example, uh, let me show you how it is. So for example, here I'm just taking the value of A. A is nothing but 1, 2, 3, ABC. Obviously, it can never be a number, right? So I can just say that it is not a number. I'm just putting it here just to ensure that it is not there. Okay. So it will be only returning a Boolean value only. Okay. So now suppose instead of A, if I'm just putting Z, Z is what? Again, it is a string only, but it can be used as a number. Okay. So let us see. So now still it is not a number. Why it is not a number? It is a false, right? Where it is string only. Okay. Then what is? Sorry, is not a number. Here it is. It is returning false, though it is string, but it can do number operations. That's why it is showing it as false. Okay. And then the y is just this not a number means no. It is also will become false. That's why you can see it here. It is false. Okay. Similarly, is finite is a different one. Finite is means whether it is in exactly a number or not. You are showing it here. So now is finite. So is finite A is saying false. Okay. But if you see y is nothing but this number. It is a finite number. Okay. So that's why it is true. And x it is a finite number. True. So that's why it is succeeding it here. Okay. So finite means actual, I will say, even not a number, even a string, a number with this inside a string also can be treated as a number only. Okay, so that's why except that rest of things are possible. Okay, and then the last one we have. So number methods are available. Okay, so again like we have number whether it is an integer or not is integer. Okay, you can also check it here. Like is a number or not, you are checking it here. Whether it's integer or not, also you can just check it here. So now what I'm just doing it here, the same set of values, I just have it here. I can just check it here now. So now I'm just having it here. So now what I'll do is number dot is integer. Okay, I'm just giving it here y. It is saying, is it integer now? For example, y value, it is a decimal value, right? I mean float. So it is not integer. So it is written as false. Okay. And is not a number x. So here also not a number, x value. It is not a number, right? Number and it's not a number, true. So that's why it is written it as false. Okay. Then next, so similarly, same as parseint, number parseint means it's the same as the parse float also, same as parse float. So the same way you can experiment it. There are other things are available. So at this point of time, no need to worry about it. Later we will look into that. Okay. Okay. So up to this, I mean, we have seen all the string operations and the number operations. Mainly, what are the string methods and number methods? Because the whole subject we learned so far is about the objects, properties, and methods, right? So, what are all the number methods? You could see number properties you would have seen, and what are all the string operations and string. I mean, string operations are nothing but string methods and string properties. Okay. Hope any questions so far? Okay. So if there are no questions, let's move on to the next topic. Okay. So next topic will be mainly on the, if you go to the course content now, you can just see, and so far we completed now JavaScript objects and methods. We have seen that. Now let's go through the JavaScript collection objects. Okay. So what are all the JavaScript collection objects? We'll just have a look at it now. So now let's go through the JavaScript collection objects. And in JavaScript, there are four different collection objects are available. One is array, set, map, and object. Okay. So when it comes to, we'll just go through each one of them. Okay. So before that, again, let's take the similar example what we have seen earlier. So typically collection objects come into the place where multiple values are getting stored against a variable, right? So when multiple values we have to store it, when regular variables will not help, because the earlier regular variables will be carrying only one value per variable. But whereas multiple values need to be stored means then you need to go for collection objects only. Okay. So now coming here, the same way whatever we have seen for I mean string operations, how we have seen that one. The similar thing is applicable in case of collection objects also. Okay. So you may be having fruits as in one of the collection object, and where you'll be having different items. So each item will be having individual index positions. Okay. So all these operations, whatever we discussed, for a string, they is applicable for this one also. Okay. So similarly, I mean, like here you'll be just putting that particular object and an index position. You just check it, and then you'll be able to see. Or you can use slice, and you can do that one. And as we discussed, we cannot do 1 meter. Yeah. So you cannot use the like a 0, 4 like this. You cannot use it. Typically, this convention is followed in Python, but it is not allowed here. Okay. So otherwise, whatever we explained for the string, the same is applicable here as well. Okay. So let's start with the arrays now. So arrays, if you look at it, arrays are the ordered collection of values, okay, which can be of any type. You can have any number of, any type of value. It can be an integer, or it can be a number, or it can be, I mean, only a string. So any data type can be done, and it's all always you can easily identify an array by just looking at the square bracket, okay, and it can be dynamically grow or shrink in size based on how you are adding the value to it or how you are removing the value from that. Okay. And typically array operations, you can do multiple things. You can do it in an array. So I'll just quickly explain what are the operations that can be performed in an array. Just taking an example, which is self-explanatory. Okay. So let me define an array variable, nothing but ARR, which will hold multiple values like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Just for the sake of example, just taking it here. So let us go to the console and then try to understand how arrays. Okay, just let me clear the console. Okay, so here what I'm just doing it here is I just create an array 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and just value. I'm just having it here now. Okay, this is getting displayed here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so again you need to apply the common sense approach. For example, array is nothing but a set of values available, right? Now, what are all the operations as a common sense approach we can look at it here is, I just want to add an item at the end of it. Okay. Or maybe one item, or I can add multiple items also at the end of it, which should be possible. Similarly, I should be able to add any item in the beginning of it, front of it. It may be one item or multiple items at the beginning also possible. Similarly, I should be able to add an item anywhere in the middle. Also anywhere inside that also I should be able to do it. Or any number of items also possible. I should be able to do that. Right? So these are all the typical things what we'll be doing. Or I just want to update any particular value. If you want to update it, I should be able to do the update part of it also. Right? So these are all the few of the things. Okay, let's do that and then we'll get into. Suppose I just want to know what is the particular item in which index position it's available, or I want to know which is the index position of that one, and I also want to know how many number of items are there in the array. So all these things are the common sense approach, right? We'll know that. So how do we do it now? We'll see. So now, for example, let's go with the first one. So array dot length, right? So it will give me the length property of the array. So now just go here. It is giving 5 because there are totally 5 items are there. Okay. So now the next what I'm just interested to do is I wanted to know what is the index position of item number 4. Okay. So item 4. Okay, item 4 is in what index position you all know 0, 1, 2, 3. So it should return the value as 3. Let's see what it returns. Right, it is returning the value as 3 to me. Right, that's what. Okay. The next step. So now I just want to add an item at the end. So for that, what you have is push. Okay, that is the thing you are just doing that one. So what I'm just doing it here, array push 6. I'm just giving it here. That means 6. I mean here it is adding the item. Okay, so okay. So now what I'll do is I just want to check the array whether it is having it or not. So just simply put array. You can just see you are able to get it. Are able to follow me? Okay. So 6 is there. Suppose I just want to add multiple items. How do I do? Okay. So now what I'll do is array push 6 is already there. Now I just put 7, comma 8. I can just put it here. So that means 2 items I'm just putting at a time. So you can just see I just added it here. So you can just check my array whether I have it or not. Right? I'm able to get it now. Okay. So now I just want to, in the beginning, I just want to add. Okay, what I'll do is I just put A, B, C. I just want to add it here. Okay, so let us see how do I do. For that, what is that thing? Unshift, I need to use it. That's all. Okay, so I'll just go here, just put it here. Unshift A. It means at the beginning it will go and add it here. So I'm just adding it here now. Okay, so now I mean, you can just check the array. You can just see it here. It is got added in the beginning. Right? I just want to add multiple things. Then what I'll do, B, and then C. I just wanted to. All right, this is what I'm just adding it here now. See, just now totally 11 items are there. Let's see to array. C, B, C, everything is available here. Are you getting it here now? That's so interesting, right? So now I just want to, in between, I just want to add it. Okay, so how do I do that one? I'm just taking an example here. In between, I just want to add an item. For this, I am just using a function, a method called splice, S-P-L-I-C-E. Splice is the method I'm just using it here. Okay. So here what happens is, the first one is nothing but which position you just want to have it. Okay. So now which position I'm just doing it is the 0, third index position. 0, 1, 2, 3. That means here I just want to insert it here. Okay. And how many items you want to remove, it is asking. I'm just, the second one is how many number of items remove. I'm just taking it as 0. Okay, that means I'm not going to remove anything, but I just want to add 3 items. What are the items? 10, 20, 30. I just want to add. It can be any number, okay, unlimited. You can just do that one. Okay, so now let's see how to do that one now. I just did that one now. Okay, let us check the array now. You see on the third index position, I mean 10, 20, 30 got added here. Are you getting it here? So now you see how I got added to the arrays and multiple things. And now, for example, I just don't want that 10, 20, 30, I don't want it here there. Okay, but I just wanted to replace it with X, Y, Z. I just want to have it. Okay, which one? I mean, the third index position is this, right? 10 it will come here. And then three items to be removed. Which item? 10, 20, 30 will be removed. And then what is the item I want to add it? X, Y, Z. See how nicely the things are done now. Okay. So now you see, I just put it here. Now these items are removed. The removed items are shown here. Now if you see it here, array, you can just see it here 10, 20, 30 in place of that X, Y, Z has come. Right? The splice function does the two things here interestingly. One is inserting also it does that, removal also does that, and inserting and removal both at a time also it does it. Right? So that's a very powerful method written. But you will not find that kind of thing in even in Python also it will not be there. Okay. So now next is the update. So suppose I just want to update a particular item. Okay. So now just item number 3, I just want to update it as A, capital A. Okay. So what I'll do is I just go there. So now item number 3 is 0, 1, 2, 3 is X, X. I just want to make it as capital A. So now I've updated it. Let me check it whether it is there or not. Pick X, I changed it to A. Are you getting it here? So this is how it can be done. Okay. So now going to the next one. So now how do I do the removal part of it? Till now we have done insertion and now updating also we seen that removal part. How do I need to do that? Okay. So for the removal part, what we'll do is we'll take the different set of examples here now. So now let me clear it here. So here I just taken it here. Okay. So now for example here array I have all these values now. Okay. So now for removal, only at the end of it I just want to remove something. I just say pop. Okay. So pop, I'm just putting it here. Now if you see array, you see it here 4, 1, 3, 2, 5, 8, 6. The last number is not there. That means pop will remove the last item. Okay. And then shift. The shift what will do is it will remove the, I mean unshift is insert it. Shift will be remove it here. So that's what I'll just shift. I'm just doing it here. That means the fourth number. This one will be removed. Okay. You can just see it here. The removed item is shown here. Now if you see array, right, the 4 is not there. Right. This is what will be see it now. And then again, splice also can be used for removing it, right? We have seen it for inserting also how it was done. The same thing I'm just doing it here. Only thing is the inserted values I'm just not putting it here. Like third question, I just want to remove 2 items. What are the 2 items I want to remove? I just choose it here. Okay, so third item 0, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so third 0, 1, 2, 3 here. In this, I just want to remove 2. So 5 and 8 are removed. Okay, 2 items. So now you can just see array. So after 5 and 8 removed, 1, 3, 2, 6, you are getting it. Okay. So now next. So now also further removal, I can do it using the filter option also. I can just do it here. It's a filter method I can use. So what I'm just doing it here is array filter. What I'm just doing item not equal to 3, which is the whichever is not there, 3 is not there, then remaining you want to filter it. That means 1 to 6 it should give. That's what you are seeing it here. 1 to 6 it is giving. Okay. So there's other method also available, filter, and whichever are divisible by this. Okay, I just want to do it means I can do that. Okay, so now divisible by 2. That means I divide it by 2, the remainder is 0 means, then I'm just checking it here. In the mod of that item, just taken it here. See 2 and 6 will come, all the even numbers. So like this also I can just do the removal part of it. Okay. Now suppose I just want to do concatenation. For example, I have array 1 is there, array 2 is there, both I just want to join it here. Okay, and also I just want to add my own things here. So now what I'm just doing it here, just copy that, go here straightforward. See, the interesting thing is dot 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 array 1 you need to give. Okay, so dot 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 and means that is entire that variable completely will be included, that value will be included. So three dots is that is called as the spread function, SPRE, I mean READ spread function, and it is we can very well use it for the concatenation also. So over here what I have done is here I have taken array 1 2 3 value, and I added one more array that also comma dot 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 array 2. I'm just putting it here, and then whatever the value I want to add it 7 6 8 9, I just put it here. You see all of them are getting added here, right? So it's very interesting feature of array. And this is the same spread function. We can see it in the object also later. And then now sorting. Sorting is very interesting. Now array dot sort. Okay. So now this all things are in actually already in the ascending order only. Okay. So what I'll do is array sort. I mean 1 2 3 4 is available. Okay. So why 1 2 3 4 is only available? I mean ARR is, what I'll do is just remove this one. Now just clear it. Now just again I just take the new one. Yeah. So here just I'm taking it here. Okay. So now let me take sort how it will come and see. So array dot sort. Right. So now you can see it here. It's all though it is randomly available, it's all sorted in order. Okay. But suppose I want it in a descending order. Okay. I mean, unlike other programming languages, there is no straightforward method for descending. So it gives a different function, so which we can use it here now. So here, this option I can use it here. The two ways it can be done, using like array dot sort. Okay, we are just giving a function a comma b and return a minus b is there. So that means that will give in the ascending order. Okay, so you can see that the same ascending order will be there. And same thing, if I just change it to b minus a, to change that one, so entire thing will be coming in a reverse order. Okay. So this entire function also can be put it in a simplified format. Okay. So this is the simplified format of that. Okay. Both are one the same, but it is simplified format. And you might be knowing something interesting. This is called as an arrow function. So which you will be learning it later. I mean, of course, this is also a function. The function things and all will be learning later. But at this point of time, you just understand this is an arrow function. Okay, it's simplified by a comma b. Just here putting it here, and here, for example, a comma b. I'm just putting it now. It will all in the ascending order. The same thing now. I just put it as b. I mean b minus a. If I put that one, it will be, sorry, b minus a. You can just see it in the descending order part of it. Okay. So that's how the sorting will be happening in the arrays. Okay. And then next. So there are, suppose you have an array here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is available. I just want to multiply it by 4, or maybe I want to divide it by 4. All the things are applicable. So in that case, you can very well use array. Map function is available. You can just make use of that. Okay. So let me again define array function here. Array. So let me clear it here. Right. I'm just creating it here. Now what I do, I just want to multiply that one with a particular value, or divide, or if you want to take a square, anything, any of the things you just want to multiply that, you can do that, you can do. So now you can see it here, I just multiply it here. So instead of multiplication, I mean 4, 8, 12 it has come. Suppose x to the power 2 you just want to make it. So it will come as a square. You can just see it here, 1, 4, 9, 16, 25. You will get the square. Or if you want to divide it by 2. So like that you will be able to divide by 2. Okay, so you can just see it here, the divided value it shows, right? So this way also you can do that map. Okay, very interesting functions, you can see it here. And then suppose I just want to create an array which has 10 elements. Okay, so just let me show that one, what is this fill means. Okay, so let me create an empty array array 1, it's an empty array of 10 items. So I'm just seeing it here, you see empty. Okay. Now I just want all the 10 items. By default, I just want to fill it up with a value of 2 or 3 or something like that. Okay. So what are the value you just want to fill it up? Array, I just fill. Okay. So now, for example, I'm just filling it up with number 2. Okay. You can see now it is filled now. Okay. Now if you see it here, 10 times, so all the items are filled now here. Okay, so this is what is fill about it. And this fill can be not only done for completely, partially also I can do that one. So how do we do that? You can see. So now array fill. This is the value to be filled is 0, and then start index and then end index part of it. Let's see how it is. So now array value is nothing but the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, right? 0 is here. I mean, this is the value, and 2 is the start index. 0, 1, 2, the 3 is the value, and 4. Then 3 and 4, this one will come into picture. Okay, so you see how it is getting filled now. You can just see it here, because fill 1, 2, 0, 0. You can see it here. Okay, so that's how it will be working now. And then let's move on to the next item. The same way you will be having a set. Now array you got it. Array, as we discussed, quick to recap is that arrays will always have, I mean, duplicate values possible. Any different types of data types also can be possible. Even including an array, you can include in a, I mean, an array can be a part of that also. So all these things are possible. Okay. So now coming to the set, set is a collection of unique values only. Okay. Even if you give duplicate values, but set will only store the first unique value only. It will be getting stored it here. And each of the value can only occur once in the set. That's what it means. Okay. And then you can create in a JavaScript set by adding a new key, right? We already know how to create objects, right? New set, you can just put it here. So by set, you can just put, and then you can pass the values as an array, then set will be created. And then for that, you can add items to that one. And so if you are multiple items, if you are adding duplicates also, it will take only the first item will be taken it here. Okay. So how does it does? We can just see it here now here. Example. So now we're just creating a set here. What are the operations you can do is creating a set, adding values to that set, updating the values, how do you, whether you can do it or not. Then how do you find the size of the set, and then also the checking whether it is also array item, the set item has certain values, whatever you are looking for it. Okay. So these are some of the operations we'll just quickly see. So now what I'm just doing is I'm just creating my new set. Okay. So I just go here. Let me clear all the things. I just created a new set. So the new is the keyword, and then so it will create a set. I just passed an array of value, so that will be created a set. If you see it here, though I given duplicate values, but means the set has taken only the unique values 1, 2, 3, 4. That is the only value it has taken that. Okay. Then next, coming here, I just want to add. So if you want to add anything, then my set dot add. You need to put that one. And like push. So here you will be just doing only add to the set, and what is the value you want to add, you will be having it. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here is I'm just adding 6. I'm just able to add it here. You can see, right? Now add if you want to add one more, you can just add 8. That's how you can just see it here now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, and then 8 also available. If you want to see it here, you can just expand. You can just see. Okay. So all things are possible. Then next, so I'm just adding it here. And since in set these items are not indexed, so you will not be able to do any update value also. This particular item you just specify and then do the update part, which is not possible. But what is the alternative you can do is you can just delete a particular item, and also you can just add a new item. Add item anyway you can always do. So you just delete it and do that one instead of updating. There is one method you can do that one, but direct updating is not possible. Okay. So in set also you can just use my set size. What is size means? It will give me the size of the set. It is 6. There are 6 items are there, right? So it is coming 6 items. Okay. And next is whether that array has the, my set has the particular value or not. Okay, so I'm just checking for value 10. It is 4, it is available or not in set. So value 4 is available here, right? Then I can just say yes, right? This is nothing but your membership operations, right? The next is like I'm just instead of 4, I'm just typing 10. Do you have 10 value here? In this, not there, right? So it should return false. You see, it is false. Okay, this is typically in the membership operation you can see. Okay, the next. So now here what happens is here in the set, you have what are all the values that are available there. So it will be returning it here. And how do we view that all the values? And it doesn't make much difference because unless otherwise you have a key and value pair item. But anyway, we can just show it here. Entries is nothing but all the entries that is available. It is the values will come, value and value will come as a pair, array, and then for each item is it will be one below the other. It will be showing to you. So you can just we can run that one and show it to you so that you will have an idea about it. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here is just for. So this is about getting values of the set. So now I'm just entering it here. You just see it here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So what are the values are available one below the other because we have to learn it with the for loop, and for all the values it is getting the things. So that's what you are doing it here. Okay. And then so for the let value of my set for each of the value it will be just printing one after the other. That's what you need to remember the syntax. Okay. And then next is about the entries. So what does it mean? You can see it here. So when it goes to entries, you can just see the entry. It will be each the value pair as it will go now. So as an individual small arrays, it will go. Okay. So that is what it is. Entries all about it here. Okay. And then coming to the last one is the for each. You can just see. So for each method, you can just use can see and see the values here also. Like so, what we are just doing it is You see here 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. You are getting the same values only for each of the values. Okay. So there are different ways by which you can just get the set values. Okay. The next, if I want to remove it, like we have my set delete 4. If I just give it here, the item 4 will be removed. Okay. Now let's see it here. So now the 4 is removed. Now the return value is true. So now if I see it here, my set, you can see it here 1, 2, 3, 6, 8. We are getting here. 4 is gone now. Okay. So now if you want to clear completely, then I need to use the clear function here. My set clear. Okay. So now if you see that set, nothing will be there. My set. You see, there is the size is 0. That means all the items are cleared. Okay. So that's about the set methods and their properties. Okay. And then let's get into the quickly into the map. So map is the one of the easiest one to do. So map, as we discussed earlier also, map is the key value pair where the key can be of any data types. You can have it here. And map remembers the original insertion order of the keys. Whatever the order you inserted it, the same order it will be able to remember that. So that is one of the interesting feature of the JavaScript. Okay. Whereas the objects cannot remember the order of insertion, but it can remember the order of insertion. Okay. So now we can just, let's say, having known that it's a key value pair. So let's create some of the examples and then see it here how it will work. Okay. So now the same way, like whatever the set you have done it here, the same way you just put it here. I mean, let me go here. Let me clear. So now I'm just creating new and the new as map. I'm just giving it here. Like object, how we created it here. New map, you are just creating it here. As a student, I'm just creating it here. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here is I'm just a student. I just want to set this is called setting the key value. Okay. So what I'm just doing, I'm just giving the key as name and age, and then values like John and 30 ages. I'm just giving it here. So now let me create this one. So now I just created it here. Okay, now if you see it here, name equal to John and age equal to 30, it got created already. Okay, now that I just want to update the age as 15, just instead of 30, I just want to update it as 15. So what you need to do is, there's nothing separately you need to do actually. So like you need to put the same thing only, just if you see it here now, I just put age the 15. That means already there is a keyword existing with the age. That age, it will automatically value will get updated there. So now you can see the updated value is reflecting it here. Right. Then next, then we want to know what is the size of the thing. We can just see how many keys are available. We can just see, and then see that there are only two keys are available, right? One is name and age. Okay. And then next is about the how do I want to get that particular value, okay, from that method. Okay. So now what I do is map. So just shut down and get a method. Okay. So now you can just see it here. I'm just getting get name and so name not to display. Okay, and then get age. So now what happens is, okay, let me get one after the other. So now you now get name John is coming here. Okay, and then same way get age. So it is coming as age is 15. That's what you are getting it here actually. Okay. And then next, and then whether it has the age as the key or height as the key that is available or not, that you are just checking it here. Okay. So just checking part what you are doing it here. Now I'm just checking student as key, age as the key or not, height as the key or not. I'm just checking it here. So now let me check height as age. All right. So it is the age. It has true. Right. It is available. But you see, just if I just give it as height, so height, there is nothing like we have defined so far, right? Name and age only we have defined it. If you give height, it will not take it. Okay, so that means it is that particular key is not available. It's missing. Okay, so that's what we'll be checking it here. And then like next is about the same way, whatever you have done it for the set, the similar way you can just try the same thing for the map also. But here the interesting thing will be that you'll be able to, like in set, you have only one value is only available. Here you are having key pair. So that means for the keys and the values, you can just print it separately. You can just see it here. I'm just quickly running it. You know, you can see it here. When you say values, only John and age will be coming into picture. Suppose I just want to have keys. Okay. So now what I'll be doing here is, I just instead of values, I just change it to keys. KEY. Keys, I'm just putting it here. And in this place, I just maybe, for example, I just say, key. Here also key. Now you can just see it here, only the key names, name and age, the keys are shown, and here the values are shown, right? So that's all possible now. And then you can just also entries. What is that entries means? The key value pair, it will show it to you side by side. Okay, one after the other, you can just see it here. Name, John, age 15, like that it can get you the value and then show it to you. There is one approach. And then there is one more last approach for this one. So here you can just see it here, both name and the value age 15, like that your value and key you need to give it here. Based on this function, it will be returning to you. Okay, so you practice all of this and so that you'll be able to understand more in detail. Okay, and so now similar way, we have the student dot delete. So if you want to delete the age, that one, I can just delete it here. So now I'm just deleting it here. Now it is removed. Now just say my map. So now it is student, right? I'm just putting it as student. So you see it here now that age is no more available. Okay, suppose I want to remove this one also, just simply I need to put clear. Okay, student clear. So now if you see it here again, student, nothing. You can see that here 0 size. Okay, this means all the things are cleared now. Okay. So with this, we are completing the map and the methods in the project. Now let's get into the objects. Okay. So quickly go through the object. What are the mean? Objects are unordered collection of key value pair. Okay. Okay. And so whereas in the map, it is ordered collection of key value pair, but it just only remembers the order in which it is entered. Okay. And where the keys are strings or symbols, it can be there, but there it is only any data type you can have it. They are they are often used to represent more complex data structures. If you want to do, you can do that part. Okay. So here, in the objects, we can just quickly see some other things. I mean, very limited operations are only available. What is possible, what is not possible, I just already mentioned it here. So we'll just only take the things which is possible. Okay. But let's see how to create an object now. So I'm just creating let student name John, age 15. This is the object I just want to create it here. Very simple, straightforward, right? So let me clear everything now. Right, I just created this student, right? I'm just getting it now already over. Now, once I create it here, now how do I get it here? So okay, what I do, student, gender, female, I'm just because I not added anything here. This is what by default I created. I'm just adding gender also into that. So actually it is, I'm just typing for example. All right, I'm just adding it here now. Okay, now let me check it now, student. You can see it here, John, age, and female is available, but female is not the correct one, right? So in that case, what I need to do, I need to update it here. So how do I update it here? So same, student, gender, you can update function, you can just see it here. So you can just make it as male. That's how we're just going to update it here. Okay. So let's quickly see it here. Okay. So I will just update it as male now. Okay. So now let's see student. So you can just see that the value got updated to male. Okay. So now let's take the other things. Now size we said it is not applicable, and then just getting the values. How do I get that particular value? I mean already we have seen that it is using dot method and also bracket method. Both the way you can just check it here. Let me show both the things once again for your understanding. So now in the dot method you just put student dot name. Name we are just putting the parameter and then the name will be displayed here. Okay, and in the bracket method I'm just putting the age part of it here, the student age. You can see it here. This is a bracket method where the key will be given in the inside the bracket and then you will be able to get a value. Okay, so now the remaining things will not work anyway, so I'm not going to do that one. And then here again the same thing, so you'll be able to get the key and the value pair since it is available, so you'll be get them also. Just quickly I'm just showing it here. You can just see it here now. So here John, that only the values you are asked for it, right? So the value is John 15 male, that's what it is giving here. Suppose if you want only keys, same thing, just convert into keys now. So this is the only thing. You can just see it here now. Name, age, gender. Suppose I just want to have the name age combination but in a vertical line. So you can just put it like this. Now you can just see it here. Array 1, array 2, array 3, like that is the 2 array of it. You can just see it here. Right? Each one will be treated key value per it is given. Okay. So likewise, you'll be able to see it here, and for each will not be working here because it is not a iterable item. Okay, update is not a possible one. And here again, the delete option is available. So what you need to do, to delete student, then give the property gender. Okay, so it will take care of that. And there is nothing. Okay, just let me show it first. So now I'm just doing right. So you can just see it here, delete student gender. I just removed it here. Now just look at the student part. You just only say name and age are available. Okay, so gender you have removed it now. Okay, so now that having done this one, now so if you want to clear everything, so a simple thing is to clear everything is that student empty box we need to use. That's all. So now it's empty bracelet. The moment I give, the thing will be there. Let me check it. You see, there's no items available here, right? All are closed. Clear. Okay. So this is how the object methods will be followed. Okay. And there is one more, two interesting features that I need to explain it, and then with that we'll conclude about the about the collection objects. Okay. So, like we have seen it in array, how one array and another array can be included in a, one array can be included in another array, right? Using spread method or the concatenation method. Okay. So here, same way, object also you can use the spread method, and like the way how we sorted out array, we can also do the sorting on the objects as well. Okay. So here is a quick example which I can just copy and then run it and show it to you and explain as well. Okay. So now let me take this one. Let me copy. Let me show that one. Let me clear. All right. So here, if you look at it here, I'm just declaring one object like a basic data. Like typically for any student, I just have a name and age as a basic data. I just select it here. And then what I'll do is I just create one more object which is additional data of a student. Okay, what it means is email and gender. I'll just capture that one. Okay, and what I'll do is that I'll include the basic data plus email and gender. I'm just adding it here with additional data. Okay, now I just want to have the complete data. The complete data means basic data and additional data all put together. I should be able to get it here. Okay, so now complete data is nothing but now what I'm doing here. Users see it here. Interestingly, this is an object. First one. Okay, in the second object, what I'm doing, dot 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 basic data, I'm just referring it here. Dot 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 basic data means referring it here. Okay, in this, what all the values are there, it will automatically bring in. Where name and age are available, it will bring in that. Okay, so similarly, in the complete data, if you see it here, additional data, whatever the additional data is available here, I'm just including it here, and then also I'm just adding country, which is India. I'm just adding it here. Okay. So now that what happens is I just put basic data, additional data, complete data as an outcome. I'll just be getting the interesting results. You can see it here. So John and age, if I say basic data, these two got printed. When I say additional data to be printed, then John and age and the email ID and the mail also will come into picture. I can see it here. So now next to the last one, if you see it here, I'm just able to see John age and John email, their mail, and then also the country also I just put it here. So the country India also I just took it, right? So this is how the spread method can be used in the inside an object. Okay. So I hope it will be very interesting to you for you. Okay. And then next is about the sorting of the arrays. Oh, sorry, object, how it will be done. So let us take the example first and we can run it here. So now let me clear it here. Okay, if you see it here, now what I'm doing here, I'm just having the all the arrays, like student arrays, I just have it here. Name, name and age are available. I just want there to be ordered based on age. Okay, I just want to do the order part of it, and both ascending and descending order I need to do that one. Okay, so if we already seen that one now, student dot sort, we can just give it here. Okay, and then if we just say a comma b, the value and equal to a dot age, I'm just giving it here, and minus b dot age, because which is the item we want to do that on which. So that's what we are referring it here. The same thing if you just put it as a reversed one, then it will be in the descending order. Constant. Now it will be showing ascending order. You just see it here. 25, 30, 35. So you are just showing it in the ascending order of the values. Okay. Suppose same thing if I just want to do it in a descending order. Like constant. Now it will be showing the ascending order. You just see it here. 25, 30, 35. So you are just showing it in the ascending order of the values. Okay. Suppose same thing if I just want to do it in a descending order. So what I will be doing here is I just remove these things. Okay. Now just descending order. I just run it. So let me remove the. If you look at it now, it is showing in the descending order 35, 30, 25 of age. So you can just give on any column. For example, now I just want to give it an age, given it here. Instead of age, I just change it to name. Then based on the name, alphabetic order, everything will come. Right? Okay, so the objects can be sorted out. Okay. And then coming to the next one, there is something called a concept called destructuring. So till now you would have seen it here. Like, just quick thing only to learn. You would have seen it here like the numbers I just give it here. Okay, what I'll do is I just this one I just assign it to a number and I'm just reversing it here, like you can see it here, constant, and then the first second time like this I put it here equal to numbers. I'm just putting it here. So what will happen is these numbers it gets assigned to these values. Okay, then I'll be able to see the outcome. Okay, similar way object level also I can do the destructuring here. So I have two objects here, like person is one object. I can just see it here, right? And within that also I just have an address here. Okay. So now how it is getting printed, you can just see it here. Just let me show that one and then you'll be able to understand this. Okay. Now clear the console. Okay. So here if you look at it here, so now just I have numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I have it here. Okay. Now what I'm doing is destructuring what I'm just doing it here. I'm just reversing it now, constant. I'm just putting it as an array, first, second, and the rest of the numbers. I just want to put it as the rest. Now spread is just dot dot dot. Rest means the rest of the numbers will be treated. That means equal to number. That means one will come to first, and two will come to second, and 3, 4, 5 will be moved to rest value. So that's how it means that. Okay. So now, but this name can be anything. The moment you put dot dot dot, it will understand that the rest of the values will be taken here. Okay. Now if you start printing it here, now you see how the values will come now. You see it here. The first value is come here. The second value is come here. And then the rest when you say rest will be 3, 4, 5. So that is called as the destructuring so that based on your need, you can use that how to make use of that. Okay. That is one way. And the other one is also I just give an example here and then show it. Okay, so here what I'm just doing it here is I'm just having a thing called person. Okay, name, age, and just putting it in address. If you see address, again there is a object inside that with the city and country. I'm just having internal value. Okay, I'm just putting creating it here now. Okay. Now what I just do is I just interested name, age, address. I just wanted, but in address that's only city value only. I just needed it, and I just want to get the value mapped from person. Okay. So now it is equal to person. I'm just giving it here. Like how we have equal to numbers, the same value given here. So the person value I'm just assigning it here. Okay. So now what happened? What will be the outcome? You can just look at it here. You can see. So invalid is missing. Okay, where it is. Yeah. Okay. Here. So all that I need to do is I need to give double password, right? For example, you can just see it here now. It has come John. I mean, age 25 and New York. So you see it here. I just given only address, city only. I just wanted it. Instead of I don't want to have the complete one. So that is where you are just doing the destructuring, and then you are getting whatever the value you needed it. Okay. So these things you can just go through. You can understand it quickly, and then you'll be able to do that. Okay. So now with this we are coming to the end of all the collection objects. Just to do a small comparison so that you will have an idea. In fact, this comparison is prepared by ChatGPT itself. It will gives me the difference between the array, set, map, and object, and on different properties. It is checking it here. Okay. So on the other one also you can just see there is a difference between object and map. Okay. So object not a directly iterable. That's what we have seen. That's why you are not able to do. And then directly iterable do not have a size property we have seen, but whereas map has a size property, the keys must be strings or symbols. It can object, whereas it can be any data type. And keys are not very well ordered here. Then in case of map, the keys are ordered by insertion based on the insertion order we have seen. And then the default keys will be available. Do not have default keys. Map will not have it here. Okay, so that's how it will be there. Okay, and you can also see the comparison between all the four also. You can just go through it for your learning purpose, and if any queries are there you can reach out to me in understanding this. Okay, and so with this we are coming towards the end of the collection methods. So let's quickly recap what are all the things we have learned so far. We started with introduction to JavaScript, and then we learned about the JavaScript variables, statements, and code blocks. Then later we learned about the JavaScript operators and expressions. And then we learned about JavaScript objects, methods, and properties. And then also we learned about the various collection objects in JavaScript like arrays, set, map, and then basic object itself, right? So we have learned all of them so far. Now let's go through the next topic on loops, conditional statements, and control statements. I mean, this entire thing can be called as control flow statements. Okay, this is applicable for any programming language. I mean, it can be JavaScript, or it can be Java, or Python, or R, or any programming language, and these control flow statements are applicable. Okay, so these control flow statements are broadly again classified under three categories called as loops, conditional statements, and control statements. Okay, so today let's go through this in detail. Okay, so as we have learned in the previous classes, so you can always use ChatGPT to understand more about it. You can just simply put the below prompt which I given it here. I mean, loops, conditional statement, control statements in JavaScript. It will automatically give you the examples with the sample codes so that you can easily understand that. Of course, anyway, we'll be going through all of them now. Okay, just only to give a reference how to check it in ChatGPT. Okay, so let's quickly understand what are the loops in JavaScript. I mean, in JavaScript, there are three types of loops we can see. One is about the for loop, next one is about the while loop, the third one is about the do while loop. Okay, so I mean, before going through each one of them, first we need to see, I mean, again, normal common sense, right? For example, there are certain activities, it may be in our day-to-day life. We see that the things are will be kept on repeating. Okay, where certain activities are repeating it, and you know how many number of times it can repeat. If you know beforehand, then in that case it is called as for loop. Okay, and there are kind of situations where you may not be knowing how many number of times it has to repeat it, but under certain conditions the loop will get terminated. So then that is called as while loop. Okay, so that means in simple terms, so for loop you know the number of times it gets repeated, but whereas in while loop you may not be knowing, but you know the condition in which it has to be stopped. Okay, so that's how the difference. So do while loop is just it is the extension of the while loop only. In do while loop, what will happen is at least once this loop will be executed and before the condition is met. Okay, so that means one time there will be an execution will happen. Okay, so we will go through them each one of them in detail now. Okay, so let's look at the material itself here now. So now let me just, so for loop, if you see, repeats a group of statements a specified number of times. That's what you are seeing it here. Whereas you can see while loop, while loops are known as indefinite or conditional loops. So that means you do not know when it will end unless there's particular conditions are put in place. Okay, right? And so there is a guarantee against ahead of time regarding how many times the loop will create iterate in terms of for loop. Or there is no guarantee ahead of time because you do not know, because it means like for example, the typical example will be for loop. Suppose if you are counting a number 1 to 10, so you know that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 10 it will come. Suppose you are throwing a dice, okay, so you want to stop the throwing the dice the moment you get the number 5 or 6. Okay, that means there is a possibility that in the very first attempt itself you may get number 6, or even after 10 attempts also you may not be getting the number 5 or your target number. Okay, that means your activity, I mean your dice throwing will be keep on continuing it till you get it, right? So that is where the while loop comes into picture. I hope you will be able to understand it now, right? So in case of for loop, if you see, you will be just having the initial value of counting variable. So where from where you will be starting it, and then there will be a condition. If the condition is true, then it will continue. If the condition becomes false, then it will ends there itself. Okay, then there is an incrementation of the counting variable. So the counting variable will increase from the next number. Okay, whereas in case of while loop, if you see, it initializes the iterator, that is the way you will be doing it, and you specify a condition, and if the condition is okay, then it will increment the iterator. So that is the only thing. Okay, so let's quickly just see an example, then you'll be able to understand. Okay, so now for example, I'm just giving a simple example for loop before I just explain the syntax and everything. So that when we see live, then you'll be able to understand what we mean by that. Okay. For time being, don't worry about the syntax part. And let me just quickly copy and then run this code and show it to you. Then I'll explain part by part. It will be easier for to understand. Okay. So let me copy this code. Okay. Then as usual, you just open the page. Okay, and then you can just simply right click and then you just say inspect, right? Then what you'll be doing, and just go to the console I'm just pasting that for loop. Okay. Okay. So here what I'm just doing it just as a common sense, first you need to understand is that say whenever you are starting a for loop, you need to know what is the starting number. All right. So that is where the initialization value will come. Then you need to know what is the end number which you want to satisfy. Okay. Then you know from the starting number how you want to increment it. That's what you're going to give it here. Then what you do that outcome, and then once you know that these conditions, if you are giving it, then you are trying to execute the block statement of what is the action you need to perform. So that's what is the common approach. So if you see it here now, I just let me run the output, then you'll be able to understand that. Okay. Okay. So now just let me quickly define the text that is which is not declared on mid. I'm just initializing with a null and then just using the for loop now. So now if you see it here, what's happening here is you can just see the first initial value, whatever it is getting it is that null value, I'm just keeping it here. Okay. Then the text what I'm just printing it here is the number is the I value is what 0 because I'm starting with 0. Okay. And then I'm just putting the number, next number is 1, the number is 2, number is 3, number is 4, till the I value will become less than 5. So that is what you are showing it here. Okay. Just I'm just printing it here. We'll just when we actually write the code, we'll be writing in a different way. But just only want to explain you the concept here. If you look at it here, okay, for I'm just because text value, I'm just declaring it initially null value, and then I'm just putting the for, and then I'm just adding the text value to this one itself. So now when I say for what I need to do, let I equal to 0. That means I'm just initializing the iterator value I equal to 0. And then what is the condition I'm giving it here? I less than 5, up to less than 5. You just do that. How you want to increment I plus plus. We already seen about how the iterator functions will work, right? So when you say I plus means this value will just get incremented to the next number. Okay. So that means now the I value will be 1, it will come. And for 1, then the number is 1, then I value 1, then again it will be printing. So like that it will be keep on repeating the loop. That's why you are getting this. Okay. So let me take one more example, then you will be able to understand that. Okay. So let me take a simple example here. When most of us might be doing this, for example. See now what I'm just doing is I want to generate a table of 5. Okay. So what I'm just doing, I'm just declaring the number. What is the number? 5. So that I want to generate a 5 table. Okay. Now what I'm just doing here is fine. I'm just putting a for loop here. Okay. So what I'm doing, let I value the start with 1. That means what? 1 into 5, 5. 2 into 5, 10. So like that I want to get it. Okay. So that's why I'm just starting with I value is 1. I'm just starting it here because I just want to get 1 into 5. Okay. And then what is the value? Up to less than 10 because up to 10 only I just needed it. So less than 11 I'm just giving it here. And then I'm just incrementing it here. Okay, that is the only thing I'm just doing it here. And then I'm just asking it to print out 1. That's what I plus, that's what you're just saying it here. Just I'm concatenating it here. 1 cross, and then what is the number value? 5. So that means 1 into 5 equal to what is the value? Whatever the I value, multiplying it by 5. That's what you are interested in, right? So that's what you are just giving it here. Okay. So now here, if you see, now the answer, you can get 1 into 5, 2 into 5, sorry, 5, 10, 3 into 5, 15, like that you are getting it here, right? This loop will be getting repeated. Okay. So that is the interesting feature about here. Okay. So now let's understand what is each one of the expression means. Okay, we'll just now go there. Keep this in. Just remember this so that you'll be able to understand that. Okay, but here only one thing you can just see it here. I just put the for, and then I'm just putting the expressions here, and then I'm just opening the code block. Right, opening the code block, and inside that I'm writing all my statements. Okay, so that statement is getting printed because this is within the loop. So that's why the loop will be get repeated here. Are you getting it here? So that's what it's all about. So let me just quickly go through the material and explain to you. So now that if you see for loop, the syntax what you are seeing for, then expression one, right? The expression one is nothing but your initialization value mainly you'll be using it here. And then expression two is nothing but your condition what you are given for that loop to continue. And then expression three is nothing but your iterator. That's what you are seeing it now, right? I hope this example will help you. Okay. So now what I will just do here is simply I just put text equal to, I'm just put a simply empty string so that it will be easier, right? To start with that. Okay. The next. So now you can see it here. The expression one is executed one time before the execution of the code block, right? Because you are just initializing the value. That's only one time only it will be done. Expression two defines the condition for the execution of the block. That's what we are seeing now, right? And expression three is executed every time after the code block has executed. That means once that is done, it has to iterate the next value, right? That's what you are seeing it here. Okay. So this is about the for loop. Okay. Same thing in the while loop only. What will happen is while what will happen, there is a condition first you are checking it here. And then you are the complete code block, you are just going to do that here. Right? So now the same thing, like what I'm just doing it here, whatever the formula I just written it here, I just let me show it to you so that you will find the difference now. Okay. And let me keep side by side itself. For example, now I'm just giving it here. I'm just same number variable 5. I'm just declaring it here like what I've done it for loop. Okay. Now in case of while loop, what I'm doing it here, I'm just initializing the value before itself. That means let I equal to 1. I'm just putting it here. In for loop, you are inside this the loop condition, you are creating it as expression one, right? So that is just I'm outside. I'm just declaring it. That is the only thing now difference. And now what happened? The condition that is nothing but the expression which was available here. I just keeping it inside here itself. Okay, so that's only the expression. I'm just keeping it here. And then the iterator part you are seeing it here, right? Iterator where it comes just below that, right? After the while the condition statement is after the statement is executed, you are just iterating here. That is the only difference you'll be seeing it here. But all the elements remain same, right? Where to start, how to increment, what is the condition to be checked. So right, only this approach will be differing it here. And then see here the console.log, whatever I'm just doing it here, it is one and the same only. There is no difference you can see. Right, the statement remains same. Okay. Hope this is clear. Okay. So now what I will be doing it here that when the condition comes here, then it will get stopped. I can just give less than or equal to 10 or less than 11, whatever I just changed it here. Now let me execute it here. You see the same response will be getting it here, right? In the while loop. Okay. So the while loop also what you are doing, you are initializing here. There is an expression and you are incrementing it, but incrementing is will be done after the execution of the statement. But whereas in here, a part of the for loop statement before execution itself will be having that value. Okay, that's only the structural difference. Okay. Okay. Now let me go to the material here. So now in the for loop, what is the expression? Let's understand in detail now. So now let me go through the slideshow. So now in the for loop expression, normally you will use in expression 1 to initiate a variable used in the loop. It can be I equal to 0, or you are starting with 1 means I equal to 1. So whatever the value you want to initiate it. Okay, initialize it. And this is not always the case. Suppose this JavaScript doesn't care, even this expression 1 also you can just ignore it. It is not mandatory also. Okay. Similarly, you can initiate many values in expression 1 separated by comma also. I can do that. Suppose if we have to initiate multiple values, for example, if we are doing a two-dimensional loop, then I equal to 0, j equal to or 0, I can start the two-dimensional loop, then I can do that one also. That's what is the meaning of that. Okay. Or you can omit the expression 1 when the values are set before the loop starts itself. So like for loop, right? You can also set the value before it starts. So in that case, you don't need the expression should be put. So what does it mean? So we will see it now. I mean, often the expression 2 is used to evaluate the condition of the initial value, right? So this is not always the case. The JavaScript doesn't care. Expression 2 also optional it says. That means the expression 2 returns true, then the loop will start over again. If return false, the loop will end. That means if you omit expression 2, you must provide a break inside the loop. Otherwise, the loop will never end. Okay, so this will crash your browser. So read about the breaks a later chapter in this tutorial. We'll be explaining that more in detail. Okay, so what I just always suggest is try to go with the fundamentals way of approach before you get into the advanced way of doing the things. Okay, so that will be easier for you to first understand the basics. Then it will be easy. Then coming to the expression 3. Often expression 3 increment the value of the initial value. So then in that case, this is not always the case. The JavaScript doesn't care. Expression 3 also optional. That's what it says. That means expression 3 can do anything like a negative increment and positive increment. Both are possible, right? And then the increment also I need not have to, I can just put, I mean, in terms of 3, suppose if multiples of 2 I want it, or multiples of 3 I want it, then I can get that one also. Okay. And expression 3 also can be omitted. And when you increment your values inside the loop, like how we did it for while loop, then in that case expression 3 also can be omitted. Okay, so here I mean using where the variable declared in the loop redeclares the variable outside the loop. So we already seen that varchar, if you do that one, it get reassign the value. So whatever at that moment. Okay, but if you don't want that value to be reassigned, then always use later. Okay, so that the value will not be reinitiated, and then I mean, whatever the value that is using let inside the loop we are keeping, that is the restricted only for that inside the loop only. Like we already studied about the scope of the how to use let and where, right? So the same concepts will be applicable here now. Okay. Now the for loop we have already seen this one. Okay. So now and just a quick thing like suppose I just able to create the for loop for say JavaScript, I created it here. The same thing I want to create it in Python. So how do I do that one, right? So assume that you don't know Python, but you want to just generate an for loop using Python also, right? So for easiest way to do it is we already know that. For example, this is what I have in JavaScript, right? Copy, I'm just doing it here. Let me go to ChatGPT. Okay. Right. I'm just giving it here. Run as convert. Always, I just put it here. So it is already understood that it is there. I mean, convert it to Python. That's what I just put it here. So now you see it here. So quick. I mean, it is converting into Python. The number equal to 5 for I in range 1 comma 10 and print the value I into number equal to I into number, right? The same way instead of control console.log we are just using print in statement in Python, right? So simple, right? So you can just go to the material now. You can see same, the number is same. For loop, if you see it here, I in range 1 comma 10. You may not be having initialization value and all those things, but you can just make use of the range, or you can make use of the array, or anything just you want to do, that you can do that with that. And then I'm printing instead of console.log, I'm just using print. I is nothing but I just the first value which I'm getting here 1, 2, 3, right? 1 into 5 that I'm getting it here. And then I have my multiplication. See, all commas, I'm just putting it here so that each of the string will get concatenated. So then the number, this number is nothing but whatever the value I'm just declare it here, right? Then equal to I'm just giving it here in one, and then I'm just the multiplication value I'm just showing it here, right? So it is so easy, right? I mean, so you now parallelly you learned how the for loop works in Python also, right? Okay. The same way you can experiment with other languages as well. Okay. So now this is the basic for loop, and let us go to the. So here just quickly let us look at it. I mean we are just seeing that, right, without the things how it can work also. So now just be quickly clear this. So I'm just seeing it here. I mean num5, this is what the for loop part of it here. Okay. Now same thing what I'm just doing it here. I'm just declaring num here. Okay. In the next line what I'm doing it here is, I mean I value I'm just equal to I equal to 1. I'm just declaring outside itself. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here for, this is the expression, right? I just okay, let me copy the entire thing now. Okay. Okay, before that let me go line by line to be here. Let me copy this. Now just put for. Okay, so now that I already declared the value later. Okay, let me just keep it this expression. Without that, I have this expression only. Okay, so now I mean I plus plus, that's the increment value also there, right? I just let me remove that one also. Okay, I'm just making an attempt here without using the expression 1, 2, 3 and all. Okay, let us see. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here is I'm just putting the calculation whatever it is doing it here. I'm just doing it here, and then what I'm just doing it here is, now I just got this loop value. Okay, so now what I'm just doing, so now the whole thing I just maybe I just create it here itself and then show it to you. So what I'm just doing it here, just copy. I'm just putting a duplicate here. So now let I equal to 1. What are I'm just doing it here? I just put it here. Okay. And then I'm just let me remove this. Right. Then next what I'm just doing it here, that increment value also I'm not using it. Let me remove that. Okay. That's only the expression is left out there. Okay. And what I'm just doing it, I need to increment it here. Right. So what I just do, I plus plus. That's what I just need to do that one here. Let me see it here now how it works in for loop. Okay. See, I'm just able to get the same thing. That means without even putting that expression 1, because I just brought it similar to while loop, I brought it outside, and similarly the condition also I just brought it outside. I mean, sorry, the iterator also I just brought it inside the loop itself, and then I just brought it here. That means here just only by replacing the for with the while, then the both will look one and the same. There is no difference at all. Let's try that one now, right? Let me put it here. This for is there. Okay. So let us try to remove this and see. Say suppose if I remove this, what will happen? Let's experiment it. Okay. So now I remove this. Okay, whether it will work or not, we'll see. It will not work because you are expecting unexpected token where it is coming, the closure one part. You are getting it here because without specifying that you cannot do that. So that's what is required here. So now I just keep it again. So that means it is expecting something here. Okay. Here also it will not expect because I just need a value there. Okay. So now I'm just putting here the semicolon here and also the semicolon here. So that means now it will work. Okay. So that's what you need to understand here. But in case of while loop, if you see, I'm just same thing and just copying it here. Okay. So now simply I just put while the condition is available. Okay. All the things are same as above, right? I've not done any changes. Now you see the output one and the same. Only thing is in the for if you are putting it here, it initially value you declared outside and this one you declared inside the loop. So that's where, but you need to put this syntax. That empty thing you need to have it in the expression one and expression two, that expression three. Okay, that's what the meaning of it. Okay, I hope you are able to understand whatever was discussed now. Okay, now just let me move to the next one. Similar way, like just now I shown in Python how it will be done. So now we can just go through, like for example, I just want to have all the even numbered, the table, I just want to have only the even numbers related lines. Okay, that means, let me show you. For example, 1 into 5, instead of 5, 2 into 5, 10, 4 into 5, 20, 6 into 5, 30, only those things, only the even number one only I needed it. Okay, so how do we do it here? Okay, so before doing it here, let me first show it to you, then I'll explain it easier. Now let me clear it. So if you see it here, so what I'm just doing it here, I'm just declaring the number as usual what I was doing it. Then I'm just declaring a constant of number. So what I'm just interested in only the even numbers, right? So I just created an array of even numbers. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, right? Then what I'm just doing it here, inside, whatever the array values are available, for that I'm just getting the value. So now what I'm just doing for let I in numbers. That means what I'm just doing it here, I is the temporary variable that is declared inside the for loop itself, and then in numbers is what in here, right? In means whether each and every number, it will just going through that one. Okay, so now you just see the output, then you'll be able to understand it, what it means. You can just see it here, right? 0 into 5, 0, 1 into 5, 5, okay, because the number value, and then 2 into 5, 10, 3 into 5, 15, 4 into 5, 20. Okay, that is because here what I've just done it here is my index values I just taken it here. Okay, so now I just do the same thing with the one more option, then you will understand. Now for I in is there. Now what I'll do is for off I'll just put it. Then you will find the difference and then you can learn it yourself. Now just say for off. Okay. So now you see the output. Okay, what you are seeing it here, when you say for in, it doesn't worry about whatever the items available in the array. It only looks at the index of this element. So that means 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all the index part of it, right? So that is why you are just taking index value and then it's doing it when it is I in when you are saying it here. Whereas I off, if you are, when you are giving it here, then whatever the value is available in this number values. So that means now the 2 into 5, 4 into 5, like that it comes. Are you able to understand? So that is what the meaning of the for off and for in. I hope you now will be able to understand that. Okay. The same way, the example I just already given to you. And the same way, you can also do this same thing. Even now that I'm using an array, I have done it here, right? Same thing I can just do with a number also. I'm sorry, string also. Okay, let me show you that. Okay, so now let me clear it here. So now what I'm trying to do is I'm just select language as JavaScript. That is a variable. I'm assigning it JavaScript, and just a text. I'm just initializing the value as empty value. Okay. Now what I'm just doing it here. You can see you are known by now, right? That X of language. I'm saying it here. Then X of language means what? So the each and every value in the string, right? That means each and every letter will be treated as a value, right? In the string, you are decomposing that. Okay. Now the text equal to X, I'm just giving it here. Then I'm just printing it out. So let us see what happens because this is inside the loop, and then the same loop it will be iterating it here. Now you see JAVA script SCRIPT, it becomes one below the other. Right. So that means let X of language and just give it here. But the same thing, if I instead of X of language, if I just give it as X in, then what will happen you see? So now in means we understood. In means what? It is a index question. So for you to easily remember, right? Index in is there, right? Then at that in we can just remember that. So it will be easy to for you to remember and do. Okay. When you say of, that means of values that you can remember that way. So once you understand index in, then you automatically know what it will reply. So now you can just see it here. I just know the 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's what I'm just getting it here. The index question of that only it will come. Are you getting it here? So that way you will get the index question or the value based on your context what you want to get it. Okay. Okay. So now let's get into the next one. So there's one more thing called array dot for each also there is one more method available. Okay. So let me first run it and then explain to you, then we'll come back here. Okay. This is also one more method that by which you can do. So now what I'll do is just clear it here again. So now if you look at it here, so now again the same number equal to 5. I mean I'm just putting the numbers as 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. I'm just giving it here all the even numbers. So now what I'm just doing it here, because numbers is now an object, array object, right? So what I'm doing, array object is number dot for each. I'm just giving it here. My function, I'm just calling it here. Okay. That means I'm just creating a function. What is the name of the function? My function. What is that you are trying to get? You are getting the value. Okay. What is the value here? 2, 4, 6, 8 only the value, right? And the value into number. Number is 5. And then value into numbers. So that's what you're just trying to get that one here. Let's see what is the outcome. Value is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, and that's what you're getting it here. So this is also one more method using the for each method that is available in arrays, right? So the for each item you are just doing it. This is also one other way you can do it. Okay. Hope you are able to understand all of them. Okay. So now let's get into the while loop and do while loop. Okay. So now what we'll do is the while loop we already seen the example, right? Now let's try to do an okay for just for you to recollect. I'm just putting it again the while loop here. Okay, now I'm just putting it here while loop. So while loop we are initially seeing the value outside. Just we are writing only the expression here, and then whatever the statement you want to execute, you are putting it here, and then you are iterating that value, right? Okay. So if you have noticed here, we are not using any semicolons everywhere. Not required to be also, right? I can even simply I plus plus also that will take work on that. Okay. So now having understood the while part of it, let me take the do while. Okay. What is the difference between that? You will be able to understand now. Now let me do a do while. Okay. So here what happens, you can see it here. So here, say, I mean the initial number is remains same, and I value I'm just initializing it as 1, that is same. So what I'm just doing, you can see it here. I'm just saying do. First I'm saying do here, and then I'm executing the statement. And what is the statement to be executed? I'm just doing it here. Okay. And only thing is what is the condition is there, right? That while that condition, I'm just putting at the end. You can see is whatever the condition was available here, that is now brought here. Okay, right? Syntax is very easy to remember. So I mean, while whatever you have written, so instead of that, while directly you put do there. So that means directly you are executing the statement first, and then you are checking the condition. So that means what will happen? You have seen that here. The condition what it is, I less than or equal to 10. So that means till I less than or equal to 10, this loop will be keep on continuing it here. Okay. So now, for example, I just started with a let I value equal to 1, I just given it here. Okay. Suppose that means since I given initial value is 1, then it has gone through this and then I equal to I less than or equal to 10, I'm just giving it here. Okay. Now, assuming that if I initiate my I value as 11, now what will happen? When I'm initiating my I value as 11, that means the first what it will do, it will just do the statement. What is the statement now? I value is what? 11. And then the number is what? 5. The 11 into 5, 55 it will come. Then it comes here. Then what will happen? While I less than or equal to 10. Is it I value less than or equal to 10? No, right? It is more than 10. So that means what happens? It is the loop will end now. But here what happens, since you are after the execution of the do, you are executing while, because this is at least once it is got executed, right? That means you see the output, you will be surprised, right? 11 into 5, 55, it is getting executed first. Then the condition is failing here, it stops there. Okay, so that means at least once you want to execute it, then this is what is required. Okay, I hope you are able to understand the what is while and do while and how the syntax changes, right? And again, I'm just repeating it here. Whatever the while statement, while expression you are having it here, that you remove that, you put it at the bottom. Okay, and in that place you just put a do. That's all you need to do. No other major changes will be. There's nothing complex to understand the syntax. Okay. Okay, so just quickly go through this here now. The loops can execute a block of code as long as the specific condition is true. Okay, and if you forget to increase the variable used condition, the loop will never end. Then this will crash your browser. So always, especially you work with a loops, especially while loop. For loop anyway, you will be knowing that end value you are giving it here. But while loop, you do not know the conditions there, right? Always make sure that the variable just incrementing or decrementing it happens. Okay, and you will discover that while loop is much same as the for loop, with the statement 1 and statement 3 are omitted. That's what we live practically we have seen that, right? So statement 1 and 3 we omitted, where for loop will be remaining the same as the do loop, right? And the do while loop is a variant of the while loop only, and this loop will execute the code block once before checking the condition is true, so that at least once it get executed. Okay, so this is all what we have learned now. Okay, now a simple example. For example, I just initially learned Python, right? But I just there was a nice game about, so you just guess a number, okay, and a random number, maybe between 1 to 10, okay, and then the system should be able to tell you that whether you are able to guess the correctly or not. The loop will continuously go on. Okay, for example, 1 to 10, you need to guess the number. Then the system will say, suppose if your guessed number is more than what is the number that is showing it, then that will be, it will show as its number is too large. Suppose if it is the guessed number is lesser than what is actually number, then it will show as too small. Okay. Suppose then this loop will keep on continuing. Suppose if you are not interested to end, you can just say that I want to give it up. And if you want to guess it properly, you can do that one. This is the that's all about this particular program about it. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here is, because this is written in Python program. Okay. But I just want to convert into Java. Just now I shown an example, right? Same way what you can do is just copy this. Okay. Just go there. Okay, let me come here. Yeah. So now what I do is I just copy this content and go here. Sorry, go to ChatGPT. So just put it here and then let me say. So it's just telling me that this program is written in Python. Okay, it's just showing to me. Okay. So now what it is doing, you can just see it here. Convert to JavaScript. You see it here, the JavaScript code is getting converted, right? All that you need to do is now you just take this code and then you can put it into your, copy the code and then just execute and see. Okay, so let me just do one thing. I already have it in the material and same thing I just execute so that you will not have any confusion. What I'll do is this is what I just got it after conversion. I'm just copying it here and then go to my script console. See, I'm just putting that thing. What I'm just doing, just let the number 10, I'm just giving it here. Okay. And then the let number to be guessed. What I'm just doing it here, whatever the number, I'm just using a random number, right? That is the random number will be generated. And the random number is for the value of 10 only. I'm just taking it here. The 10 value, I'm just multiplying it here. Because you all know that the random number will give only the value between 0 and less than 10. Okay, in decimals it will show it to me. Less than 1, sorry, between 0 and 1 it will give. Okay, what I'm just doing, I'm multiplying it by 10. That means the number will be, whatever the random number generated, it will be between 0 to 10, it will show it to me. Okay, so now you just keep, let guess the number equal to 0, you are just initializing it here. Okay, so now what you are doing it here, while guess number, whatever you are guessing it here, and what is the random number it is generated, the number to be generated, if it is not equal, okay, so then what you are doing is just you are asking, prompted to ask it to enter a new number, okay, and if the number is greater than 0, and if the, this particular whole concept actually it will be very good, though I'll do one thing, sorry for it. After completing our if statements, okay, then we will come back and then we'll just go through this. That will be easier for me to explain also, okay. So now let's get into the conditional statement. Maybe just for the sake of understanding, I'll just move this one to end so it will be easy for it. I'll just move it here so that we can, at the end, we can just learn it. Okay. So now for loop we have seen array of while loop, while do while also we have seen. Okay, now let's go to the conditional statement. Again, let's go with the common sense approach. Typically, when we'll say conditional statements, for example, if you do this, then I will do this. Right? Normally, in our day-to-day life, we use the conditions, right? Or if you do this, you do this, or do this, or you do this. So like that, you will be keep continuing it, right? The conditions. So in that kind of conditions, I can also use that one. Okay. So in those things are called as conditional statements. So this will be the simple syntax. It can be simple as if the condition is true, then you execute the block of code. It ends there. Only if the condition is true, it will execute. Otherwise, nothing will be done. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here. Next one is if the condition is true, I have tell that to execute this block of code. Otherwise, you executed this block of code. That means this is called as if else statement. Okay. Now the third category is if a particular condition is satisfied, execute this block. Else if that means you are going with a nested if statement. Okay, so else if the condition is this one, then you execute this one. If this else if can be not only once, it can be any number of times, because till you have multiple choices, you can do that. And then if nothing is suitable, then finally last one else, then it will capture in this particular block. Okay, so that is the only thing you need to remember, like if else, or if else if else. Okay, so that is the only three different types you will be having it here. Okay, so let us try with a simple example, then you'll be able to understand it here. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here is I'm just executing this small script. Okay, so let me clear here. Okay, it's not executed anymore. Okay, so now let me say here what I'm just doing it here is I'm just giving a value x equal to 10 and y equal to 10. Okay, then what I'm just doing in the if statement, if x equal to, I mean you are noticing it here double equal to, right? So when you say double equal to, you all know that the above one is an assignment operator, the second here is the comparison operator. That means x and y are equal or not, you are just checking it here. If x and y are equal, then you are saying the condition is satisfied, then x is equal to y, that is the text you want it to be printed. Okay, else if x is greater than y, suppose if x is greater than y, then you are asking the system to print it as x greater than y. Otherwise the only option available, what is that of the option available, x is smaller than y, that's where the else will come into picture here. Okay, so now let's try out with this, we'll see. You see it here because I'm just x value is 10, y value is 10, both are equal. So now x equal to y, that is coming here. Okay. Now the same thing, let me change the value and see. Now instead of x value, now just y I'm just giving it as 5. Okay. That means now you know that y is lesser than x. So that means which is the condition? That means x is greater than y, right? So that means it should do so x is greater than y value. Let's see what it does. Say x is greater than y, that's how it is printing. Okay. Now the third thing is, now we just put it here, y is 15. Then what will happen? X smaller than y, right? So that's how this particular conditions, if it is satisfied, it will go. Okay. So here again it is same as for loop only. Only thing is it will go on a repeated cycle, but here just you are like while, it is more like a while statement. What will be you will be doing here is if and then condition instead of do, I mean sorry, while you will be giving the condition here. So instead of that, if you are giving the condition, and then else if you are doing it again, you are giving the condition. Okay, and then else without any condition, you are just giving it here. So that is the only thing you will need to remember. Okay, and you can try with one more example also. So let me show one more example here. So now the marks, I'm just giving it as 59 marks. Okay, now what I'm just doing, if my, see, I just wanted to show you that multiple else if how it will come. Okay, if marks less than 60, then I'm just saying it as fail. Okay, if it is mark is greater than or equal to 60 and mark less than 70, then what will happen? You will be marking it as pass. And if a mark is greater than or equal to 70 and mark less than 80, then pass with distinction. If you see it here, I'm just using two else if statements, right? And it can be any number also. Okay. And then final else, if it is more than 80, then what will happen? It is outstanding. That's what you are just doing it here. The same way the values will print. Now you just see it here. It is marking it as failed because the mark what you have declared is 59 mark. Okay. Hope you are able to understand, right? So, and here one important thing you all need to do here is, for example, here the marks less than 60 I'm giving it here. That means then here what I need to do, greater than or equal to 60, I'm just putting it here. And then marks less than 17, because here why I'm just given greater than or equal to, because 60 I want to consider it in this next block. Okay, so suppose most of the time what people developers will do one mistake here is that, so they will simply put less than 60 here and greater than 60 here. Suppose suddenly 60 number comes, then where you will fit it, because it is not handled here. Okay, so let me show an example how it will work. So now for example I forgot to put this equal to symbol. Okay, forget to put this equal to symbol, but my marks score is 60. Okay, right? So now see what is the outcome. You see the outcome, what it is showing, outstanding. Is it scoring 60 marks is outstanding? Wrong, right? So because you are just only saying even 60 to 70 itself pass only, but exactly 60, because you are handling else statement. That means else will not be, whatever the condition is not satisfied, it will come in else. So that means if you don't want this kind of errors to happen, so the good way of doing coding is that, okay, so now ideally what I need to do, I need to make sure that the equal to is given here and it will be taken care here. And even to doubly ensure that, and this is also outstanding, it not be showing it here, then again I can just use else if, right? Else if marks greater than or equal to, I just put 80. Okay, now I'm just giving it here. Else if marks greater than or equal to 80, I'm just giving it here. Then it is very sure that if it is more than 80 marks, it is outstanding. Else, right? Now what I'm just doing the same thing here. So what I'll do is, so nothing is there, I just put it as not defined. Okay. So now what will happen is, I think that now I forgot to do this equal to here. Now if I'm just giving it as 60, okay. So now what happens, you can just see. Okay, somewhere on it. Yeah, sorry, here. Okay. Okay. So now it is saying not defined, because is 60, here you have forgot to include equal to. So that means you're very sure that it is going into this. Okay, this time it is not outstanding, right? So that is where the program will work, but you have properly done or not, you may not be knowing it here. So that is why you need to see what is the, that's why it is always good to do whitelisting. What is exactly the right one, you just whitelist it here, then the remaining you can just do blacklisting, so that what will happen, so you are very sure that the wrong execution will not happen. Okay. The same way you can try it in Python. So how the, suppose if you are interested to know now how this will be looking like in Python. Okay. So just only to show you how the comparison, then you can easily learn that. So just put this on JavaScript now. Okay. So now what it just says, convert into Python. Okay. So now you can see it here. The same thing it's showing you in Python. So say syntax wise both are one and the same. Okay. So if you see it here, the constant mark, same where it's showing marks, you are just declaring. And if condition is same, only thing is instead of curly braces, it is just only a colon. Okay, you are getting it only a colon, you are just putting it here. Instead of console.log, you are just using print. You see, there is no major change here, right? And then you can just see all the conditions. the pass, fail, all the things are just, but only thing you notice it here, in for loop, you are mandatory that you need to put the conditions inside a bracket. Okay, but whereas in Python, there is no mandatory that you put that inside a bracket. Are you able to identify the difference? Okay, there is no curly brackets are required. There is no mandatory. I mean, the conditions are not required to be inside a bracket. Okay, so these are the two things you'll be just noticing it here. The rest of things are all the same. All right, I just show it here. And also, like wherever ampersand symbol is there, you'll be just having with the. I mean, here everything is handled with the. I mean, value 70 less than or equal to marks. It is handled here properly. Okay. All right. So this is how it will be done now in Python. Okay. So you can, in a similar way, you can experiment it for your C programming or R programming or Java, whatever it is. You can just experiment that. Okay. Then now going to the control statements. Okay. So let's quickly understand what is a control statement. A control statement will be if a loop is executing continuously. For example, it can be a for loop. Okay. Suppose if it comes across certain condition, okay, then it will say, okay, I got that condition, you can skip it and then you continue. Okay. Or if the moment a particular condition is met, you just simply say break it. Okay, I got my point, whatever I needed it, and you can stop it there itself. It's a more like a your while statement only. But here, using a for loop, how will be, a break statement, I will be doing it. Okay, and there is one more control statement is called switch statement in JavaScript. Okay, so that switch statement, I'll explain it now. Before going to that, let's quickly understand what is continue and for. Let me first take an example and then I'll explain to you what it means. Okay, so let me now quickly run this program. Just let me print it here now. What happens, you can just notice it here. For example, here, for loop and let letter of, here now we are seeing off, right? Off means what? Each and every item, right? That's what we learned now, right? So each and every text, in the string, each and every text, it will be printed. Okay. So that means ideally what happens, PYTHY, that's what it will be printing it now. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here, this is the, to bring it more clarity to you, assuming that I'm not having this condition, just let me remove this. Okay, now what will happen? You'll be having all the letters PYTHON. This is how conventional for loop would have done it here, right? Now in this for loop, what you are doing it here is, in case if there is a letter H comes, okay, so you ignore that particular thing and then you continue. Suppose here the H comes here, but I just want to ignore it and then continue. That's what I'm just doing it here. You see it here, I just if letter E W equal to H, I'm giving it here. The H is found. If it is there, just skip that and then continue. Just what I done, TH, that condition is not there. So the remaining O and N are printed. Are you getting it here? So that's how it will go. The current letter O and N, you can see it here. The H part is not getting printed here, right? So this is about the continue control statement. Okay. Now let's take an example for break. So break, what will happen? Okay. The same thing only. I'm just not changing anything here. Okay. Let me see. Let me put that one again. Okay. So instead of continue, I'm just saying break. Okay, syntax, there's no major change. I'm just in place of continue, I'm just changing it as break. Let us see what happens first. You see it here, what happens? Up to H, the loop was going. The moment H is coming, the loop, the loop gets ended there, right? So that means inside the for loop, you have to put a condition here and then doing it here. Okay, you are controlling that using continue break statement. Okay, here now only PYT only printed. Okay. I hope this is continue. And there is in Python, there is one more thing called pass. Okay. So then pass, what we'll be doing is that is not there in the JavaScript. Okay. Pass, what we'll do is, okay, it knows that, okay, there is something has come, but still you print that one also and then move on. Okay. When you continue, that particular thing will be removed. But a pass means that will be displayed, but you are just getting an alert, okay, this particular thing is available. Okay, right? So that's how it will be used now. Okay, now let's quickly go to the switch statement now. So when you say switch statement, that means what? You are switching between one statement to another statement. Okay, so that means how do I do that one here? Okay, so I just want to, just take a particular condition, and if I know that condition, you just directly execute that. There's no need to go through all the loops and then find to execute it. Okay, so if you have seen if else statement, all the loops will be executed, right? But whereas here it is not that. It directly go to the way. It just checks the value. If it is there, then it only that will get executed till it goes. Okay, so now here you can see it here. Just giving an example here. What is the example is? Let me first run that one, then I can explain the syntax and everything. Okay, let me clear it here now. So now what I'm just doing it here, I'm just taking in data object and I'm just trying to get the day of the object. The day of the object is nothing but, Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, right? It will be in terms of number. That means 0 means Sunday and 1 means Monday, 2 means like that, up to 6 it will come. Okay, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, when you say get day, when you call this particular method, it will be returning that value. So now what I just want to do is if I'm getting the value as 0, I want to print it as Sunday. If I'm getting the value as 1, I want to print it as Monday. So that's what actually I'm just interested to do that one. Okay. So now let's see that execution. That means the get day means today's day is what day. Okay. Now if you see it here, today's date, if you look at it here, it is 14th December. Okay, that is today's date. Okay, so today's date what? Today is what? Thursday, right? So that's what it should get it now. Okay, when you say Thursday, what is the in the number way? Zero. Thursday is. Sunday is 0. Okay, then Monday is 1, 2, 3, 4. So 4 is the value I should be getting it here, and then it should be taking it as Thursday. So let us see what it happens. Okay. Let me close the bracket. Now you see, because that value is today's date, day is Thursday. Thursday is nothing but the fourth day. Day what it is getting is 4. So then what is the value of that? It is Thursday. So that's why you are just getting printed as Thursday. Okay, is it clear? That means every case you need to define it here, and then you will be able to make use of that. Typically, when this kind of cases will be used, there are many scenarios. Okay, for example, you are interested. I just have one more example. I'll show it to you. Then you can do. For example, let's take the ChatGPT self itself. Let us find out. Okay, you run this one. We'll see. Let's go to ChatGPT. What I'm asking ChatGPT is that, as a programmer, write a JavaScript code to find the area of circle, rectangle, and triangle. Okay, by using switch statement in different shapes. Okay, that means what? If you give it as circle, then the circle area will be calculated. If you are giving that shape as rectangle, then rectangle area will be calculated. And if you are giving the shape as triangle, then triangle area will be calculated. So let us see how it is generating it here. Okay. You see how quickly a program is ready with your chat GPT, right? So now you see they calculate the area shape. So what is the shape value you are giving it here? Then that will be executed. So now what I'm just doing it a function, I just got it as calculate area shape. Okay. And then switch shape, I'm just giving it here. Okay, that is the thing. And case one is circle. Okay, if it is circle, then what you are having? Radius you are having it here. And then enter the radius of this one. That's what it is asking me. Okay. I just show for one example and then you'll be able to know. And enter the radius of this circle. Okay. I just enter it here. And then what it will do is, if it is not, you see the validations also it is taking care. Whether it is not a number or the radius value is more than 0, then it calculates what it calculates pi value, pi r square, right? That means what math power you are just using that math function, and then radius to the power 2. That's what you are just putting pi r square is the value, right? And suppose if there is if the condition is not satisfied, then you should say that invalid input for the radius, right? Similar way for the rectangle, right? So the rectangle you can just see it here. I mean, enter the length of the thing. It is asking enter the width of the rectangle. It is prompting you, right? Then you are just checking both the values or whether it is greater than 0 and it is also not an empty value. Then you are just checking it. Then length into it. There is nothing but the area of the rectangle. So likewise for the triangle will be available here. Okay. So now what we do is just you see that what is that you are calling that function, right? So I'm just doing it here. Is a prompt. What is the shape you want to have it? We're just doing it here. Calculate area. So what you are doing, then shape your user shape you are just calling that. Then that will be going to the respective if statements. Okay. So now let's quickly do this one and then see how it works. I just copy the code. Okay. Let me go to this console. Let me clear this. I'm just putting it here now, the entire code. Okay. So all that I need to do is I need to just giving the value for a shape I need to give it. Okay. So the moment I just give it, enter the shape, it is asking me and it is prompting me like whether it is a circle or rectangle or triangle. Okay. Now I'm just giving it a circle. Right. Then enter the radius of the circle it says. So let me for easy purpose I just put it as radius as 5. Okay. Now it calculates the value, right? The area of the circle is 78.4, right? So that's how it will be executed. Okay. So like this, you can just make use of ChatGPT for all your programming. But the only thing is, you need to know the basics. Then you can easily do your, whatever the best out of the ChatGPT, you can get it. Okay. So now that we have seen the example of switch statement, let's try to understand a little more about it. Okay. So let me take it here. The switch expression is evaluated once, right? That's what it is seeing it here. The value of the expression is compared with the value of each case. Okay, so that means whatever the expression you're having, it's compared. If there is a match, the associated block of code will be executed. And if there is no match, the default code block will be executed. Actually, I have not put the default there. I mean, this is at the end, like for example, each case, if you see it here, there is a break. Right? It means that the condition is over, then it is breaking there itself. Right? Okay. And suppose if at the end of the default, you can just put it here. That means by irrespective of this case or they are there, this case will be executed like our do while loop, right? So similar way it will be getting executed there. Okay. And when JavaScript reaches a break keyword, it breaks out of the switch block. That means it is no more going to work in that. So once the moment a break is coming, it is coming out of that. Okay. And then it is not necessary to break the last case in a switch block. The block breaks ends at anyway. Suppose after that last one, if you don't even put that break, then it will automatically understand it will end it here. Okay. And so only thing is, if you notice it here, if you omit the break statement, then what will happen here is break again. I'm just coming back. This break statement is asking that you are not giving it here in each case. Then what will happen? It will be going through all the things. Okay, so that's where you need to be very sure about the particular break statement so that the entire loops will not get executed. Okay, and in the default keyword specify the code to run if there is a no case match. So that means nothing is there, then what it can do. Okay, like a do while loop. The default case does not have to be last case in the switch block. It can be even some wherever you want. You can keep it here. And in switch cases, use strict comparison. That means you have to have both value and type are same. I mean, triple equal to means that's what you understand, right? Both type of the variable and the value also should match. Okay. And so again, this is what we just wanted to see it here. Now that you have seen if, do while, for loop, and all the things are there. Okay. So now let us take an example where everything is written in everything is combined, and then you are having a solution for a particular game. Okay. So now that, let me take this one here. Okay, now that we have learned everything, so let me just show this example. Okay, so now if you see it here, as well earlier explained, so I'm just assuming that the number is 10. Okay, why I'm just giving the 10 number is that whenever you are using a random function, it will always return value between 0 and less than 1. It gives. That means the value will be always in decimals. Okay, I just want to guess a number between 0 to 10. Okay, then in that case, what I can do, because the random number, right? So what we can do is I can just multiply it by 10. Then what will happen? Instead of decimal values, it will be shown as 1, 2, 3, like that. It will show it to me. Okay, I'm just doing that part of it here. I'm also using floor function. You know, floor, what it will do? It will remove the decimal values, and then only the value before the decimal. There is nothing but the integer value before that will show it to you. Okay, so that's what I'm just doing it here. Okay. Okay. Now what I'm just doing is I'm trying to guess a number. Okay, I'm just initiating the value as 0, but I'm just entering my new number. What I'm doing here, do it here. Okay. So now if my guess value is not equal to be guessed, to be guessed is the randomly generated. Okay. And the guess is nothing but I'm just giving the value. So that's why the guess value equal to that prompt value, whatever you are entering it here. Okay. Now, if it is greater than 0, you are just checking it. Then only you are going to go through this particular block. You can see it here. This is called nested if loop. So inside an if statement, I can also have another if statement, right? You can just see that concept here. So you see it here if, and then guessed greater than to be guessed. First, I'm just checking whether the guessed value is more than 0. Then only I'm just trying to see if it is whether the more than the guessed means the number is too large. I'm just putting it here. If else the number is too small, I'm just giving it here. Okay. So now based on these two conditions, what I'm doing it here, I'm just giving yes else statement here because this is 0 and some other value. Then here what I'm just doing it here is if I'm just in condition greater than 0, I'm just doing it here. Suppose if I enter 0, what will happen? I'm not interested to continue this one. I'm just giving it up. That's what is the meaning of that. That means in that case, what will happen? It will break the game. Okay. Then if you are able to guess it properly, then your game, then it will say congratulations, you made it. Okay. So let's quickly run the game and see. Okay. So now just see, I just put it here. I mean, enter the new number it says, and just let me randomly guess some number. For example, I'm just entering it as 6. Okay. So now there is a number, random number generated by the system, right? So now it's comparing with that random number. Okay, we do not know what is the random number it is created. Okay, now let's see. Since I just guessed it correctly, it immediately says that congratulations, you made it. Okay, sorry. It is showing the number is too large, it shows. Okay, so the number is too large means what? That means whatever the value I entered, it is more than the actual number that is coming. So that means it should be less than 6. So let me randomly put it as 4. Okay, let us see what is the outcome it comes. So here it says that congratulations, you made it. That means that my guest number is 4. The system, whatever generated number also 4. Then I'm able to win that one here. Okay. So now again, let me play this again. So now let me try one more game now. Let me put it as 5. So the number is too large, it says. That means this number is the random number that is generated by the system will be less than 5 only. So what I do is I just try to put 3. What will happen? Okay. So it still says that the number is too large. That means there is an option. That means it can be less than 3 only means, and also you are just having more than 0. That means 1 or 2 only it is possible. So what I'll do is let me try 1. Okay. So now I got the number guessed and we made it. Right? It's a simple game. Right? How it using a combination of if statement, while statement, right? And also the break. So all the things you are combinedly you used it here. Okay. And also you learned how to use the same program in Python also, your conversion you can see it here, right? So with this we are concluding on the loops, conditional statements and control statements. Okay, so now let's get into the next topic. I hope it's clear, right, till now. So let's quickly get into the JavaScript functions. We'll go through that. Okay, let's see what is the functions. Okay, so typically if you look at it, the JavaScript function is a block of code designed to perform particular task. Okay, again, that is before getting into all this literature. Let's try to first see a simple function, then we'll come back and read this one. Then it will be easier for you, right? So let me take a sample function for you. So let's begin with that and then we'll do. Okay. So a simple function to be used is, I can just say that. Let me clear everything now. Okay, I'm just creating a, because I'm just now into function, right? So that means I just let me say it as function, I'm just creating it here. Then for a function, you need to give a name. What is the name you are going to give? Name I'm just giving it as create. Okay. And then what it is doing is it has to return some value. All right. So the create is the method now. So I'm just giving it here. Okay. And then so I'm not doing anything else. You can see it here. Like here is starting the code block. Okay. And if you see the code block, console.log, hello world, there is a simple text, I'm just putting it here. Okay, this is the function, I just created it here. And how do I call that function? So now what I'm just doing, I'm just using the name here. What is that? Create is the function, I'm just calling it here. Okay, say for example, I just remove this. You just see it here. If I simply do it, nothing will be happened. That means the function got created, but you are not invoking the function. Okay, every function you need to invoke. Then only you'll be able to. Just defining will not help you. Will not give any results to you also, right? That means how do I invoke the function? Just give the name of the function. Create. I'm just giving it here, right? Now what I do, I just call that function. Okay. All the functions you should be having the bracket need to be mandatory, right? Then only you can call and you can understand that it is you are invoking that function. Now just enter, it is showing that what is that? Hello world, it is just doing it to me, right? So all that you need to know is simply just put the function as the keyword and then you just give the name of the function and then you just open the block, code block, whatever it's open it, I write the statements inside that. Okay, that means all the things inside the function will be executed and then you will be calling that function, it will be returning output to you. Okay, this is one simple thing. Okay, and we'll take one more example to understand and we'll come back. Okay, so now what I'm just having here is, so let me take one more function here. So same thing, what I'm just doing it here is, here because the nothing is there, you are not giving any values there. Okay, the first case. Second case, you see the function I just defined it here. I just given a function name also called as greeting, and then I'm just passing two values here. Okay, what is that? Two parameters, that is name and last name. The two parameters I'm just giving to the system. Okay, so here the name and last name are called as parameter because you are passing the parameter itself, name and last name. Okay, so now I'm just giving it here console.log hello. I'm just putting the name value and concatenating with the last name also, concatenating it here. Okay, now this is the function I just created it here, right? Again, I'm just removing it here. That means the function got created now, but you are not invoking it here. So now I need to invoke it. What I need to invoke it? So now, for example, let me see. The name of the function is creating, right? That's what we learned it now. Assuming that I'm not giving any value, okay, because your function you have defined that it calls for two parameters. The value for the two parameters. What is it? Name and last name, two parameters are there. But now let's see what I'm just happening here. It is showing hello, undefined, undefined. Why it is showing undefined and undefined? Because you don't given the value for name, and also you are not given the value for last name. So there is nothing is available, so it is showing as undefined, undefined. Okay. So now I'm just asking that I just give. I've given it as Krish. Okay, this is what I'm just giving it here. Now you see it here, what will happen? I only given only one value only because I'm supposed to give two values. I just given only one value only. You can see it here, hello, Krish, it has come. That means it has taken the first value for name, and then it has not taken the next value, so it's undefined. Okay. So now what I will just do is Krish, I just given it here. Next what I do is I just give the value as Gopal. Okay. So if I give it here, what will happen? Now the both the parameters I'm just using it here, and I'm just giving the value. Now you see hello, Krish Gopal. So that means what? A function can have multiple parameters, right, in the method, and each parameter, the whatever the values that you are now in the while invoking whatever you are giving it, these are all called as the arguments. Okay, so you're just passing that value. Again, system understand that the first value that you are giving is for name because the function you have defined it as name. The second value you are giving it as last name. Okay, right? I hope you are now able to understand it. For you to understand little bit more, I just want to just differentiate it for you. So now we take it here. I'm just interchanging it here. I just put it here as last name. Okay. Last name and then name here. Name here. That means what it means. My first value is last name. The next one is the name part only. I just know it here. But when I'm printing it here, the name value because whatever is available is coming here, and the last name is coming here. Okay. Now let us do this one. Let's invoke this now. What happens? You just see. So still later, what it is showing now? Hello, Gopal Krish is showing it here. Because what happens? Your first value, whatever you are passing, that is for the last name. So it goes to the last name here, right? And then let's say it is last name is coming here. Then this name is here, right? So the order in which you created the parameters, the based on that only it will come also. Okay. So that's what just you need to understand. Hope now that you understood how a function works. Okay. Simple way is the function and the name of the function and the code block to be executed. Okay. That's what you are just doing it here. Okay. And so that a function can carry multiple parameters. Okay. And by this time now you need to know what is the difference between the argument and the parameters very precisely. Okay, it is being interchangeably used. Okay, so whatever while defining the function, whatever I'm just creating, those are all called parameters. And when you're invoking that, what are the value that you are passing, those are all called arguments. Okay, so that is what you need to, in short form, you need to remember that. Okay, now let's go to the function here. The JavaScript function is a block of code designed to perform a particular task, right? Same as like any control statement, the function also it will do the same thing. So the JavaScript function is executed when something invokes it. That's what I mentioned, right? When you are invoke it only, it will be executed. Okay. So now that you are very clear, right? The function, the name of the function you are giving it here, and then what is the parameters? It parameter can be anything, unlimited. Okay. So you can just give it here. There are so many ways the parameters can be defined. We will be during the course of the program, we will be learning different ways of the parameters are being passed, and you will be just using execute code. That's only simple structure you need to know about it. Okay, and the function parameters are listed inside the parenthesis, the function definition. So here whatever is there, these are all the parameters. The function arguments are the values received by the function when it's invoked. So that's what I was just saying it involve, the like Krish Gopal and like that you are giving it, right, when you are invoking it here. So that is all called arguments. Hope these terms are now clear to you. Okay. And then, so local variables if you mean inside a function, what are the variables that you are declaring it here that cannot be used outside, provided you are just using one like let you are using it inside or constant you are using it here. If you're using where, then it will be taken outside as well. Okay. So variables declared with JavaScript function become local to the function only. That means the same variable, you can use it in the multiple functions in the same script, so that it is reusable. Okay, so that way it will allow you. The local variables can be accessed only within the function, right? It is only specific to the particular function only. Since the local variables are only recognized inside their function, the variables with the same name can be used in different functions. That's what I meant here. And then the local variables are created when a function starts and deletes when the functions are completed. That means it is just initiated, and then once it is used, it is closed. Okay. Then next, so we have gone through all these examples. Okay, there are two types of functions now within the function. We'll be learning it. So till now, whatever example just we have seen is that it's just only doing certain actions, certain task it was giving it here. Okay, so it is just giving it. Like hello, Gopal, or hello Krish, like that. It was just only doing certain action. Okay, and there are certain type of functions wherein you calculate a value and it will be returning to you. Okay, so now the simple example that we can see here is the function here. I just show it to you now. So now let me take a. Then I'll just create a function. Now that it is, I think now mostly you will be comfortable now, right? I just give function, and what is the name of the function? Square. I'm just giving it here, and just a number. Because if you want to find a square, you need to know which numbers you want to find the square, right? So let's say I'm just passing a value called number. And then what is the method you are normally is to find the square? Square is nothing but the number into number, all right? The same number you are just putting it here. So what I'm just doing it here is I'm just simply say return. Okay, return number into number. I'm just saying it here. So that means when I'm invoking this, okay, so it will be now that it will be returning the value to me. Okay, so now what I'm just inverting it like the square 5. I'm just putting it here. This console.log may not required. Even if you put also nothing wrong. So now I'm just invoking square and I'm just giving the value as 5. Okay, and you can see here this is the function, simple thing. I'm just running it here. You can just say output as 25 what we are seeing it here, right? So there is a type of calculating a value which will be returning it also, right? So now also you would have noticed that see square 5 itself is a function, and then the function is being called inside a function of log, because log console.log is also a function. What it will do, whatever the value it is there, that will be printing, right? So that is a function inside a function. That's what we call it. Okay. And then let's go to the next one. So now this is the basic function that you have understood, and there are a few other types of functions also which we need to explain that to you now. Okay, and these are very essential. You need to remember, and these new features whatever I'm explaining now, these are all a part of ES 5 6 onwards. It is made available. Okay, so it is very essential to understand that. Okay, and so because this is being followed in React JS, which is the next topic we'll be covering, right? Not topic, next training session. Okay, so in that if you have to understand means unless you understand all these the new features of the functions, you will not be able to do better. Okay, so let's quickly take an example and then understand and how the arrow typical functions will work, and then I'll explain to you. Okay, let us take a traditional function now. Okay, sorry, before that, now we'll be learning about the arrow functions, right? So arrow functions, what is that new? What does that mean? We'll just see it now. Okay, so let me clear. So this is typically, suppose I'm just interested to find out the sum of two numbers, right? So what I'll be doing it here, I'm just I'm just creating a function, right? Here, if you see it here, I'm just earlier what you would have done. Now what I'm just doing it. Please find the difference here now. Okay. So let me. Till now, what you have done is just function, and the name of the function is to, okay, let me put this one so that you'll be understanding it here. Typically, earlier how we have done is here is function. I just need to put add, then I just need to give value x comma y, right? That's what I'm just going to give, right? And then I'm just opening the uh, control state, code block, and then what I just do, I just write the next line. I just write return. What is it I'm interested? I need to find out x plus y, right? I'm just closing it now, and then next line I'm just closing the block, right? This is the simple way you are doing it here. This is also a function, right? Okay, now because all add is already given, but it is given as a constant. Once it is defined, you cannot reuse it here. Okay, so now what I'll do is here is I just close this. Okay, before that I just copy this first. Okay, because it will be the, the variable will be still existing. So what I'll do is I just close this. I just open it again, the new console. Okay, so now that if I'm just creating a function add x comma y and return what is that x plus y, and then I need to invoke this function, right? How do I invoke it? I just say add, then I need to pass the value for it, x comma y. What is the value? So let me take 5 comma 10. I'm just putting it here. I mean, what should the value? It is returning 15. You see, it is returning 15 now. Okay, so this is what it is, typical function. I'm just doing it here, right? In our variable data types, we have learned many things, like it can be integer, it can be a number, or it can be an array, or it can be an object and all. Similarly, a variable can also have a function. So that is what we need to understand now. So now what I'm just the same function, I'm just declaring it to a variable. Let's see how it works. So now let me declare let add is a variable, right? What is variable? What I'm just doing it here, I'm assigning a function. Okay, so a function. So that means since I'm assigning the function, there is already a variable name associated with that. So instead of what I'm just doing add, now add the name of the function will become the variable name. So that's what I just done the variable name here. Okay, now the function. So yeah, the remaining things I can just follow as it is. So now what I'll do is x comma y, right? Now square bracket. Now just simply say return x plus y, right? And then this line, just closing it here, right? This is what I'm just doing it now, right? So now let me put that one here. Sorry, I need to use the bracket. Sorry. Right? So you can see it here. Okay, so since I already created it, let me clear it now. Okay, see, that's the only reason I'm just creating a new thing. Okay, so let me console history. Okay, let me put now let. Okay, So now I just given it here. Now you see what happened is the function name, what the name is existing earlier, that I just made it as a variable name now. Okay, then what I just do function, and what is the function parameters, I just I'm putting it here, and then inside the code block, what is the value it should return, x plus y it has to return. Okay, now you can just see what is the value of, you simply put add. Now you see add is a variable name, right? When I say we simply put add, okay, add 4 comma 8, so it should return 12. You can see in this case, if you see it here, I'm just using a variable name and then I'm passing the values and then I'm just getting it here. Earlier it was a function name, the function I'm just assigning to a variable, so using that variable I'm just trying to get it on. Okay, so this is what we are now currently doing it now. Okay, the same thing I can do it in a different way. Okay, so how I can do it now, I'll just show you the alternative one, so you just say put it here, and the arrow function may. So what I'll do is I just declare the value. I mean, maybe I can just put it as constant or let whatever it is. Instead of add, let me put it as add arrow. That is the arrow function. Okay, this is nothing but a variable name, and I'm just declaring it here. And only one thing you need to understand here is, see, you know that whatever the function, you need to use the function keyword, and also you'll be using the return part of it, and you'll be using the braces also. So now what the latest version of Java has done is, anyway you will be writing it here. So directly you can instead of a function and then putting the parameters, you directly put the parameters. What is that? X comma y. I'm just putting it here. And then what I'm just doing it here is, I'm just saying it as arrow function. Okay, that means this is a parameter. And then after the return, what is that? You have x plus y. So here I just put x plus y here. So that means I don't have to put return value also. So now just simply put it here. Now just you just invoke the, I mean I just created the function, so simple, easy, in one line. I just created the function. Now I'm just saying that variable name and then passing the value 5 comma 10. I'm just getting the value as 15. Right? So you see how it got simplified now, right? And this particular thing is called as the arrow function. Okay, that means you are passing the parameter and then what is the written part of it is available, then you can use it here. Okay, so this arrow function can be used only for where the value is returned, right? Because you cannot use it for the where the execution of task. The first example you would have seen, right? Hello world and all those kind of cases we cannot use it here, but only for this kind of scenarios we can use it. Okay, so the arrow function is so easy. So now you can try to experiment with many things like same way. For example, now instead of let, I'm just giving it as that. Say now area. Okay, area. I'm just giving value of x and y, the length and breadth of the thing. And what I'm just doing is I'm just finding the area is x into y. It's a simple function that I'm just creating it here. All right. And now we are invoking that. What is that area? Area. I'm just giving it here is 4, sorry, 5 comma 10. So nothing but area will be 50. I'm just getting it here. The same thing I would just, how do I do it in a arrow function? Okay, so what I do is let, I mean I just give an alternative name. So area, let me put it as area 1. Okay, for extra of arrow now. Area 1, I'm just giving it here. Now you know that what is that, the function return and all things are not required. You are just only passing the variable. What are the parameters you are passing it here? X and y you are passing it here. So what you do, x comma y you are just giving it here, right? Then what is that you need to return? X into y you need to return it here. right? That's all over. Okay, now what you need to do is, so now what I'm just doing here, okay, sorry, the arrow key, I need to use that here. So what I need to do here, I need to put the arrow. Just put this one, I'll just enter it here. Now I need to call invoke it, right? So I just give area 1. What is the value? I'm just passing it here. Again 5 comma 10, I'm just giving it here. So I'll be getting the value, right? So this is how the arrow functions are defined. Very straightforward. All that thing is the function you are removing that. Just only the parameters you are having it here, and whatever the return or the statement is there, that you are just changing it to arrow function, and then what is the calculation you are doing it, that you are putting it. That's all. Okay. That is about the arrow function. Then next we'll see about the default parameters. Okay. So like we have seen earlier, right? The default parameters is like I'm supposed to give the value and it was not giving it. Now let me show before that what is default parameter. Now that you understood what is function, what is the parameter, let's see now. Okay. So earlier we would have seen that also, right? Let me clear it first. For example, I'm just having the value thing as name. Okay. This is the function I just created it here. Okay. I create name, and then what I'm just allow the name of the person I just want to get it here. Okay. For which I need to do here is I need to invoke it, right? To invoke it, what I need to do is just simply put create. Then you say I need to give the name for it. What is the name I need to give? Assume that if I am not giving the name, what will happen? Hello undefined it says, right? That's what we have seen earlier also. So hello undefined means because its name has no value. Okay. But you don't want your programmers or your end customers to see this value like this. Okay. So for this, what you need to do is just simply put name equal to guest, right? So that what will happen, the user will not know that it is undefined means that they will not get confused. So simply you can just put a by default value equal to name equal to guest, you are just passing it here. So that means what will happen, the default value will be assigned now. Okay, and all other conditions remain same. So now you see it here. Now just let me invoke it now. I'm just simply say create. Okay, now I'm not, I forgot to again put the name. You see, hello, guest it will come because you are just assigning a default value to it here. Assume that you are just giving a name value. For example, I just give the name as John, right? So now you can see it here. Now let me just call create. Sorry, just made a mistake. So now the function, let me create it again. Okay, now just say create. Okay, now I just pass the value for it like John. Okay, now you can see it here. Hello John, it comes, right? If I miss it, what will happen? It will show as create. I mean guest. Otherwise, if I was pass the value, then the passed value will come. So this is called the default parameters. Okay, in the function, right? So please you are able to understand it. So now let's go through the next one is rest parameters. Okay, so let us see what is the rest parameters means. Okay, so rest parameters means okay. Let me explain with an example, then it will be easier for us. Okay, so now for example, function you know about it, and I'm just giving sum of, but I do not know how many numbers I will be passing. Okay, till now what you would have seen is either you would have passed one parameter, either name or last name, or maybe XYZ values. You might be giving x equal to 5 or this one. So you know at least the basic number of things. But when I don't know how many number of parameters will come into picture, okay. That means I need to find out the sum of all the numbers that is getting passed. Okay. Then I want to get the final value as number, whatever the value of this number, and then reduce it to the total, and then you show me the net total of that. That's what I am just interested to get it. Okay. So let me first execute it, and then you will understand that. Okay. So now that I just created the function, so now what I'm just interested is, for example, numbers the one value, right? So let me say numbers. Okay. So sorry, you are interested to find out the sum of it now, right? The function you are invoking it, and then I just give any number of value 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right? So I just given that numbers. Okay, you see it automatically calculates because 1 plus 2 3, 3 plus 3 6, 6 plus 4 10, and then 5 15. Right? So if you see it here, I mean I just gave 5 numbers. Okay, but here I am not giving for 5 values in this mean, because here dot 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 3 dots, it means that it is called as a spread. Okay, so that means it carries multiple values. That's what is the meaning of that. Okay, so now what I've just done it 1 2 3 4 5, I just given it here. Suppose if I just the same function, sorry, suppose I'm just putting sum of, okay, 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, I just pass the value. You see it still calculates it here. So here my divide, I mean earlier cases and all, if you pass x value and then x it will be taking it, y value means y will be taking it here. But here you are just giving I mean unlimited numbers, but it still is able to do that one, right? So that is the first thing, the sum part. And what it is to return, first it has to return the total. I mean it has to reduce. The reduce is one more method for the numbers, whatever the value you are giving it. It's one more method, that is reduce, and then it will find the total of that numbers, whatever is available in that, and in the total value it will be returning it, that a return value. This this is an arrow key, right? I mean arrow function. So that means total plus num. That means every number it will be kept on added till all the numbers are there. That's what the meaning of this. Okay. So this is about the I mean rest parameters. Okay, here that explanation you can just see here in this example. The number syntax is the function parameter list collecting all the arguments into an array named numbers, right? The function then uses the reduce method to sum up all the values. That's what it is doing. The reduce method will finally give in the array the total value it will give. So whatever you are doing the calculation, it will be doing it here. Okay. Then there is a last one more option. It's called higher order functions. Okay, higher order functions. There is nothing but a simple example is you are invoking a function inside a function. So that is the meaning of that one here. For example, you have a like constant number. You are having it. Okay, first let me execute it here, and then you'll be able to understand that. So I'm just given the numbers as 1, 2, 3, 4 as the array value. I'm just given it here. Okay, then what I'm just doing, double the, I want to get the double the value of this value. So we already learned it. So one of the operator is called map operator, right? So numbers dot map. So that means what will happen is when we are learning about arrays, you would have learned it. So numbers is the variable name, and your just map is the function, and then it just each value it multiplies with the value 2. That's what you're just each number you're getting it here, and then that is multiplying it by 2. So that means 1 it is reading, and the 2, 2 into 2 4, 3 into 2 6, 4 into 2 8. That's what it will be returning it here, right? The map is nothing but whatever the value you are giving it here, that it multiplies and give multiply or divide, whatever the calculation you do, that calculation will be applicable for each of the values. All right. So this is how it will be done. So here, if I mean, what is that you are actually explaining here is you have all, there is a function here available, and also you are having a function called map. The map will be there. This means a function inside a function you are able to perform it. Okay, so that's what the meaning of this. Okay, so with this, like we are covering up all the, I mean, function related things. Okay, I hope you are able to follow till now. Do you guys have any questions? Okay, so now let's quickly go to the next topic. Okay, so now that we have covered about the functions part, then let's get into the events. JavaScript events, what is it? Okay, so let's quickly go to this slide now. Okay, JavaScript events, let's quickly understand. So JavaScript events are nothing but when you do certain actions on your HTML pages, okay, and certain when you click, when you work on any of the HTML elements, and certain things will happen. Okay, so those are all called the elements, the events. Okay, okay. So that means the JavaScript will react to that actions, whatever is being performed. Okay, so let's take a simple example, then we will understand that what is the event means. Okay, and then we'll come back. Okay, so let us take this small example itself. So now for the event handling, I cannot do all these things in the console itself, right? I need to do it in an HTML file. Okay, so now what I'll do is I just go to my JavaScript this one. Okay, and let me go to, and again for the benefit of others, I'm just currently using Sublime Editor for my demos, and most of some of you might be using your own favorite editors like VS Code and all, so you can continue to use. Okay, and now I'm just going to my JavaScript basics. Okay, so now what I'll do is okay, so now, and I'm just trying to understand the basic event operations. Okay, so let me take that example itself. Let me just add up the file. Okay, let me just paste it here. Sorry. Let me go to the presentation. Right, I'm just getting it here now. I will start with the simple one and then I'll just show you the detail. Okay, so let me go to my editor. I'm just putting this, and this is an HTML file. Let me first save it. I just call it as event. Okay, so just save it here now. Okay, now this is a file. Okay, I mean, before getting to the code and understanding it, let me just quickly run it and then we'll see. We are opening the browser. Okay, so now that the time is, what is the time? I just wanted to know. Okay, so I'm just in HTML you cannot get what is the time, right? You cannot display it here. None of the HTML tags will give you what is the time now, right? So in that case, I just wanted to use a JavaScript so that it will tell the time based on the user browser. Okay. So now I'm just clicking here. I'm just having a button here. Okay. So now when I'm clicking on this, okay, it's showing me that now Thursday, I mean December 14th, the year, and you can see it here, hour, minute, seconds, and then it also says that GMT format. I mean 5 hours 30 minutes and Indian Standard Time. That's what the format in which it is showing the date, right? So the time now it is, that's what it is showing to me now, right? This is a simple JavaScript which I'm just the event. By clicking on this, it is displaying it. Then it's called event. Okay. So initially, by default, it will not show anything, right? But when you perform certain action, when I click, I'm just getting this one. Okay. Now let's go to the code and then understand how it is doing that. Okay. So here, if you see it here, I'm just see simple HTML file. I just in the body, I have a paragraph. The paragraph, what it has, a ID, paragraph ID, that is called demo, right? I'm just giving a button, right? What is the button name? I'm just doing it here is on click. Here you see on click, I'm just giving it here. On click, what it will, it is calling the function display date, right? So now you know by now after learning function, you know that this is a function now, right? A display date is a function. That's where it is looking for the when brackets it's available. That means it is a function. Okay, so now that means this function somewhere it should be defined in my JavaScript. Okay, so now this is my JavaScript. All right. So I just created the JavaScript for my function. What is the function? Display date is the function name. What it does it here? Document dot get element by ID. What is that get element by ID? In this document, okay, and get element by ID of that means what is the item? So that is nothing but a demo. Demo is nothing but your paragraph item. That's what we are having it here. Demo. Okay, that means it will be displaying it in this particular place. Okay, where in inner HTML you need to put it. Okay, dot inner HTML equal to what you need to put that one date. You need to put that one. What is the date today? Okay, that's what the function we have just done that one. Okay, but you need to invoke it, right? So how do I invoke it here? On click, on click of the button, right? I'm just invoking the function. What is the function? Date function. Okay, because there is no parameters required for us to display the today's date. Okay, then it shows the time is, that is the display date it will show, right? Now we are able to understand, right? When I'm on clicking on that, I'm just invoking the function here. Okay, but I have defined the function separately in the script itself, right? So this is the basic example how we will be getting it here, right? Now let's go through the some more examples for better learning. Okay, now let's go to the next slide. Before that, what are all the things a JavaScript event can do? Okay, let's see. Like an event handlers can be used to handle and verify user input, right? Like you want to validate the input. Like suppose you are expected to give your name and you know that the input name should be minimum 6 characters. Suppose if you are defining it here, then it looks for that number of characters, or you are not allowed to have a number in your name, then it will ensure that it's only alphabets are being used, maybe uppercase or lowercase only allowed, not the numbers. So all those kind of verification of inputs will be able to do that one. And user actions, what are the actions it can do, and also the browser actions also, you can just look into that. Okay, so now what are those things you can just see? Things that should be done every time a page loads. Suppose whenever you are just clicking the particular page, maybe for example you'll be seeing the page is getting loaded, right? A small image will be keep on rotating it, right? So this is called when the page is loading, you will be just doing certain activities. Then things should be done when the page is closed. Suppose I'm just closing the page. Sometimes you see when you try to close a page, it will ask, are you sure you want to leave the page, right? Where from it comes. So when you are triggering certain action of close button, then it will do that one. And action that should be performed when a user clicks a button. Just now we have seen that, right? When I click on the button, what it should show? It should show the date. So that's what we are saying here. And then content that should be verified when the user inputs data. So like when what are all the essential things it has to be verified. So we can do that, right? Like that many things can be done. Okay. So how it can be done is many different methods can be used to let JavaScript work with the events. How it can be? HTML event attributes can execute JavaScript code directly. Like event attributes will come. We'll see what are those attributes. And then HTML event attributes can call JavaScript functions. There's JavaScript code and functions also. So just now we've seen an example of a JavaScript function, how it is invoked, right? I mean, the display date we have seen. And then you can assign your own event handler function to HTML elements. Okay, that means, I mean, for the element, you can also give your own elements. What are the handler you want to give it? And you can prevent events from being sent or being handled also. We can just do that one automatically. Okay, so there are a lot of things that can be done, and there are a lot of the complete list of events are also available here. You can just click on this link, you will be finding most of them. So for example, I'm just clicking it here. You can see all the examples of the event. Okay, so you just go through that once. I mean, then you will know and what context which event should be used. You'll be knowing very well. Okay, anyway, we'll be just going through some of the sample events. Then that will give some idea how to do that, and then you can just go to this in complete detail. Okay, so typically, I mean, a JavaScript events and a broader level. For example, you can make mouse events. What is it? Mouse event means whenever you are clicking on the mouse, when on the mouse you may have two different options, right? Either you will be clicking it or you are double clicking it here, right? That means when you click on something, it should happen. Something should happen. If you double click also, something should happen. So that way you need to make it. And similarly, mouse over. Suppose if you cross your mouse on that, then certain things should happen. Or if you're coming out of that area, then the certain things should be happen. So like that, you can just imagine. Okay. So let's see an example. Then we will come back to the other things. Okay. So for this, what I suggest is you can just copy this entire HTML code here. Okay. Whatever is written inside this, and then we will include one by one JavaScript so that you can just do that. For example, this is the code. Let me show an example how we are using it. Okay, so now for example, I just have the JavaScript event examples. Okay, I was referring to this particular code only, right? So this entire thing form, right? I'm just inside the body. From here I'm just keeping it here for an example purpose. What are things I'm just doing it here is, I mean, before that, let me show the code instead of that, and let me show to the browser. See, I just have a small button. I'm just doing a simple click option. That means single click operation. I'm just doing it in the mouse. Okay. I also have one more button where I'll be just doing a double click operation. Okay. And then here, if you see it here, I'm just keeping the mouse here, and some color comes. I come out here, some other color comes. Right? If you come here and come out, you'll see the different colors. So this is called mouse over and mouse out. Okay. These four are the operations. Just now I want to explain that. Okay. Now if you look at here, the code, I'm just giving a button. Click me is the button name that what you have seen now. Double click me is the button name what you have seen it here. So I'm just giving an ID to that. Okay. This is where it will be very, very important when you in the JavaScript if you are working and giving an element, because everywhere you are handling it by get element by ID, right? So that's where you need to give that ID for every HTML element. You need to give ID for that. So now I just given in on the button. I'm just given ID button number, button element 1, I just given the name of the button. Okay. Similarly, button element 2, I'm just giving it here so that to uniquely identify the buttons which I'm using it in the code. Okay. And these are all the things, form. I'm just giving form ID. There is an element, form element. I'm just giving it here so that for this entire form, I can just give a unique ID. Okay. Right. And we'll come back to the remaining things as we start. And also, I'm just introducing a div element also here. So what is the div element? So the div element, I'm just giving a size of 200 by 100. So nothing but I just let me show this one. As creating small this one 100 by 200 size. This is a small div element. I'm just creating it here. I'm just changing the color based on the mouse. Inside the mouse, it's some color. Outside the mouse, some color. I just want to put it. So that's what actually I'll be doing there, right? So now what I created a small div element. I'm also giving the div element ID also I'm just giving here, and then what is the width and height I just given, and the text inside that is over me. That's what I just given it here, right? This is the simple thing what I just created now. So now look at it here, how the code is written. So now what I'm just interested is when I click on that, okay, it should be say that an alert should come say that you have clicked the button. So when I double click on that, it should give me you have double click the button. Okay. So let me show it, then again come back here. See it here. Now that I'm just clicking it here, I should get an alert message saying that you click the button. See here? Button clicked. This alert message I need to bring it. How do I bring it? Okay. I just created I performed certain action on the HTML element and I'm just expecting certain results here, right? That's what I'm just saying it here now. As in the same way, double click. When I'm clicking double click, let me see if I click on single click, nothing will happen. You see, I'm just doing single click. But whereas when I do double click, button double click. So it gives me an alert stating that double click is happened. Okay. Okay. And then I just I just reload it here. If I reload it, you see it here, changes here made. Okay, I'll come back to that. Sorry. Once again, I just do. See it here, by default, there is no color. Sorry. By default, there is no color below the over me, right? But the moment I just move the mouse, the color get changed to green. And then I come out of it, it changed to some other color. So how do we do that, right? We'll see now. So now let's again go to the code. So now what I'm just doing it here is, so now this is a mouse events I'm just looking at here. This is a button click event, right? What I'm just doing it here is, for the button element, I just declare a variable. I create a variable called button element 1. And what is that button element? You all know now. Document is this particular HTML document, and then document ID by element. Okay, and just get document get element by ID. Okay, so get element by ID. What element? Button element 1, right? You have created double the button element. The button element 1 is the ID, right? So this element you are just trying to get that element by ID. So this element ID you are getting it here, and then you are putting that item into a button element variable. Okay, you are just passing it to a particular variable now. Okay, and then you are also adding, button element add. See, you just want to notice that I'm just putting everything in the script, right? That's where the variable declaration come into picture. Okay, so now this button element, okay, this is nothing but the variable name, button element 1. You are just adding a event listener. Okay, this is the function you are calling it here, or method you are calling it here. What is that you are doing? On click, that means click you are doing it here. Then function, what is the function? You are just calling alert button click. That's the only button click you are just calling it alert. Okay, so that's what I'm just doing it here. Similar way, I'm just taking the button element 2. Here, button element 2 is this one. That means double click me, right? So you see it here, document get element by ID, which one? Button element. You have to get it, right? You are putting into the variable. For that variable, you are just using the add element listener, right, method, and trying to, what is that you are doing here? And just you are double clicking it here in the function, and then you are just following, getting this function. What is the function will do? It will just give an alert message button, double click. This one it is giving it here, right? Okay. Same way you can just see it here, the div part of it. So what I'm just doing it here, get element by ID, that is div element, right? Div element is nothing but what we see now, div element, right? Now we need to perform certain action. What is the action you are performing it here? Mouse over. If it is mouse over, I just say light green color. If it is mouse out, then it should be light blue color, it should come. Which property is this? This is nothing but the background color, right? How do you do that one? You are just having that variable. For that variable, you are just looking at the style attribute. As a for style attribute, you are just putting the background color. What is the value you are giving? Light green you are giving it here, right? So this is how we'll be doing it here, right? So that style and then background color, you are just giving it here. So that way, this is how you are declaring it here. With this, you are able to get that. I hope you are able to understand that how the code is written. Only all the things you see it here, there is action. These are all they called, JavaScript events. Mouse out, mouse over, double click and click. Right? and the respective function will be invoked automatically. Okay, so now let's go to the next one. So this is the code which I have just now explained to you. This entire thing you are just including just below the thing. Okay, that's just above the body tag. Okay, and the next. Now JavaScript events, keyboard events, right? Now till now what we've seen is the mouse events. Now keyboard event. What is the keyboard event possible when you are clicking on any key in the keyboard in your system, or when you are just releasing your key. So these are the two things can happen, right? So that means when I click on it, that certain action should happen. When I release it, certain things should happen. I just wanted to see that one. Okay. So let's see with an example, then you'll be able to understand that. Okay. So for that, you will be just adding this to line of script, right? The code. I mean, nothing but which I have shown it in this document, I mean, HTML. I'm just adding keyboard events. So these two block of codes, I'm just writing it here. Okay. So now, before understanding this code, let me just show the demo, then you'll be able to do. Okay. So what I'll do is again, I just go to that. Now I'm just talking about to press any key here, right? So now here at least you are able to get the alert at the top itself, right? And here you will be double clicking it, alert will come here. Okay. So now here what I've done is I'm not just showing to the user any values. For example, I just type the value, but there is nothing you will be identifying it here. Here also is just nothing you are getting it here. Okay. So what I'll do is I just do a inspection. Okay. Now I just do it here. Now what I'll do is I just reload the complete page. Okay, then I will understand it. Now what happened is you can see it here. The page got loaded. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here, press any key and just this is the input text box, right? I'm just putting it here. Let me say, for example, A, B, C, D, I'm just putting it here. Now, the moment I say I just used the shift key, that was the side was holding for so many times, just hold on. Okay. Now, for example, I'm just putting A, B, C, D here. So where I'm just here, I'm just putting it here. Now I'm just pressing the keyboard A, right? I'm just A. So now what it says, key pressed down, but the moment you release it, it has come as A. But when I'm pressing down, nothing was there. Okay. But the moment I release it, A value is come. Okay. Now I'm just putting B now. Okay. When I key pressing down, at the time only A was displaying in this thing, but after pressing B and release the key, now the value will be A and B, AB, right? So now let me say C. So now what happened? When I'm pressing down, it was only showing as AB. After releasing it, it becomes ABC. Are you getting it here? Okay, so that way I can just say that key pressing and key releasing it. So let's see the code now, then we will understand it now. So now what I'm just doing it here, I have two input fields now, right? That's what you will be seeing it here. Now input, the two fields I just given it here. And one is about the press any key, okay? Another one is the name will be, the type is something, okay? And I'm just giving input element 1 and input element 2, right? ID number. So you see these IDs are very important play an important role now, okay? Now if you see it here, keyboard event here. Now what I'm just doing, input element, right? Again, same document, get element ID, which item, input element. That's what I'm just doing it here. And assigning to the input element variable. And then what I'm just doing, add event listener. What I'm just looking at is keyword, sorry, key down. So when I'm pressing key down, what it should do, it should just give me console.log. I'm just giving it here. What is the function I'm just doing it here? Console.log, key pressed down. This is the text I'm just displaying there, what you are seeing there. And then input element dot value. So now whatever the input element value is there, that value you just print it. That's what I'm just saying it here. Okay, so that means in that input element 1, whatever the value is available, you just when you are pressing it, you show it, right? And similarly, when you say key release, that means after the key is taken up and whatever the value is there in the input element 1, that value you just display. That's what you are saying it here. Okay, so with this, you'll be able to do the keyboard, fields. Is that clear now? I hope you are able to get it in whatever I just explained. Okay. So now same way, now let's look into the uh, formula. There one more option is there. I'll just show it to you. So now the type something here that is available, right? I just type it here now. See here, input value change. Okay, here what happen is whenever there is an input, like for example, I just enter my name, say B. Now it says the value changed B. I just say A, value change to BA, SA, BA. So now I'm just keep on typing it here. My now input value changed from buswide say. Now that I just came out of that. Okay. Now still I'm inside the text box. It is still lying there. But I'm just going, for example, I'm just coming out of that. Now what happens? Input value change. Finally, it is buswa. That means whenever I type it, also I can just show what is the change value. When I am totally out of that particular input field, then what is my final value? I can just show it here. Right? That means when I'm changing the element, then that time this is printing it here. Inside the element, any value changes. That's what I'm just doing it here. Change inside that. Right? So there are two ways of doing it here. So let us now go back to that code. You can understand that now again. So here this is about the JavaScript events and form events. Okay, so form event is nothing but when you are submitting the button or when you are changing an element from one element to another element you are moving. Okay, or when you are inputting certain value and the value is getting keep changing. So typically you might be seeing it right when you are making any payments, online payments, credit card numbers you are supposed to enter the 12-digit credit card number. Then in case if it is not available, then it will be asking you to specify the, all the numbers. Sorry, it is not a 12 or 16-digit number. So when you are doing that, so unless you complete all the numbers, it will not allow you to do that one, right? So the same way it is applicable here also. Okay. So that means once you completely done, then your credit card, it will just verify it, say that it is fine, right? The same way you can do that. Okay. So for that, you can just use this sample code, which is available here. You can copy from here and do it in the page what I showed here. Like for example, copy and paste it here, and it will be like form events. Okay, this is the complete content. Okay, once you copy, you can just see that here. You are just now giving input element to input element, then get element, input element to, right? That is nothing but this input element 2 where you have type something, right? That's what you are showing the placeholder, right? So now once you go here, you just understand it here now. Here you are just giving what is the form action. It will be like form event, it will be input when I'm just inputting something. Here when you say change, when I move out of the element, okay, and then suppose when I'm doing a submission of the form itself, okay, like you have entered the name, first name, last name, all the things you entered it here, then you are doing a submit action, then it will be like that. Okay, so then you can see it here in this case, it will be the console, it will be showing input value change and input element at that value, whatever it is. Similarly, input element to, input value change finally means that final value it is coming here, right? Hope you are able to understand. This input means every time when I click on that within the same element, when I'm just keep inputting that the value is changed. Here, I just entered it in one element of input type. I'm just coming out of that, and I'm just saying that input value change finally. Okay, then only the final value it show it here. Then here, the submit. The submit means I just submitted the form. So now let's quickly see that one in action. So now you're clicking on the submit button now. You can see here form submitted. Right? That means you're clicking the button and then your form submit. Where it comes here, we just go to that again the code. You have the form. What is that form element? Right? What is the button here? You have submit button here, value. That means when you are submitting it here, then default that form will be invoked, then it will be submit form element. That's why you are getting it here. Right? You're able to see it here, right? Form element, then you are getting the form element name. Then what is the event? You're just putting form submitted, right? So this is how it can be done. Okay. Then there is one more option, it's called the Windows operations. Okay, let's see that. The next one is JavaScript events, where there is window event. That means what happens whenever you are loading the page. Okay, there is a window. Then resizing, suppose when the size of the screen is changed, or when you are scrolling up and down, okay, or before unloading, suppose before I just want to come out of that, what are all the things I need to do? Okay, so some sample events I just given it here. Okay, so here again you have a sample code here. You can just add it again in the same place where you have done. Okay, so these are all the code which are Windows related things. Okay, so now here I just show it the demo and then come back and explain the code. Okay, so now what I'm just doing it here is I just go here. Let me refresh it completely. Okay, so now you see when I'm just loading the page, it is showing the page loaded. Okay, so that message I'm just getting in the console. Just to know that whether the page is getting loaded or not, I can just check it. Okay, the next what I'm just interested is when the now the screen is here, right? Now I'm just adjusting the screen size. You just see it, notice it here. I'm just adjusting it here. Window resized. Immediately the control panel says, console gives me Windows got resized. Okay, and then when I'm scrolling, okay, so now to get the scrolling, because this is a small screen, so I want to do a scrolling here. So what I'll do here is I just minimize it here. Okay, right. Now what happens it here? It is a small one. Right. Sorry. See here there is a scroll, right? You see I'm just scrolling. So it shows that Windows scrolled. It means I'm just doing a scrolling operation here. It is able to identify that, right? Now that I'm just coming out of this screen. Now what I just wanted to do is I just want to close this. You see, changes you made may not be saved or you want to leave. This alert message you will see it is coming only for this page because it will not come here. So now I say leave. Right? Now if you see, but whereas here it will not ask me. I have not given that. Okay. So now the four operations I shown it here. Let's see the code how it will be written. So let's simply window dot add event listener and load is the onload option. What is the function you are just saying? Console. You're just saying that page loaded. You are just simply giving it here. Okay, that message. And suppose you are resizing that, then it is saying Windows resized. It is giving the message to you, right? And your scroll, then it is so that you are giving the message as Windows scrolled. Okay, that means each and every aspect you will be able to control. Okay, and then before unloading, that means nothing but I'm trying to close the tab. Then it is saying, "Are you sure you want to leave?" Right. So most of the time, this particular message will not come in the latest browsers. So whatever by default, the browser message will come. For example, here I given it as, "Are you sure you want to leave?" I'm just given it here. But let us see that what it is. Let me run this again. All right. Let me inspect and just put the code here console. Now that I just loaded it here, since I introduced the console, my screen got resized automatically. That's why it is showing that it is resized. Okay. Now I'm trying to close this page now. Here, here I'm just showing that the text for your benefit. Here I have, are you sure you want to leave? Right? Are you sure you want to leave the text? Or what is the text you will get it, you can see. When I close it here, the changes you made may not be saved because nowadays the browser itself will give its own message. So you are written whatever the message you have written, that will be overridden. Okay. Okay, that's a very simple one to understand. Okay. So let me leave it from here. So now with this, we are now concluding on the JavaScript events. I hope you are able to follow what are the JavaScript events, right? So basically, I mean, if you are at least comfortable with the mouse operations, and if you're comfortable with the keyboard operations, and then you are comfortable with the form elements, and then about the Windows events. Okay, and I mean, the JavaScript is even for the mobile applications. If you see, you will also have touch operations, right? And then on touch, what it should happen, all those things on long press, what it should happen. So like that, you all have different. I mean, you'll be having different events for that. Okay, so you can when you find more to explore, you can just explore what are the list of event handlers that is available in JavaScript. You can go through that. Okay. So with this, we will conclude on the JavaScript events topic. Let's go next topic. Let's see what it is. So now that we have completed the JavaScript events, now let's go to the JavaScript modules. Okay, it's a very simple one to cover it up. What is JavaScript modules? I mean, first you need to understand JavaScript modules, what it means. Okay, so JavaScript modules are nothing but you have a program. Until now, we would have, just to give an example here is, you would have seen internal CSS, external CSS, right? So that means you are able to bring out all your code. I mean, all the CSS code outside the HTML page, so that you'll be able to call inside. Similar way, you would have seen JavaScript things also can be done internally and also in the externally, like external with the .js file, right? You would have seen that one how to do, and then internal also with using the script tag, how we will be able to do that part of it, right? Now, then what is module means? So module means here you will be just even the parameters, functions, and everything can be kept in a common JavaScript file or multiple JavaScript files. Okay, you can have it here, but you can call them inside your page. Okay, and that I mean, for example, if you have multiple variables, and every time you do not have to declare it here, you can just have a common variables declared, and those variables you can reuse it. I mean, across your application. So that is one way of doing it. Or if you have certain functions which you want to repeatedly want to use it for better reusability, then in that case also you can just create them and you can call it. So that means ideally what we'll be doing here is you will be exporting and importing it here. Okay, from exporting you are I'm telling to your JavaScript files that which are all the things can be exported, and so that the exported one will be made available for the end user to use that one. I mean, exported ones can be used for the in other programs. Okay, and same by through importing it here. Suppose if you are not exporting your JavaScript, then you will not be able to import it here. Okay, so export is the key there. Okay, so we'll see how to export first the code and then how to import it so that you'll be able to do that part of it. And okay, let's quickly go through that material and then we'll come back. So typically modules, when you look at it here, JavaScript modules allow you to break up your code into separate files, right? This makes it easier for you to maintain the code base. And modules are imported from external files with the import statement. You are just always you need to do that. Importing you need to do. And modules also rely on type equal to module you need to specify it here. Like we will be just put it right, type equal to style kind of thing. Similar way you can be able to use type equal to module. Okay, the script function inside the script tag. Okay, and modules only work with. I mean, this is a very important one. Okay, modules only work with HTTPS protocol. That means it can work in any web server. You can just be able to call through that. Unlike like external JavaScript files, you cannot just simply run it and then see it in a basic HTML file like you are. So far you have been doing it right. Right click on the HTML file and then run it on the browser. You are doing it. So those kind of things you cannot do it whenever you are using modules. Okay, because these are all exported values and it should be imported through HTTP protocol only. You cannot directly use that one for security reasons as well. Okay. So let us see that an example, then you'll be able to understand that what I mean by this. Okay. So before I go doing that, let us take a simple example of that. The JavaScript files, for example. So we would have done earlier, right? Like I just included my, JavaScript, and this is the file where you have seen it here. I just script src. I'm just giving the JavaScript file path where it is available, and JavaScript my script one, my script two, like this available. So when I'm just in this HTML page, when I just right click it here and then open in browser, it shows that it is allowing me to run it and show it to me, because here it is a plain JavaScript you are calling and then using it here. There is no important export involved. Okay. So now let us see with an example, then we will be able to understand that. Okay. So now that to understand that export, when you want to do an export of the module, nothing but you have a sample function, okay, or variable. Okay, you can just keep them into a separate file. And then you can just tell that which are all the functions or which are all the variables you want to export it. Okay, and there are two methods of exporting it. Suppose each and every variable or each and every function, if you want to export it, just before the variable name, you just use the term called export. For example, here in this example you see here, I just forget about this one. Just simply you know that constant equal to name, Jesse you have it here. Here constant age 40 you have it here, right? You are declaring it here. Now what I'm just in front of that, what I'm just doing, export the keyword, I'm just using it here. So that means what? This variable, I'm exporting it. That means I can call this variable in some other program. Okay. Because I don't have to again redeclare it. I can import this variable. Okay. So here again, constant age, I'm just putting it here. The same thing, instead of putting each and every variable, I'm just putting it as export like that. I can directly simply, this is the conventional method, right? Constant name, you have given it here, constant age, you have given it here. Then you are just saying export. What is that you are exporting it here? Your name and age, you are exporting that. Okay. So again, suppose assume that you have hundreds of variables. You may not be interested in exporting all the variables, right? Then in that case, we are exporting only a selected variables. Then which are all the variables you want to export, only those things we allow for exporting it, right? So this is called default export. This is the export. Either you do all at a once or one. Inline, each line you are exporting it here. So there is nothing but they are named exports. That means you are exporting it, which is the variable names, you have to export it here. Okay. And there is one more method called default export. Okay. So what is the default export is that? for example, I just have a simple function here, right? So now that function can be like, it can be a name and it can be age, and then it will be returning a name, so many years old. Okay. Okay. So what I'm just simply saying here, this is my function which I already created it here. Okay. But export default. That means when I say it here, this complete thing, I'm just exporting it default message and just putting it into this particular file. Then in that case, because you are supposed to use that export default message, very important one. Okay. Otherwise, what will happen is you will not be able to export. Whatever the file you are using it, that a message that you need to give it here, and then you need to put export default. This you will be using extensively when you are going to React JS and all. When you are learning that time you will understand why we are doing this. Okay. So unless you are exporting it, it cannot be imported. Okay. So that's where, because in React JS you'll be creating each and everything as a component, right? And each component you should be able to import it. That means you have to export it using export default only, right? So that is where it is required. So these are the two different types: named export and default export, right? And here again, just if you see content in the message, what is the message? I'm just giving it here inside the function and just defining it here. This message is the only one single message, right? And then I'm just putting it. You all know that now this is an arrow key, so which creates all these values declared, and then it returns a value. Nothing but the name is age, year old. That's what it is giving it to me. Okay, the simple function it just do. Okay, right. Now once you are exporting it here, then you need to import it, right? So importing, how it will be doing it here is like, again, the named export, we'll see how it can be imported. Similarly, the default export, how you can import it. Okay. So for importing it, all that you need to do here is you have to in the script tag. Okay, you need to type module. That's the only thing you need to do. Then what you need to do, import. What is that you have to import? Your exported name and age. So you are importing that now. That's all. Right? You need to use the same names what is given there, and then from where it has to be imported, this is existing in the person.js. For example, you see it here, it is in person.js. You are having the name and this one, this import export is there. I'm just importing it here. All right, so that's what you are just doing it here. Okay, and similarly, let text equal to, I'm just giving it here. What is that it is I'm doing here? My name is name. What is the name value? I'm just imported name, I'm just getting it here. And then I'm age also I'm just getting it from the imported thing. See, I'm not declaring any variables here. If you're right, I'm not declaring about the name, age and all in my current page, which is my current page, this particular page, which is the import page where I'm doing it here. Okay, so that means I'm just directly getting that values here, right? Again and again, I'm not redeclaring the variables. That is the one advantage. Okay. So now what I'm just doing it here, I'm just outputting the text. The text is nothing but my name is so and so, and with so and so age, I'm just putting it here. Okay. Similarly, with the default export, what will happen is you are just same module script type module. You are just giving it here. Import. You are just default message. You are just giving it here, because here you are not each variable wise. You are going just directly the message from where, from the same message.js, right? The previous one file what you created it here. Okay, and then you're just including it here, and then you just display the message what it is. That's what you are doing it here. Okay, so simple thing what we'll do is we'll create these two files, which I mean the three files whatever is required for our thing. One is that person.js, another is message.js. These are the export files, and then we'll also create one import file also, then see how it can be called in the program. Okay, so let me show you here now. See, for example, this is what my person.js. Okay, so what I just simply did is I just put inline individually. I mean, export constant name, just see, I'm just giving it here, and export constant name. I mean, age 40, I'm just giving it here. Okay, please note it here. I'm just only taken only these two, but each line I'm just putting the export keyword. Okay, but whereas if you see all at once here, I mean, here I'm just giving the name, age, and everything, but just to differentiate it, I'm just changing the name to Jessica and then age to 50, so that whether the importing is happening properly based on whatever the approach we are following it here. Okay, so now I'm just, this is my person.js. Okay, Now what I'll do is, this is my module example, right? This is nothing but all the basic HTML file, all the content you see. In the script, what I need to do, type module, that's what is required. And then I'm just showing import, and I need a name and age from this particular file, where it is available, here it is available, right? So that's where I'm just getting it here. Okay, what is that it has to, after importing, what it should do? It should text, it should give me my name is, the name value it will take, and then I am so many years of age, right? So that age value will give. Okay, then what I'm just doing it here, and that I'm just outprinting in the console, what is the text for them. That is the only thing I'm just doing it here now. Okay, so let's focus only on this particular person.js and then importing part of it. Forget about the second one. Okay, so now I'm just importing it here and then do. Okay, so now that you again, I'm just going back here. What is the message it should show? JC40 it should show. Okay, so before that, now in this HTML file is available, right? Now, typically what we used to do, just right click it and then open in browser. That's what typically we'll do, right? Let us do that on what will happen. Okay. So now example for import export JavaScript, it is what it is showing it here. Let us see in the console what it is displaying it here. You see the console, there is a error it is giving. What is that error? There is a from origin null has been blocked by course policy. That's a policy. Because of this, it is not allowing you to print that values. That means there is no values are coming up. It is not printing now, right? So you cannot do this one like I mean simple. I mean external JS file you cannot do with modules. Okay, so that means what you need to do. Modules can be done with only with a I mean web servers. You can work with that. Okay, so assuming that I have a I mean for I mean only for the demo purpose, I'm just showing it here. Anyway, you will be learning about how to configure a web server and how to do a, I mean, run it and all those things as part of your, I mean, the next it says on the, I mean, sorry, next lesson on the React JS. That time will explain you in detail. But for time being, what I'm just doing it here, I'm just using only the exam server. Okay, so exam server, I'm just using it here. I mean, when I'm using the exam server, what I will be doing is I just let me, I mean, I think it's now stopped here. Okay, I just start the server. Okay, and before that, I let me go to that exam server folder. Okay, so here, what I'm just doing it here is in my, um, I mean, exam server folder. Okay, there is a folder called htdocs folder. Okay, that is where my web application will be available. I'm just going there. I created a web application for JavaScript module. I just created this folder. Okay. So inside this, what I've done, I just put my person.js file, JavaScript file, and also I just put my message.javascript file. Okay, these two I just put it here. And this is my module example. So this is what you are seeing it here now. Okay. So these are the three JavaScript module folder. I just have all these three. Okay. So now that I am inside the directly I cannot run it here, but through my web server I should be able to run it here. That means I should call the module underscore example HTML file. I need to call through my web server, right? So what I will do here is now I just go to my web server. Okay, so simply I just go to localhost. Okay, localhost 8080. So now what is my where is my module? So what is the application name? I just given JavaScript underscore module. Okay. So now what I do, JavaScript underscore module is the folder in which I have module underscore example HTML. Right. This is the file I have it. Module underscore example is the file name I have it. Okay. Now just let me run it now. Okay. Now, here you will not find anything difference, but go to your console now. Now that you see that error is no more existing here, right? What it is saying, my name is Jesse, I am 40, right? That is what it is showing about it, right? Where is that Jesse and 40 comes from? Okay, now, the second one is this one. So for timing, let us ignore this. Okay, let's leave it as it is. For example, so Jesse and 40 is coming here. That means what? Export individual line item. From here it is called, imported it, and then it is displaying it in the module.example, this particular thing. My name is Jesse, I'm age 40. So that is where this particular line is displayed now. Right, the first one. Okay. Are you able to get it till now? Okay, it got imported. Let us see whether the second one is happened or not. Okay. That means what I'll do is I'll go to my person.js. Let me comment this one. Right? I'm just commenting it now. Let me open up all these three below one. So here what I'm doing, I'm just remove, all the constant name, that variable, age variable, and for all of them, I'm just exporting it, name, comma, age. That's what I'm just doing it here. Are you able to get it me here? Okay. So when you do it here, what will happen? So now that name should be displaying Jessica 50, it should come, right? First, let me save this file. Okay, I saved it here. Since I made some changes, so it is now you need to stop the server. Okay, and then you can restart the server and give it some time. Okay, now you just go to your browser. Okay, now this is the JavaScript module underscore example, this one. So now let me reload it here. Okay, now still that error is coming. Okay, so that means what? There is an history file, you need to clear it. What I just do is I just close this one. Okay, so now I just go to, let me copy this link once. Okay, I just close it here. Now you see it here. Okay, sorry, this is the new page. I made a change. Okay, now let me. For that, let me clear the history now. Because always the JavaScript one challenge will be that it will be always maintaining the buffer memory, okay, and cache memory. So we'll just remove that now. So what I'll do is just remove all the browser data. So in the last 24 hours, whatever I've done, just let me clear it now. Okay. Okay. Now just go to the page. Now just put it here. Now let me go to the console. You see now, my name is Jessica, I am 50. Okay, now it got changed. So where from this is coming? If you go to the code, you'll be able to understand. Now it is Jessica 50, it is coming here. So it is coming from this. That means that you complete, at the all at a once, the export also, you'll be able to get it here. Okay, so now let's go to the third one is default export. What is the default export? You are just putting, let us not make all this complicated one. Okay, so I'm just creating here it is a function, right? Inside the function, I'm just using a function called message. Okay, for this message, I just declared a variable called constant, a name and age, and then returning the value. The name is Jane and 20. Age is 20. That's what I'm just giving it here, and then I'm just printing this message. Okay. So now this entire function. Okay, I'm just exporting it. Okay. So when I'm just doing that export of this one, and I should be able to import it now, right? What I'm just doing now here, the script type again module and import message from message.js from this file message.js and just importing it here. What is it you are doing? Your message function you are calling it here, right? So when you're calling that one, it should be displaying it here. Now you see what it is displaying here. So Jane is 20 years old. That's what it is available. Whether you are referring to the right thing or not, or what you can do is again you can just go to that place. Suppose let me go to message.js. Let me change the value. Now Jane, you keep the name and age, you can maybe make it as 30. Okay, 30 now are available, right? Just save it here. Okay, save it here, and then now just go to the browser. Before going there, you just stop it once and then restart it, and also you just clear the browser history also once. What I just do is I just go to history, clean the browser history, last 24 hours, whatever has happened, just clear it. Okay, now I'm just going here, now running it. Now we just see here Jane is 30-year-old. That means it is coming from the second approach, that is default export, right? I hope up to this is clear to you now, right? So now this is how the import and export will work. That is nothing but the JavaScript module what you have learned so far. Okay. Do you have any questions? Now I think only one thing, key thing you need to remember is that unlike HTML or CSS basic thing, right clicking and view in browser will not work, and you can only the modules can be only accessible only through the HTTP protocol. That is the only key thing you need to remember. Okay. Okay. Now let's get into the next topic of JavaScript errors. Okay, how to handle errors in JavaScript. Okay, this is a very simple topic which we can go through that now. So we call it as a JavaScript error handling. It is not only applicable for JavaScript alone. This error handling is applicable for any programming languages. Again, it can be Python or it can be C or anywhere. So error handling again follows a particular structure. So if you understand the structure, then you can easily manage that. Okay. So typically the JavaScript error handling, a simple way to call it. Before I just go to that error handling, how the error comes, what it means the error. Okay, why that error need to be handled, so that we'll understand the basic some concept, and we will get into this details. Okay, 1 minute. So let me now okay. So now let's copy this one. Let's go back here. Let me go to console. Okay. So now just go to console here. Select this one. Let me copy this code. So now what I'm trying to do is, we all learned already alert, right? What I'm trying to do is, assuming that I don't have an alert. Okay. Okay. So typically what will happen, we'll see. I'm just given Let me show you an example here. So we know that in JavaScript, when you say alert, then whatever you are putting into the alert function, it will be just showing welcome guest. Whatever is there, it will show in the alert message, right? And suppose I just made a small mistake while writing it. What is that? Instead of alert, I just accidentally put a double T. So that means there is an error in that, right? Am I right in saying that? Then will it work? It will not work. What will show? Alert ALRLERTT is not defined, it says. That means this is the kind of error message the user will see it on the screen. Okay. Then in that case, how do I avoid that? So for that, what I need to do, right? I just introduce something called try. That means what I do, I have a try block. Okay. Like do while block or function block. This is also try block. And then inside that, I just put the my statement, whatever is available. What is the statement now? Alert, welcome guest. Okay. So now, right? And then what I do, and try, I put this is the code, I'm just trying it. And then catching it, what? Catch the error. If any errors are there, you catch it. And then you just display the error message. What is the message of the error? Okay. That's what I mean, so that the user can understand what is, instead of showing it like this, it can display it here. Now, for example, there is no errors in this. Okay. So now it's a welcome guest. There is alert it is giving. It is okay, fine. Then nothing is the problem. Okay. Now the same thing. I just create an error now. Now I just do. I'm just putting it a wrong entry. Now let me see what happens. Alert is not defined. ALERTT is not defined. See, there is a difference between this and this. Okay, here you see some generic message it is giving it here. Here it is clearly giving alert is not defined. That means this message, whatever is available, it is showing me, telling me that alert is the keyword, and sorry, it is a variable which is not defined. That means it is treating like a variable. So that means it is not defined, is what it says. Okay. So now we got this right, how the errors are getting handled. Suppose, I mean, what is the type of error if you want to, now you got the error message, but what is this error? There is only two things you can do. I just show now. There is nothing but error name. Okay. So now I just put the same thing. Instead of message, this is the message it was showing it. Now I'm just saying error name. What is the name of the error? Okay. So it gives me welcome guest. Okay, it gives me that. Sorry, I just need to make an error in this. I just make a small error, and then I just let me say what is the name it gives. See what is the name it is giving? It is giving a name of the error as a reference error. Why it is a reference error? Because there is nothing like alert ALR, sorry, with the double T, there is nothing like that, right? That's why it is saying there is a wrong reference given here. You can see the uncaught reference area it was saying here, but here it is directly giving us exactly the error name. And here you can see it here, error name and error message, both are shown it here. Okay, but where it is the problem? Because user need not have to know which place, what is the error and all those things, right? End user side. So only the programmer need to know about it here. So in that case, the custom errors messages can be displayed here. Okay. So this is how it will be, and the try catch will work. And we'll just quickly now go through that, and then we'll come back to the other features. Okay. So now that you have seen it here, I mean, when it is working fine, what is that you are doing it? When there is something wrong, and how do you display the message, or how you display the name of the error? Either name of the error or the error message, you can display it, right? So here, what you do it here is that is called try catch finally block. That is called as the try catch finally block. It means you are trying the set of code to be executed, and if any errors are there, you just catch it here. The finally block is nothing but what, irrespective of whether there is an error or not, there are certain things to be executed. So then in that case, that finally block will be run typically what will happen is the finally block will be done. For example, if you are using variables, so many variables names you will be using it here, and then and there you need to clear it up, right? Like nothing but your garbage collection will start if you are not clearing the variable. So many variable names will be kept open. Okay, so for that, what you can do at the end of the code, you can just put all the variables and then say that to set it to null, so it will be okay. Or if you are using any connections, you can just do all the connections to be closed, so that a lot of memory can be saved. In fact, typically most of the programs make mistake is that they don't close the connections or don't close the result sets. All those things will be there. Then in that case, what will happen? The unnecessary memory will be occupied, and then you will be getting performance issues. Sometimes the error will be like out of memory error kind of thing. You'll be getting it here. So those things can be avoided by properly handling them in the finally block. Okay. And there is something called throw statement also there. The throw statement is nothing but you can put your own custom error name. But here if you see whatever till now we have seen is the message and error name by default whatever system is giving it here. But if you want to have your own custom name, you can just do that one. So let us quickly take an example and see that also. Okay. So here, so your error exception can be a JavaScript string or a number or boolean or object or anything, it can be there. And typically errors is itself is an object, okay, because it has the message, it has the name associated with that, okay. And these are all the possible error names, like evaluation error, nothing but the syntax error. And range error means the input value which is not in the defined range. And the reference error, just now only we have seen that example. And then syntax error, we have seen type error, and then URI error. So like that, many error names are available. Okay, but as and when you start working with JavaScript very frequently, then you will come across all the errors, and you will know that. And more the number of errors you make in the initial days, and you know how to handle all such kind of errors. Okay, so let us take an use case how to handle an error and why it is required importance to do that part. Okay. So assuming that let me have value x equal to 20 and y equal to 5. So now what normally we'll be doing is here the result will be x by y. So what is the value? 20 by 5, your x by the result will be 4, right? This obviously that should be correct only. So let's see now what happens. Let me clear the value here. Clear. Right? Now you see the result will be 4, right? Because 20 divided by 5 you have given it here. That's fine. Suppose now I just give the value as 0, y value. That has been denominator. Then what will be the result? Let us see that. Result it is says as infinity, right? So if you get a value as infinity, you cannot use that value anywhere. For example, I want to use this result value and I want to multiply it with some other thing. For example, again, a result value. So I just have it here and assume that result y equal to 0. I just put it here. Okay, and x y I just got that one, and I'm trying to multiply it by say some value. For example, I want to multiply it by say 10. Okay, so now in this case, what will happen? Because your value x by y is infinity, then whatever the value that you are putting it in infinity, you will not get any specified number, right? So that's what this is the typical error you will be getting it here. So then in that scenario, how do we handle that? Okay. So now let me go to that. This is what you are just actually by putting 0, you are getting the result as infinity. Okay. So now let us handle with an error, how to error handling, how to use it. Okay. Now error handling, how do I do it here? Just see it here. Now let me clear all of them. Now the same thing. X equal to 20, y I'm just giving 0. But here what I'm just doing is before the error comes itself, I'm just handling it here is I'm just checking whether y value is equal to 0 or not. Okay. If the y value is inputted as 0, then I just throw an error. What is that error? Cannot divide by 0. This is my own custom error. Right? What I'm written it here is my own custom error. So for that, what I'm doing, I'm just create a new object called error. And then for that value, I'm just giving this. Right? And I'm just throwing that one. And then what I do, and there itself will be over. Okay, and then where result will be x by y. Then console it result will be given here down. If it is equal to 0, if it is no means it will go here. Then catch error. Okay, what is the error? It will come. Whatever the log error message will suppose we want to have message, you can just get the message here. And then finally block, what it will say, as I told you, finally block executed. That means the finally block you can have some certain parameters to be done. I mean to be declared. I mean certain statements to be executed. You can still execute that. So now let us see how it is doing it. See here it is saying that error cannot be divided by 0 because it is, I just value is 0 here. So then it came, what it's saying, this error cannot be divided by 0, it is showing it here. What is the error message? Because we have defined your own error message, that's why it is coming here. And finally block is also executed. That's how it is showing it here. Right? So that's how the try, catch, finally block and throw will be doing it here. The same thing, how do I handle it? Here I'm handling the error before execution itself. I mean, I just check the y value before itself and then I just throw the error. Okay. But in this case, you see, after the execution, if I'm getting it here, how do I handle that? Now, if you see it here, I'm just giving the same thing here, but I'm not putting that y double, triple equal to 0. I'm not comparing it here. Okay. So now what happens here? I'm just calculating directly. So then what I'm getting an error. What is it error? Infinity is the value. I'm just getting it right. If the value is infinity, then what I'll do, I throw an error. Result is infinity. I'm just putting it here. So this message will get printed here to me, and then the final block also will be executed. You can just see it here. Result is infinity, and this final block, right? So there are two ways. Before the error is encountered itself, we can handle that, and even if there is an error comes in, also you can just handle that. Both the way you can do. Okay. So this is the basic concept of the error handling. It's a very important thing actually. So you need to practice this very often. Okay. And I mean, any program, I mean, if you see, I mean, a seasoned developers, they use extensively the try catch block. Okay. So that they can able to specify custom error messages so that what is the error, and so it will be easy for them to do the, I mean, diagnosis they can easily do whenever any errors are happening. Okay. So with this, we are now concluding on the, I mean, error handling in JavaScript. Okay. So now that let's go with the two more subject that is left out. One is about the math object. Another one is about the data object. Okay. So the math object and data objects are the extension of the, I mean, JavaScript objects only. I mean, earlier you would have seen the string and number of objects. You have seen that one, how to work with that, all the things. Similarly, the math and data objects we'll have. We'll just go through that. Okay. So let me go through the math object now. Now let's continue with the maths object. Okay. I mean, before again coming to this, let's understand what are the math objects are available. So in our basic mathematics, you would have learned if you have a decimal number, how to make it rounded off and how to make ceiling. That means the highest next whole number where you can, or integer where you can make it, you can just make it. And then floor is the down the lowest number. Yes, I mean what is the lowest integer number? It can go to that. And then truncate is totally, I mean remove all the decimal values, only show whatever is there before the decimal value part. And then you also know that, I mean whether it is a negative number or positive, okay, or if it is nothing, then what is the value it should give, okay. So that's a sign of that particular number, it will return, you can see that, okay. And then absolute also no, if it is, even if it is negative, then it will return it as absolute value, okay. So now these are the basic mathematics, I mean basic mathematics what we would all learned it in our school days, okay. And similarly, you have other functions like, for example, if you want to know the to the power of particular number, then how do I get it? And if I want to know the square root directly, I can just do that one. And what is the minimum value in a particular given set of things, an array, or what is the maximum value, right? And also how to generate a random number. Maybe you would have seen in the um, I mean, control flow statements, right? When we are learning about loops, and there is an example where we are using a random number, right? So how to use that random number, right? So these are all the basic things which we can learn it, which will be using very often. Okay. And there are other math objects also available like your sine value, cos value, tan value, or logarithm, I mean logarithms values, all you will be able to see that. Okay. But for the simplicity of the subject, we can just quickly only go through the basic things now, right? So for example, JavaScript math object, when it comes it here, it allows you to perform mathematical tasks on numbers. Okay, on a number, what are all the operations will be able to perform. Okay, unlike other objects, math object has no constructor. Okay, so no constructor means you will not be just creating any new methods and all. So it will be just whatever is available, you'll be just using that. I mean, then the math object is a static one. Okay, and all the methods and properties can be used without creating a math object first. You don't have to create a math object first, and then you need to use that one. So straight away you'll be able to use math operations with the number itself. Okay. So typically what you can do is math dot property is the one approach, or math dot method, and then you pass whatever the number it is. Okay. So both way you'll be able to do that. Okay. Let us see with an example so that you'll be able to understand it here. For example, let me take two numbers, x equal to 123.45, right? And another one is y equal to minus 123.45. Okay. So now let us see how the round and other things will work. Okay. So now let us take these two numbers. Let us copy into the console. So let me take go to console now. So let me clear everything now. Okay, I just declared two value variables x and y and assign the value to that, one with positive and one with negative one. Okay, now let us perform all the operations. Now what I need to do is math dot round on x. I'm just doing it here. Okay, so it's right away you are calling it here. You are not defining or you are creating a math object and then you are just trying to do all things, right? Straight away math dot, and you are just only giving the method name. Method name is round, and what is the value that you are passing it x? X is what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Then when it has to round, what is the value it will come? Just see 123. Why it is coming 123? Because 124.45 is lesser than that. Suppose just want to, I mean, just change the value of x and then you can check it. I mean, instead of assigning the value, I'm just putting it here, x value 123.55. If I make it, what will happen? will become as 124, right? Because it is more than 0.5, right? So that's how you need to do, right? Same way, when you do it in the native one, rounding also possible. So I'm just giving the value for y. So it will come as 123. Are you getting it here? So this is what is about it. Now, for example, math.seal. Okay, what it will do? Okay, so let us take now seal. Always the easy way to remember is that seal is, I mean, in a room you have a ceiling on the top, right? Seal, and floor. In a room you have a floor at the bottom, right? So that means when you have a number, assume that on the floor, for example, you have a numbers, okay, and then when you say floor, then towards the bottom it will go, okay, and when it is sealed toward the top it will go. So that is the only way you can easily remember that. What it means, we'll just see with an example, okay. So now let me take it as, so now math seal, okay, now what is the value here? 123.45 is there. When you are saying round, you have 123 only, right? 123 only it is coming. But when you are sealing, what is the in the decimal itself, what is the next highest integer that is possible? Okay, so it is now trying to look at that. Okay, what is that? It is 124. Okay, even though it is only 0.45, just less than zero point 0.5, but it is looks at the next highest integer is 124. So you are getting it here. And the same thing, if you try with the negative number, what will happen? Okay, so now you try with y. The value to come as minus 123. Why? Because minus 123 is greater than minus 124, right? If you put it in the number system, minus 123 is always greater than minus 124. So that means it is trying to go to the nearest one. What is the nearest one? So 123 is the nearest integer, it goes for that. Okay, so that's how we need to understand it. Okay, and then now we go to the seal and then floor. Okay, floor, if you see, floor, as I said, x value is what? 123.45. Okay, then what is the floor? It is showing 123 because the next lowest integer is this one only. Okay, so then it is coming to 123, right? As I told, the floor level it goes. Okay, and and even if it take the again minus, sorry, take the y value, then what will happen? The value minus 123 only it comes because the next nearest value is, I mean, the nearest lowest value will be 123 only, so it goes to that. Okay. Now let's get into the, sorry, y. Sir, I just used a seal. I mean, I should be using floor. Floor of y. Okay. So now why it is because when 123 is here, minus 123 is here, the floor is the lowest towards that. Which is the lowest one? 124 is lesser than 123, right? Minus 123. So that means minus 124, you are getting it here. Okay. And then you have the trunk. So truncation is nothing but always whatever is available after the decimal, it will just remove that. Okay. I mean, more or like, I mean, there's always a difference between trunk and floor. You can just see that both are not one and the same. Trunk is irrespective of whatever the value of the value after the decimal, it just totally ignores it here. Okay. So that's where you cannot say that trunk and floor are one and the same. Okay. So now let's check with the math trunk. So now when you say trunk, that means after the decimal value, whatever is available, it will not consider. So that means it is only taking that 123 now. Okay. Even if it is for y, or y, you can just put it Why also? Because after decimal, whatever the values are there, it just removes it here. So that's why you can just say 120 minus 123. I hope you are able to understand, right? And then the sign. So now what is this sign? Whether it is a positive or negative or no value. Okay. So that's what we are just now looking at it here. So now just take the sign of this one. So whether I mean most sometimes it will be required, right? Whether it is a positive number or negative number, you are interested to find out. So now here it is sign of x is equal to 1 means it is positive. Suppose if it is y, then that will become, say, minus 1 it comes, it's a negative. Suppose if you give 0 value, the 0 will come, alright? And that way you'll be able to know what are the positive numbers, negative numbers, kind of thing, okay? And then absolute, you know, right? Whether it is positive or negative, it will always give only positive value only. Okay, so that's where you will be seeing it here. So maths.abs. Okay. So maths.abs x, you can see it here. I mean positive, it will give positive value only. Okay. If I give just y, y also it gives 123.45, even though minus is there. That means absolute value is nothing but whether it is a plus or minus, it will still show it as positive only. Okay, plus only. Okay. And then coming here, math dot power, I mean POW is the power, right? To the power of, I mean x to the power of y. That's what you are actually meaning by this one. So for example, 5 to the power 2 means it is 25. Okay. So square means you are now limited. That means only power is 2 only. But power of, when math power of 5, for example, I just math the power of 5 to the power of 3, I'm just giving it here. So it should be 125, right? I can have any power, okay? But then the same thing, if I just see with the 2 means it is 5 to the power 2 means it is nothing but 5 square only. But the same square I can just use square of 5, right? I mean, sorry, square root, I just want to find out next. So what is it for to find the square root? I just use math square root of what are the value available. So now I'm just giving it here is, so math square root of 25. What is the square root of 25 is 5, right? Suppose if I just give 625, not 525, 6. 625, it will be 25, right? So this is how we'll be able to find the square root and all, okay? And then I just want to know the minimum maximum values, okay? So now I just have an array like this, okay? Now I just want to find out the minimum maximum values, okay? So let me clear this, right? Now I just want to find the minimum maximum value. So what I'll do, math dot min, math dot min dot x. That means the x, whatever the values it is there, right? It takes all the things, okay? So then in that you find the minimum value. I mean this dot 3 dot is very important because it is called as a spread actually. So all the values that it will be taking, it will be already seen in the, I mean for functions also, right? So what is the minimum value here? 1 is the minimum value, right? Same way in place of minimum, if you are having maximum, okay? So let us try that also. What should be the maximum value? It is 5, right? So you just put max, you'll get 5, right? But please make sure that you are not putting x. If you simply put x, it will not come. For example, I'm just putting it x, it will not come. It will only say not a number. Okay. So please always make sure this is very important one. Unless you use this, you will not get it. Right? That's how we need to do. Okay, then the last math operation will be random. Okay, how do we find random? So as I told you on the beginning, the random returns a random number between 0 and 1. So okay, so between this, that means 1 will not come because it's exclusive. That means 0 is included. So let us see math.random what it does. And I also see in many of the cases, people are still first finding it how to use the random number. Okay, just let me say random. You are not passing any value, right? The system generates its own number. So you just see it here now, random number. See what you are getting it here, 0.668. Okay. Now next time we can try it here. This value will be keep on changing. Now 0.7455. Right. Now again I'm just changing it here. Again I'm just executing it here. It gives me this. Okay. Now actually I'm interested to find out a random number generate between 1 to 0 to 10. I want to generate it. Okay. Then how do I do that one? We have already seen in the game example, right? Whatever you have done. So what I'll do is I just put whatever the random number I'm just getting it here. I just multiply it by 10. Now you see what is the value I'm just getting it here. 9.8. Okay, because you know that random number always gives only decimal value between 0 and 1. So what I just do is just multiply it by 10. That means it gives me a random number. Now it is 9.85. Okay, I just want only the integer number. Now you know what is that you need to follow. You have a choice whether you want to have the rounded number to be there or whether you want to have the only the decimal values should be there. Floor need to be there. It again depends on the context. For example, I wanted the random number including 10 means. So what it will do, it will just round also. You can use it and then do. For example, now I need to do the round of this particular value, right? So now, so math dot round off, right? Next, what I'm just doing it, I'm just passing the entire thing now. What is that entire thing? The math random, this one number. I'm just calling it here. Right now you see what is the number. I'm just rounded it off and then getting it here. But this again this is not the same number, right? It will be dynamically keep on changing it here. So now since I made it as a round, so that means I just only get that means I can just randomly just now you see I just copy the entire thing again a new number will be generated. You can say 5. I mean again I just put it here 8. Like that a random number it will be keep generating here. What if suppose I just want to generate a random number of 100 I want to generate it. Okay, how do I generate it here? Simple, right? Just multiply it by 100. Okay, so now you can just see 19, 20 like that it will give me random numbers. Okay, now again just you see that. Again you see, sorry, I'm just trying with only 10 now. So 100 if I just do that. Now you see I just get 74. Right? Are you able to get it? So like that, I just get so based on the number of things I required, I can just multiply it by that number so that I'll be able to get it here. And in fact, you can also use a random number. Suppose you just want to generate between say 1 to 5 only, but randomly it should come. For example, you are doing a dice throwing. So in dice throwing, what is the numbers can possible? It is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 only possible. So when you randomly just do that, you can random sampling will be doing that. So in that case, you will be randomly generating that, right? So like that also you can just do. Okay, those are all things you can just do. But if you as long as you understand the basic random how it works, then it's more than enough. Okay. So with this we are concluding on the math object. You can, for your interest purpose, you can just try to learn, other math functions also, like math dot sine, x, cos x. Of course, you can make use of ChatGPT and learn more of that. Okay. So now let's come to the last topic in JavaScript. Of course, it is the last, not the last for the course content. It is the last. There are a lot of JavaScript tree itself is in a version. There are a lot of things to be learned, and just only for the beginners. Okay, so the basic things at least you will be learning it. Okay. So let's go through the data objects and how the data objects are working. We can just try to understand. Okay. So data object first you need to, again, let's go with experiential learning only. So now this is what is your data object, right? So let's go to the, so typically, how a date will be displayed. In fact, already we have seen that how the date is getting displayed, but anyway, we'll just show it to you now. Okay, let me clear everything. Okay. So now, for example, I'm just taking, what I'm just doing it is, I'm just declaring a constant as a d. The d is nothing but its first data object. I'm just creating a new data object. Okay. So constant d, and instead of that every time do, I just let me simply put it as d equal to new date. We need to keep a capital date because object or date object is just creating it here. Okay. So the moment I just put that one, what is the value of this d? It is displaying me December 14th, and it's up to 3:34 a.m. right, Indian Standard Time. That's what it is showing it here to me. And you see JavaScript always returns this particular format only. Okay. So we will try to understand what are the different formats, how do I work with all the dates and everything. Okay. This is the data object. Okay, how to create it. So new, and we don't use the keyword to create the object, and of the type date. Like a new array you can create, new set you can create, new map you create. It's all things which you already seen that, right? The similar way, new date you can create it now. Okay, and then suppose I just give this here. I'm just directly getting the today's date without any value. Suppose I just want to get this date. Okay, like year, month, and date. So let us see how it prints it here. Okay, so now let me say same data objects. I'm just giving new date, but what is it for? I'm just giving a particular date in there as a string. So for example, 2023. Okay, and maybe month is 12, and then the year I can just make it as the date I can make it as say 10th. Okay. So to avoid the confusion here, which is the right one, you can just see it here now. Here it is saying December 10th, because here it is because you may have a confusion whether it is the 12th October or 10th December. That is the confusion, it will come now, right? So but it is following a month, year, month and date format. So that's where you're able to see it here. Okay, this is one method of getting the dates. Okay. So now the dates are static. Why it is called as static means because once you read it, then this the date will not, the value will not keep changing it here, right? That's why this will not dynamically change with the dates part of it. And then by default, the JavaScript always show the browser time only, not the server time. Okay. So in the browser, whatever the timing is available, that only it will show in this particular format which we already seen. Okay. Now we're creating a data objects. We already seen that one. you just create a new and then date. That's what this is the constructor, right? You are using new keyword and then using that you are constructing it here. But whereas in math object, you are not doing it with new and math like that. You are not doing it, right? That's why it is not requiring any constructor. Okay. And a date can be created in 9 different ways. Okay. So date objects can be done. Okay, which I'll explain in the next slide. Then it will be easy for you to understand. And then come back here. Okay. Okay. So we'll see it in that, and then we'll come back here. That will be easier. So if you see, this is the default one, which we already seen that now. And we also tried with the string also, we have seen this approach also, we've seen that one. These two are over. And then suppose if you are passing only year and month, then so it will be just taking that year and month, and then the date it will assume it as the first of the particular month. Okay. So, but here, if one important thing you need to learn here is that wherever you are giving the month value here, it is not that 11th means it is not November, because in JavaScript the month starts from 0 to 11. That means 0 means January and 11th means December, like the index values, right? We'll be doing that. So that means when 0 is January, 11th December, that's what you need to know that. So when I say 11 year, then it will be December, and then the date will be first, and then it will be 00 of the particular hours and minutes, everything will be 00. But you can see it here, all the formats will be remain same. So let me just explain and show it to you. So now you can just see it here. I'm just putting 2023 11. So that means you see, and the first the date will be automatically added as the first, and then December, and then 23, and you know it is on Friday. Okay, and then the time and everything will remain also 00 only to start, because we are not specified any time for that. Okay, now I just add one more. I just add, now instead of 11, I just given it as 12. What will happen, we'll see. Okay, accidentally as a programmer, right, to make a error is common. So I just make it as 12. Then what happens, you see, it is changed from December to January. That means it automatically moves to the next month. Okay. So what is the next month? It is not in 2023. It is in 2024. The January month it goes automatically. Even if I accidentally put 13th, then what will happen? It goes to February month. Alright. So that means that JavaScript doesn't give you any error stating that it is not a valid month. Instead, it will show the next month where it starts. Like 11, 12 again it will come January, 13 it will be February, it will go, but the year also will get incremented. That's what you will be knowing that, right? Are you able to get it here? So 23, for example, when I'm seeing it as 11, it is only December month, right? And the same thing if I just do it as 13, and then what will happen? 11th is December, then 12th is again it's come to January, and then 13th is again February. The February date it will show to me. Then that is for the next year. That's what it will be. All right. So that's one important thing you need to know about it. Okay. Then now next, for example, I just let me give it as now 11 only. Okay. The next what I'll do is day. Okay. And let me give. I'm just giving the date now. Okay. So now day will be, let me take 30. Okay. So 30th December 23, it's showing it here now. Okay. So now 30, 27, if I just put it here, I mean again 11, I mean 31, it is understandable, right? It is showing December 31st, 2023. Okay. What will happen if I just give, if I give 32 as the day, what will happen? Because 31 is over, the next what is the date? It will be 1st January. So that's what outcome will just get it as 1st January. I hope you are able to follow me. Okay. And suppose if I just give it as again, even if I give 35 or maybe 36, let's give 36, I'm just giving it here. There is no date called 37, date called 36. So 31 is the December thing. Then remaining how many are there? Five days are there. It goes to 5th January. That's what you can just see it here of next year, right? So that's how it will work in JavaScript. I mean, again, now you have come up to the year, month, and date. So now next we will go to the. Now I'm just adding. Now again December, and then just say that. I mean, say 14th December, and then I'm just coming to the hours. Okay. So next what I'll do is hours, I'll just put it here. So let us say hours will be always a 24 hours format. Okay. So that means I'm just putting 13. Only 13 I just given it here. Okay. See it here. It is 13 hours it is taking it here. Right. So it will come again, then minutes will become 00 only. Okay. You know very well that how many hours are there in a month? Sir, in a day, 24 hours. Then what will happen if I give 20, 26 hours? What will happen to 26 hours? So 26 hours, what will happen? 26 hours means will be adding another 2 more hours. That means one day will be getting completed and then two will come. So now what will happen? See, it is December 14th instead of that December 15th and early morning 2 o'clock. Are able to getting it here. We are 24, that the two are the remaining balance, the two is going for the next day, and that's what it is seeing to. Right? It's a very intelligent way of doing that. Okay. So now that is about the hours. So now let me take the hours as 14 only, 2 o'clock. Now let me take the seconds. So seconds will, sorry, minutes. Minutes will be, so let me say 30 minutes. That means, sorry, all I need to do is come out, I need to give it. So now it is 30 minutes, right? So I mean 2:30, that is what the time it will look at. Now, for example, again, whatever you followed for the hour, the same will be applicable. Now, if you are in, if you are just specifying it here, 75 minutes. And 75 minutes means what? For 1 hour, how many? 60. So then what is the excess? 15 minutes are excess. Then what will happen? That 15 minutes are 1 hour completes. So that means that hour will get, the hour portion will become, this 14 will become 15, and then 15 minutes will be shown here. That's what you can just see. 15, 15. Are you able to get it? Right? That's how it will be now. The same way for the seconds. Right? Now I'm just adding it. So now let me make it as 14th, this is 16 hours, and then just make it, 30 minutes, and then say 45 seconds. I'm just putting it here now, right? So now see, in the seconds it is showing it as 45. All right. Suppose what will happen if instead of 45, if I give again 75 seconds, then 75 seconds means there is 1 minute and 15 seconds extra. So that 1 minute means this 30 will be, minutes will become 31 minutes. So let us see that whether it is right or wrong. So now I'm just making it as 75. Okay. Right, you can see it here, 31 minutes it has come and 15 remaining balance, right? So it's how this automatically it does that. Okay, so now that means if you see you have year, month, and date, hours, minutes, and seconds, you are able to do it here. There is one more thing is called about the milliseconds. Suppose if we are not specifying, I'm just if you are specifying only one value, for example, I just give the one value is there 5,000. For understanding it, what I'll do is simply is I'll just put 1,000 in the value. Okay. Now we'll be seeing an interesting thing. What will happen is you see January 1st, 1970, 5:30:01. Okay. And as just try to understand what happens, you can just only I want to show it so that you can just infer by yourself. So now what I'm just doing it here, instead of 1000, I just make it as 5000. Okay. So if I put 5000, what it is happening in the seconds, it is just increasing by 5 seconds. It's showing as 5 seconds, right? That means what? 1 millisecond equal to 1000, sorry, 1 second equal to 1000 milliseconds. Okay. So that's where if you are 5000 milliseconds equal to 5 seconds, that's why you are just getting it here. Okay. But still you are not clear why this is showing as Thursday, January 1970. I have not given 1970, right? So that is what the point we are now going to discuss now. Okay. I mean, all these examples are given. What is the outcome will come when you are giving different things. You can just go through this. Okay. And whatever I just demonstrated so far, the same thing only, it is being repeated here. Okay. So like 1000 milliseconds equal to 1 millisecond, all the things are also given here. Okay. So now the important part you need to understand is about is the, and we already seen JavaScript counts month from 0 to 11. So that's what you are just seeing it here. And then we also seen that specifying a day, hour, minute, and second higher than the maximum will not result in error, but add overflow to the next month or next day or next hour and minute. That's what you have seen the complete examples, right? I hope you are clear on that. Okay. So now let's quickly get into the what it means. Okay. So what JavaScript does is that JavaScript calculates the number of milliseconds keeping January 1st, 1970 as the reference. Okay. From suppose if you are taking today's date and from 1901 January 1970 to till date, whatever is the milliseconds, it will be returning to us. Okay. So that means how it will, I mean, like when you say zero time, if you are just giving 0 milliseconds, then what will happen is it will be returning that time as zero. I mean, if you suppose if I give zero value, okay, just show you to here. If I give zero value, zero value, that means 0 milliseconds, right? 0 milliseconds means what? It shows first 1975, 5:30. Why it is showing 5:30? Because Indian Standard Time is at 5:30 of the Greenwich time. That's why it is 5:30 now, right? 5:30:00 it shows. Is that clear? I hope you are able to understand it. Okay. So that means from this day, how many number of milliseconds has passed? That is why that's how it is getting converted. Okay. So we'll see that some more thing. That means how do I know that in a day? For example, I just add for the same thing. Just I just for learning purpose and just making it here. Okay. So now assume that now 1st January 1970 is the date available. Okay. Now assume that I just have 24 hours. I'm just multiplying it by in 24 hours how many minutes are there. That means each hour 60 minutes are there. Then each hour there is a 60 seconds are there, right? And in each seconds, how many milliseconds are there? I mean 1000 milliseconds are there. Okay. So now if I give this one, you just see it here. Now it is the next day, right? What is the next day? I mean January 2nd it has gone the same, right? Timing and all same. Only the next day it has gone. This is a one single day. That means in other words, one single day is nothing but this multiplication value is the one single day. Okay. That means if I just multiply it with, I mean 5, sorry, if I multiply this one my number of days equal to 5, then what will be the day I will be getting? 6th, because I'm just adding 5 days to that 6th 1970 it will come, right? So that means so many number of milliseconds are there in from 1st January to 6th January 1970. Okay, so that's what we are learning from here. Okay, and so now suppose if you say what is the time now, when you are saying it here is, then it will be returning the value as, I mean, this many number of milliseconds will be getting it here as on today. Okay, the milliseconds will be keep adding it, right? As our time is keep continuously keep changing it here. Okay, so now this is what so far we have learned it. Okay, we have done that, and you can also go beyond that. I mean, I just gave here, I mean, 5 days forward. Suppose if I give the same thing with a negative value, what will happen? One day before it has to show, right? Let me copy and then show it and show it to you. Like instead of minus 20, I just put minus 24. Okay, then what will happen? One day before it should go show, right? You see, 31st December 1969 it shows, because the previous day of 1st Jan 1970, right? It shows the trade. Okay, so these are all the ways by which it takes it here. Again, different programming languages uses the different way of referring a date function. Okay, so like Oracle might be using Julian days. It will be taking again how many number of days from the thing. So similar way we can look at it here. Okay, so like that you can just go with multiple. I mean, whatever the milliseconds that you are giving it, then you will be able to know how many. What is the date for that? You will be able to predict it. Okay, so now so the time will be always will be shown in UTC format. That is nothing but universal time coordinated. Okay. So in other words, it is called a GMT. I mean Greenwich metric times, right? So you'll be able to see that, right? So typically our Indian time is, I mean, 5.5 hours ahead of the, I mean, Greenwich metric time. Okay, so that's why we'll be able to see, we can be, will be passing before that itself. Okay, and then coming here, so typically the different formats of dates are available. For example, ISO date means that's the year, month, and date. That is the format it will be followed, ISO date. Of course, in the entire JavaScript, we will be following the ISO format only. Okay. And then because most of the browsers will follow ISO date, and certain browsers will have their own default thing, that's where it will not work out. To bring in uniformity, this was introduced. And then the short date, you can give the date in multiple ways. You can just give 03, 25, 20, 25, this is also short date. And the long date like March 25, 29, or 25th March, like this, you can just give that one. Okay. So ISO format follows a strict standard in JavaScript also. And other formats are also not well defined and might be browser specific. Okay. But if you follow ISO for this particular format, you can all across your application will be able to have uniform date. Okay. Now let's quickly get into that. The different ways of ISO dates, like as I told to you, I mean, this will follow year, month, and date. That's whatever we have seen so far, date. And then there is a T, there is, will show that there is a time. Okay, this time here. Whatever comes after this is called the time. And then you will be having Z, Z stands for the time zone. Okay, so like for example in India, it will be plus 5 point, I mean 5 hours 30 minutes. The same will be specified here. Okay, so that is a typical format. It will be followed in everything. Okay, so you can just I mean you can display it and then see it what it means. Okay, I'm just copying it here. You can just see it. If you want to see it, you can see it here. I mean this particular date and what is the format it shows that one. Okay, so no matter whatever it is, there will be only one format by which it will be displaying to you. Okay, okay. And suppose if you want to modify the time relative to UTC, then remove Z, okay, directly, and add HM hours. That's what you have done it here. Okay. Next is about the short dates, right? We have seen, and what are the ways it can be given. You cannot give all different varieties of short dates. And for example, if you give 03, 25, 20, 20, 15, whether it takes or not, let us see. Let me clear it here now. See here, like 20 here, March 25, 2023, 2015, it is coming here. So it is able to display that one, even whatever the format you have given it here, right? And the same way, suppose if you are trying to give it in this format, all right? You can just see it here. This also it can understand that. I mean here month and date. So it's both are on the same. Okay. So now we try to put this way. You see what will happen. It says invalid date. Why it is invalid date? Because it is not getting understanding. Because it can be month, date, and year format, or year, month, date format. But it cannot. This format, if you give, it cannot understand it. That's why it is saying it as invalid format. Okay. So in the short format, these are the valid one, and is not the right one. Okay. Not correct. Okay. The next. Similarly, long dates we have seen. I mean, see, interestingly, I mean, JavaScript can understand any of the date formats like March, because here you are using only the name of the month, right? So then it doesn't matter where, which are the position you are giving it here. It can be March 25 and year, and it is always understood that 4 digit is the year you are looking at it here. This is the date and this month anyway, you can understand. Or it can be 25 March, like this is also possible. January 25 is also possible when it's a full month name it is given here, and this itself all capital also if we give also it can understand, right? So here what happens is month and day can be in any order. That's what it is very important here. And then the month can be written in full or abbreviation also you can see it here. And suppose sometimes you use commas, even if you give commas also it will be ignored, and names are case sensitive also, and names are case insensitive, so they are not sensitive to that. For example, now here this example is take. Now if I take it a D, see it here. Now it is January, I just gave it here. Still it is showing to me 25th January 2015. Right? You are able to get it like this. Okay. So all these formats are supported. Again, most of the time, again, biggest problem with my experience, I can say is people are not comfortable to work with the data object because they are not able to understand the way it is working. Okay, but if you are understanding the basics related to that, you can very well use it. Work with the date formats. Okay, and then so now here comes the date input. For example, you are passing a value from an HTML input text box. You are passing it, but you are just handling. You want to validate that date. Then what you need to do? You need to parse it as a date one, right? So then how do I do that one? Using date parse, like you are doing parse int, parse float, parse float, like that you have done it, right? Similar way, date parse also will be able to do that. Okay, so here let's just see how it comes. Okay, convert it to, it will convert into a milliseconds value. That milliseconds value you can convert it. So let me show what it means, right? So now say you are just putting it in a millisecond value. How it is? You just see. So now say, see this is the number of milliseconds for 21st March 2012. Okay, so many number of milliseconds are there. Okay, so suppose if I want to do that, let us take a today's date itself. Okay, now assume that I just want to make it as 12th, month as 4th, and this is December. Short name I can just use or full name I can use. I'm just making it 2023. Okay, so now if you see it here, this many number of milliseconds have passed. Okay, so for December 14, 2023. Okay, so now this so many milliseconds have passed. Now I just wanted to convert this one again. I should be able to get this one, right? This is the milliseconds. So now what I will do is just get. I'm just creating a new date. Date function, and I'm just pass the value as milliseconds. When I pass the value of the millisecond, what is the millisecond value? You have it already here above. It should return, right? What it should return value? Let me see it. You can see here again December 14, 2023. Right? Right? So that means that millisecond value you can convert into date, or date value you can convert into milliseconds. Okay. So that's what you are actually doing it here, the parsing part of it. Okay. And then there are we already seen that one, irrespective of the input format, whatever you give, always the result will be like this only it will give. All right, that's what you need to remember, right? And these are all the date methods. Like till now, we have seen how the dates are created, and how do we get, for example, I just want to create a date. I want to just get what is the today current time, what is the time, what is the get the full year. If I want to get, how do I get it? I want to get the month, I want to get the date, day, hours, minutes. How do I get all these things? Okay, so for which what you can just do here is just take an example here. Let current date equal to new date. Okay, whatever the current date you are getting it here. Okay, let me clear everything now. Okay, so now the current date is the value and the new. Just for example, let us see what is the current date. Okay, you can see current date is December 14, 2023 at 4 o'clock. All right, so that's what it is the current date now. Okay, now I just interested only in getting the year or getting the month or day. Month or a date or a day or Sunday, Monday, Tuesday like that. Or I'm interested into getting month or sorry hours, minutes and seconds. Okay. So how do I get it one? Okay. So for this, these are all the methods that is available. Okay. So let us just quickly one more method. We can just say date now. What is the date now means? It will tell you the number of milliseconds that has passed so far from the first January 1972 till date, this many number of milliseconds is gone now. Alright, that is what is the date now function. Right, and again you know that now if you pass this milliseconds, you'll be able to get the date also. Right, let me show it now once again. How to get that one? You just simply need to put date of this milliseconds, whatever the value is available, you just have to get it. Right, you can just see it here. Now the exact timing, whatever is available. Right, so many milliseconds is happening. Okay. Now what is next one? So full year. I just want to know what is the full year of this. Okay. Full year is nothing but the 4 digit. So you can just see 2023. So instead of get full year, get month. You can just see it here, get month. right? It is gives 11. Why? Though it is December, you all to remember that it is 0 to 11. So 11 is December, right? Get month and get date. It is 14th, right? Now just say get full year, right? You can just get it here now, and then next get day. What is the day? Now fourth, because 4 it is showing means 0 is Sunday and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So Thursday it will show to you. Get 4 day, right? And then hours you need to get it, right? So get date, get hours, right? This method you can just get it here. Now it is 4 o'clock, so that's why it is showing 4 hours. The next is get minute. So just get minutes, right? Now it is 5 minutes. So I already taken it 5 minutes ago. So like that you can get hours and finally seconds. Get seconds, right? Then obviously millisecond, just simply put dot now. That will take care of that. Okay. So this is the all the get methods, whatever you are having it here, and still some more are available. Like get seconds. Okay. You also have get milliseconds. Okay. What is the number of milliseconds? You can just get it here. And then if you want to convert to data objects into a string, so you can just convert into a string now. And then you want to convert into a data object into a date string. Okay, so you can just put date string, and then okay, we see what are these means actually. So now you can see it here. Current date to string. It is this is the whole thing will become as a string now. Okay, and the next is about current date to date string. I just want to make it. You can just it will only show the date part of it. Time will not be available. Okay, so you can just see it here, right? And then similarly, ISO to string. So like you can just change the current date to ISO format, right? You just say ISO format. We already discussed. The time will be shown here, and then the time zone will be mentioned here. So all the things will be possible. Okay. The next is about the, and you can here can see it here hours, minutes, seconds, and also the milliseconds. You can see it here. Okay. And then ISO is there. Similarly, we have the two UTC. So UTC, you can just see it here. This is the UTC format. You have seen that, right? So likewise, you'll be able to generate all those things. Okay. String. And also there is the last option is called the local date string. That means in your browser, whichever the your system settings are there, right? Your system date settings, so based on it will show. So this is the date format that is correctly set in your system. So it is showing the local date string part of it. Okay. If you want to understand that, maybe you can just go to your control panel and then date and time. So your date and time settings, right? And then your date. So now what is the current format? It is regional format, English format it shows that here. So how it will show like date I mean month and year. That's what you are showing. This is the format you are just showing it here. Okay. So like this is how in India you will be displaying it here, and the same format you can just see it there. So I mean December 14th and 2023, right? So the local format, whatever is defined, then it should follow. Okay. So coming back here, so similarly till now whatever you have seen all the get methods you have seen it here. The set method is like you are having a value and you are suppose you want to pass that date value to a database. Okay, you are getting in the form of a string. Then you need to tell to the system that it is a date format. Then you will be doing a set method for that, like setting the full year, setting the month, setting the date, setting the hours, setting minutes. So whatever the values that you are passing it here, that you can convert into date, month, and all this format, you can just do that one. Same way, whatever you have done. Just I will give one example for how to use a set method, then we can see. Okay. For example, this is for the set method, how to do that one. Okay. So what you need to do is you get let current date equal to new date. So whatever you are getting it here. Okay. Then what you are doing it here is you start the countdown duration. How many number of days you want to do? 3 days. You just do that one. Okay. So let countdown duration equal to 3 days. You just specify that. Then what you do, you calculate the future date. That means today's date, you know, from today, there is a 3 days of countdown is there. That means what is the future date will be, you need to check it here. Okay. So to do that one, so I'm just future date also, I'm just creating an object. Okay. That is nothing but the new date, then current date will be there. So now what I just do is it here, future date equal to dot. First I just keep it as the current date. Then what I do is future date, set date. What I do, current date, in that you get a get date. That means the date part, you know that. And then you just add the countdown duration. How many duration? 3 days. It means your new date will be whatever the current date is, to string. And then future date after countdown will be future date this one. So just execute and then see, you'll have a clear idea. Okay. So let me clear it here now. Okay, so just let me just run it here. You can just see it here. The current date it is showing it as Thursday, December 14th. Okay, I'm just adding for 3 days of countdown. That means my future date will be another 3 days. So that means December 17th I should get it. How do I get it here? Because the 3 is a number here. Okay, then how do I make it? So I'm just current date. I'm just putting it as a new date. That is what it is. Today's date it takes. And then the countdown duration 3. There is a variable I just declared. Then future date is nothing but by default I'm just passing the current date to that. Okay. And then what I do, that future date, I just have the object future date, and I'm just setting the date. What is the date? I'm just setting it here, current date. Okay. In that, the get method or date. When you say get method, when you say date, what it will happen? The date of that one. So what is the date of it? That is 14. Okay, I'll be getting that. And then you add the countdown duration. It is 3 days. You just add that one. Then what you do? You get added to that. Then you will be just want to display that future date after countdown is future date to string. What are the value you are getting it here? Future date that you get two string date string, because again you have to convert into date string, right? Because you are just adding the number, then again you are bringing it to the date string format. It is coming now, and that's why it is showing now. Okay, so like this you'll be able to work with the JavaScript date objects, right? So I hope you have clear understanding of the how the JavaScript date object is working. Okay, and with this overall, we are now concluding on the complete JavaScript subject. I just wanted to recap whatever the things we have learned. So complete is, I mean the complete introduction we have seen, variables, statements, and code blocks. We have seen that operators and expressions we have seen, then objects, methods, and properties we have seen, and the various collection objects we have seen that, and then the control flow statements like loop, conditional statements, and control statements we have seen. And again, loops we have seen for loop, while loop, do while loop we have seen. In conditional statements, we have learned about if, if else, and if else if. So all the things we have seen. And then we have seen about the control statements. We have gone through the I mean, continue, break, and also switch statements. We have seen that, right? And then coming to the functions, we have seen the basic functions, how it works, and where the functions, when they return, how they return the values also we have seen. And then the different type, the new functions like arrow functions, parameter functions, all those things, we can function parameters and all, we have seen that one. And similar way, we also seen that event handling, various events, like it can be mouse event, or it can be key events, or it can be, form events, or, a window event itself, right? All the different examples we have seen that. And then also modules, we have seen how to export variables and functions, or how to import them across the different applications. And so to work with it also we have seen that. And then error handling, we have seen that, like a try, catch, finally block, and also the throw also we have seen that one, how to get your custom errors being shown. Okay. Then we got into the math object, and then the data objects part of it. And if you are able to understand this one, most of the programming languages, including learning a database, also very easy. The concept remains one and the same. Okay. And if you have any doubts and any queries, you can always feel free to reach out to me anytime. Okay. So, I tried my level best to put the content so that a beginner can understand it. And if you need any improvements, you can always welcome. And thank you for going through this video and learning through this. Thank you.